pretty much more of the same. I mean, Kyle's taking the same approach there with just majority support bans. I think we all pretty much have the Suicune on the ban, except for Dracu, because they thought, you know what? Sableye is definitely more important than Suicune. That's got to be the thought there, right, Dracu?
Possibly, Tano. Suicune is an absolutely incredible Pokemon. It is, I've called in previous broadcasts, the jack of all trades, but also master of a lot of them, right? It is formerly an all-rounder. It has ranged abilities, kind of like the attackers in the Pokemon Unite. It's very bulky and has a lot of crowd control and sustain, so it's kind of like a defender, but it also supports its team because it can have that EXP share on its head. So again, jack of all trades, master of all of them. If we had a fifth option, Suicune, for me, would definitely be up there as well.
I'm just thinking here, how did no one think of Inteleon here? Inteleon is such a great Pokemon in the bottom lane. It seems like the only Pokemon people are running. And if I had to ban something, it would have been Umbreon, Suicune, Psyduck, and Inteleon. Because if you put out Inteleon, a lot of people are actually losing the type of Pokemon they can play in the bottom. A lot of teams are just practicing Inteleon because no one is actually focusing on that Inteleon. Everyone's looking at all those all-rounders, defenders, and supporters, and Inteleon just runs free and deals damage from the back end.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point, Ravage. I would probably say that the Inteleon comes into one of those specific team bans, I would say. I think we have been seeing that a lot when we come up against these players that are particularly good on the Inteleon. That's when the bans start to come in with it. So I think you bring up a very valuable point there, Ravage, and it probably will be a ban that does come out quite a bit today. I think the main bans that we see are the ones that have a lot of crowd control, can really affect the game with that crowd control. I think that's why we see, the Psyduck on there. Pretty every single one of us is picking that one just because of that displacement, right? Suicune is on there because, as Dracu said, it is literally the jack of all trades, master of pretty much all, with the stuns that it does, as well as, the disruption there. So I think it's one of those games, isn't it, where unfortunately full heal has been nerfed many a times in this game's life. It doesn't last that long, and it is just a game of crowd control. So it's difficult having only 4 bans. We do have a lot of good Pokemon here. So, but yeah, we're going to bring up the graphics as well for the teams that we're going to be seeing. And first off, it's going to be Banis. Now, I'll cover this. Being in this EU region, Banis has been a very exciting team. A mix of players from other teams as well here. They are a full French team, as I mentioned. And of course, it's going to be Nachos, Sazero from Gen 5, Yang, Katar, and Rezu. And as we were talking about that Inteleon that might get banned depending on the player, Rezu is one of those players you have to watch out for. An absolute master on that Inteleon here for Team Banis. They have come through as number 1 in the EU weeklies, and it's the first time, by the way, that this 5 have played together in this Master Series. And does it get any better than that? It's incredible to see them dominating, and I can't wait to see what they do today. But we're going to move on to the next team once this graphic comes up. I think this is a team to beat. Who's it going to be that they're coming up with? It's going to be Team T3. Now, Draco, it's got to be you that takes this one, buddy.
I was actually going to ping you in the Discord. I was like, hey, this is a team from NA. I have so much experience casting this team, but this is T3. For those of you in the chat that are not familiar with Tier 3, by the way, that's the full name of T3. They want to be on your Tier 3 scoring points to win Pokemon Unite. Of course, they are the team that qualify through Underdunk Weeklies. That is the Thursday night weeklies that was hosted here in North America. And this is a team that has been grinding since the very beginning of the 2025 season. And they were participating in a lot of the grassroots that I've been hosting on my various circuits, but this is a team that I love to cast. Zealot, Anon have been playing with each other since God Squad, I believe last year in 2024, and they have been one of the most consistent teams in North America. I'm excited to see where this team goes. They unfortunately did not qualify for the World Championship Series just yet, but I know they have been practicing quite well for the final stretch at the North American International Championships in just a couple of weeks.
Oh, NAC is going to be so exciting, buddy. And what a team they're going to be going there. It would not surprise me to see them come out on top. They have been locked in for the entirety of this season, and it shows it here. They came out underdog number 1, and they have been doing so well in the Master Series so far. So that's going to be our first matchup, Banis versus Team T3. Fu, I know you were so excited to cast this game. How interesting is this game going to be?
Yeah, just a disclaimer, I'm a big fan of T3, but also I was able to watch a bit of Banny gameplay in the qualifier stage, able to cast that out, and apparently they dropped the S for the sounds. Apparently it's just Banny, but we'll get confirmation on that. But they are an incredible team as well, and I think no better matchup than to start off today's long broadcast with I guess a fierce fight between two incredible teams, and they've both come first in their region in the qualifiers, one through Underdunk and the other one through your EU weeklies. And I think Ravage and I are going to take you guys through the draft stage for this match. I mean, Snorlax to get it started, Ravage. That's not on any of our list, is it?
Well, definitely you guys missed something. It was Snorlax. And Snorlax, I think it's a great defender right now. It's in a great position because once you ban Umbreon, Snorlax is the first pick. That people look forward and Leafeon. Now, Bannis definitely has something in mind because if they're taking the first pick and it's not going to be a defender or supporter, it's going to be that Blaziken. Again, one of the better all-rounders in the game right now. It is going to be a really interesting match because everything that we thought was broken, Bannis doesn't think so about that.
Well, the benefit of being on the purple side here for Banny is that you do get to first pick a Pokemon, and for them, it's going to be Nachos on that Blaziken. I really do like this pick. I mean, it was one of the bans that we talked about in the caster section. It is an incredible Pokemon in the late game for your secure as well. But I do think banning out something like a Leafeon just allows this Pokemon to have an easier time in the top path. Ravage, so that they can actually come online earlier on. And once it has access to all its moves, it's going to be spinning and winning.
Oh, definitely. And it's interesting to see Team Tier 3 as well. You don't see a Hoopa, you don't see a Blissey, but Inteleon that I pointed out earlier, it's a Pokemon that you actually don't want to go against because if it gets to level, if it gets a good free reign, if you're not diving into Inteleon, it deals a lot of damage from the back end. And again, another Pokemon that we think is broken, Umbreon is on the cards now.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I think having a Crustle there as well from Qatar, we've seen how good this player is on the Crustle. Is going to be putting up a show today. I also like the core that they've started off with, right? Having 3 decently bulky Pokemon will allow them to kind of sustain the snipes that Sobi will be sniping at them. But meanwhile, we do see more of that Death Ball comp coming out from Team T3. We do have Pure on the Trevenant, but Zelot picking up this Serena, which I think is another very underrated all-rounder at this point in time.
Oh, definitely. The only problem I see with Serena is that it comes online at level 6. You want Serena to be level 6 as soon as possible because then you can actually deal some damage. Garchomp, one of my favorite Pokemon on the side of Bannis. I love this Pokemon. I'm always going to support this Pokemon. And Mewtwo Y, again, a really strong pick in the bottom lane. Good DPS, good stun, good crowd control. This is going to be a good match because if you see, there's a lot of DPS on the side of Bannis and an overheat Blaziken. That means a secure. Is it gonna be a flip game at the Rayquaza?
Yeah, I do think that we're missing a bit of curse, though, coming out from Team T3. There is a lot of Pokemon with a decent sustain, and if they can't get through this support Umbreon, it might have a tough time in that latter portions. Maybe in the final stretch, when the Rayquaza is out, is there going to be enough damage? That's what I'm asking of T3 to kind of take down something like a level 14 Garchomp, right? And Nachos on that Blaziken as well. A Pokemon that you really want to take down before you go for something like a flip with your Absol. Definitely something to watch. But Haizaki going to end off their roster with a Mewtwo Y, and instead of your normal XP share, it's going to be that damaged XP share, damaged Mewtwo Y.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a damage Mewtwo Y. And another thing, this game is giving me some season 1 wise. If you remember, a level 10 Garchomp just running rampant on the fields, livid outrage, and everything just goes down. It seems like a game like that because Absol cannot sustain a Garchomp ult. Inteleon cannot sustain a Garchomp ult. And the tree that I'm seeing, the Trevenant, is it going to be enough to actually stop the bulk that is on side of Bannis?
Well, the good thing is on that team, Pure is really good on the defenders, especially on Trevenant as well. So keen to see how they will play it and which type of Trevenant they will actually go for. Most of the time, we are going to be expecting that Horn Leech, but they can turn it around with a Curse on that Trevenant, because if they have something like a Curse Bangle or something like that, they'll be able to allow them to provide that curse effect onto all the Pokemon in that range, right? We're going to get started off with our first match of the day, Rabbit. Team Orange absolutely against the team in the central area. I can't wait to see what these teams get up to.
I think Absol has a good level 5 gank here. It has a good damage, good burst damage. If it positions itself well in the top lane, if it does go to the top lane, it will have an advantage. But let's now, we're seeing the Clef actually dunking some scores here, because you need to dunk as a Cleffa. You need to get that level 4, and you also need to get your top laner to a good position here. Garchomp actually pushing up front to the tier 1 here. T3 will have to wait for the T3 to come up, because right now the tier 1 is in danger. Garchomp is dealing a lot of damage to Dan Serena, and he's not gonna continue the fight. He'll have to go back and look at this Cleffa. He's actually going a lot deeper than we have ever expected.
Yeah, I do think this is very smart coming out from Ty as well, though. You know that you're going to be probably going to be taken down here, but if you do manage to delay a bit of time, maybe pull some of the members from Banny away from it as teams get set up for these 850 birds coming up very, very soon. Clefairy, so trying to make their way onto the top side. We will have a 2v2 conventional bottom, but with a huge push there, that allows Banny to take the entire farm for themselves.
Yeah, that is one of the advantages that you have with Combuskin, right? You can always put the birds up on your side, and with the Garchomp, you have enough DPS to finish them off before anything else can arrive in time. And with no Cleffa there, you had nothing to actually tank the damage there. So it was a good decision to actually let the bees go, let the birds go, and just focus on keeping yourself alive. Because as long as your jungler is alive, you're still in the game.
Well, speaking of focusing up, we will have some Pokemons evolving down in the bottom part there. You can see now Pure coming up just to help out. Goodbye is incredibly strong, especially in the early game, and with an Umbreon now online. It is going to be another fight for these 8 minutes. Altaria family can see teams converging in. Pure hiding in the bush already. And we're going to have a clashing straight away. It's going to be a Wood Hammer into the overheat. And Nachos gets a bit of those farm. But, well, we finally will have Zealot online now. They take down Absol, though, coming up from Batty. And the spin to win from Zealot will keep themselves sustained for the beginning of this fight. Yang not able to connect with that Dragon Rush will mean that Team T3 get to fight another day.
Oh, that was a bad interaction for Team 3-3, I would say, because you're losing your jungler, you're losing your Absol. That's the highest level Pokemon on your team. You're giving enough experience, and now you're not in a good position to actually take the Beast fight at 720. If you're looking, they're still pushing up on top, and Inteleon goes down once again. That's the second time it's going down, I believe, and going in so deep, finally taking down that Gabite, and you're finally getting some scores in. This is very crucial for Team T3 here. They needed those levels. Now they're getting the tier. They're leaving it at 1. So if they're gonna break it, they're gonna do a good over dunk here, and the levels are finally back on the side of T3. Level 9 on the Absol. That means we have the Unite. He's gonna rotate to the bot lane, and they're gonna take the fight here at the Reggie. It's a Reggie Rock, so it's gonna be important for Team T3 to actually secure this here. That Absol does with that Unite, an amazing secure here, and this is gonna be a push for the side of T3.
Oh, this is really important for T3 here, especially since their comp is so dependent on having that snowball effect, right? They find 2 from Absol, and now they look for more. Anon absolutely popping off there with the secure as well. Side Strike gets blocked on by Pure. They still look for more there with the style coming out from your Umbreon. Cheeky little fire from Ty will allow them to get out of there. So we'll be playing that Follow Me. I think a ton of value has been gained from T3, but they will find the Absol in the midst of it all. And here comes Yang with the Livid Outrage, though. They get the explosion on the Clefairy as well, just to keep themselves sustained. But with that, we do find a huge snipe from Sobi, and they take out Garchomp.
The Garchomp going down is gonna be big for them. It was the only Pokemon with Unite right now. Yes, Blaziken does have his Unite, but it Unite doesn't function in the conventional way that we think it would. And now the fight at the top is gonna be in the favor of Team D3, I believe. They're actually gonna push on the bees. Serena is very tanky right now. It gets a lot of lifesteal. It has a lot of way to sustain itself. Look at that shield. It just keeps going. Absol is there. He has a lot of burst damage. The main thing to note out here is Absol has his Unite back on. Inteleon has his Unite. They're gonna go for the secure right now.
Oh, well, they tried their best right with that Midnight Slash, but the overheat from the Blaziken is going to be a better secure there. And now we're going to have 4 members of T3 up in the top part, trying to knock this Regieleki down. They will see an opportunity now from Banny. They're going to come through with the infamous Cyburn. The Regieleki will crash as the 6th member, providing them that scoring, which they really need, Ravage, to get back into the game. We have a Rubble Rouser down in the bottom from Qatar, just trying to defend out members. Rock Tomb comes through, but Pure gets a good score in, and they punish Absol for that engagement. Pure still trying to get out here, but we have a Mega Mewtwo Y from Hazaki, and they're going to be able to find Tie-Dye as well, and only trading in the Frustle for that engagement.
Oh, that was a good engagement for Panis. They're getting the levels back on their side. They're actually getting, they're trying to get the objective as soon as possible. Again, basically trying to secure with that overheat, but it was Mewtwo who actually got the secure on that Regice. And after that, you have a little bit of healing, but I don't think any team is going to go for an engage right now. It's 4:24 on the clock. They're going to farm their Unite. 3:30 is the last time you're going to use your Unite as a team. A good score, a good dunk here from the Trevenant. Make sure the T1 goes down for Banis, and it's going to be a counter push from the side of Banis with the Regice buff, and they're taking down the Trevenant. The Clefable does not stand a chance here. Is the Inteleon going to stick here, trying to get something out, and he might not go down here. Mega Mewtwo Y, not enough damage to actually take down that Inteleon. He had to retreat there.
Yeah, but the damage has been done. 207 now. Banny take back the lead in their favor. And I like to say every action has an equal and opposite reaction. What a response coming in from Banny. They take that Regice as well. Provides them a little bit of that HP recovery. And that next fight going to be up in the top path as this Regieleki is going to come through. We will have Pure trying to get vision for the team though, as we're still a little bit reluctant as taking that positioning on the top side. You can see Bannis is more proactive. They're going to start ripping this Regieleki.
Right, but that is, I can see they have a lot of DPS. As I said before, they have the DPS, they have the secure. It's going to be very hard for a T3 to actually get to the objective. They have, if they are delayed by like 3 seconds or so, the objective is already half gone. If you're not there on time, you're just gonna give up on the objective. They have the secure, they have the DPS. There's no way you're gonna compete with something like that. With the ults on something like a Garchomp and on Crustle and on Umbreon, it's gonna be hard for T3 to actually engage on that fight. 250 on the clock, still 50 seconds to go. I would still think Garchomp would need a level 13 to actually do a lot of damage in the game. Level 14 Blaziken is amazing. Absol also needs the level 13 here. So I don't think it's a good time for T3 to actually go for the objective. But they are deciding to actually fight for this objective. They're not going to farm. Inteleon actually snipes out that Blaziken. It's going to be a big fight in here. All 5 men down from both the teams. And Regirock is actually secured uncontested by this arena.
Yeah, what a fantastic snipe from Sobi there. Really just taking the chunk out of Banny, and with that Blaziken gone, the best place to go is a little bit closer to your pads and, you know, give up whatever Reggie's going to come out for Team T3. We'll have an incredibly close final stretch for everyone watching at home, folks. I mean, we are 2 points apart. Levels are quite on par. All eyes are on this Blaziken and also the Garchomp. Maybe looks for a flank here up in the top side, but so is Zealot as well. We will have Serena making that first move. They will give vision now of themselves. I'm not sure whether they picked up where Yang was just yet, Ravage, but a huge poke on Qatar will send them maybe going back a little bit. No connection from Pure either, but with a side strike, perhaps we get something. Sobi is hitting these snipes as they take down Mewtwo to begin the fight. They have the advantage now from T3, and they're not going to waste that all. We're going to start off with this enragement of this Rayquaza, as we now have Qatar getting caught out, Rubble Rouser taken out in the fight, as we have now the Queenly Ascendant going on to Yang. Livid Outrage now to match that, and we have a huge stun going on in. Zealot still tries to stay in the fight. Fly comes out from Tie-Dye, but the Blazing gets put in. Huge overheat as well, though. But Garchomp is the first to fall. They get traded out for Zealot as well. The fight continues. We still have T3 in the lead. No, Ravage, scratch that. It's a 3v3 once again. And this fight will continue for the next minute.
I believe you need to look at that Inteleon. If no one actually dives on that Inteleon and is doing a lot of damage from the back end, a Snipe Shot and Garchomp goes down. A Snipe Shot and Umbreon is on half HP. You cannot engage on half HP when you're going against 3 Pokemon. Now the thing is, it's a close battle. Both the teams saw it's a close battle. And again, the fight is on. The Unites are getting in. Mewtwo actually blazing and going down that arena. It's the advantage. They're trading Pokemons here. Every team is going down one by one. Two Pokemon down for the team banners. T3 is in the lead here. They might try to actually secure the Rayquaza. No one knows who's in the lead. No one is going for the score. They don't know that Banis is in the lead right now. 40 seconds to go. All they know that it was a close battle. 3 people down from the side of Team Banis. Garchomp will not be able to survive this if Crystal scores. Team Banis will win and Crystal will not score, but will Absol score? I don't think he scored. It's going to be Team Banis who's going to win the match with 2 points.
Oh my god, heartbreak central for Team T3. You're exactly right. They did not know who was in the lead. It was a close battle for sure. And with 2 points, Banny come out on top in our first game of today's finals. Quarterfinals does not change how close that was. I mean, from the get-go, it seemed like T3 had the momentum, Ravage. They came out flying. I mean, Azelot and Pure were so large in terms of the levels to begin with, right? We had a huge secure down the bottom path as well on that Reggie. But somehow, someway, the experience from Banny brought them back to that game. And then they had a really good engagement up on top side after they got the Regieleki. And then with that points lead, coming out into the final stretch, Ravage, I mean, what a way to end our first game.
Oh, this is the way you want the tournament to start. If this is how the tournament's gonna start, just imagine how it's gonna end. Winning by 2 points without the Rayquaza, the team keeps on fighting again and again on the pit, and no one is actually ready to actually give all the kills. No one is actually committing everything they have, just try to secure the Rayquaza, because all they see is it's a close battle. No one knows who's on there. It's a coin flip for both of them. They don't know who's gonna win the match, but they're not actually actually committing to the fight here. You see the fight going on here in the replay. The fight been committed, and the Absol goes back, comes in. As soon as the Absol dies, everyone goes back. Your jungler is dead, you go back, you don't have the enough damage to actually take down the other Pokemon. The same thing is happening for Banner's side as well. Once your Garchomp goes down, once your Mewtwo goes down, people are actually falling back. They're waiting for the entire team to be there. That means you have a specific role to play in the team, and people are waiting for you to play that role for you. That's a great commitment.
Yeah, it's I guess it's just a really unfortunate as well, right? We had a good engagement coming out from Anon at the end there, where they were able to take out the Blaziken on the Garchomp rather, but they just had too many points to score at the end. If they just had 1 or 2 points, it would just double up and they would have taken that game number 1. So things happen reason, the play of the game. We'll go to Nachos there on the Blaziken. They definitely had a huge impact, especially with those eject overheats as well. And once you are online on this Pokemon, I mean, secure should come pretty easy. So big shout out to Nachos for taking our play of the game for our first game.
Oh, well, for me, definitely it was. And Anon was playing so good. With that Absol, you need to be very precise with your macro and your micro. You need to know which duels you're actually going to win. And Anon was so good with that Absol. He knew exactly where he needed to position himself. He knew exactly when to use his ult, when to use his skill, and when to actually back off. Even if you see in the final fight, it was Anon who was going back in like 10% of his HP. And he needed to come back in order to save the Inteleon. Because if the Inteleon goes down, that is going to just rip the Rayquaza. There's nothing you have on your side that can actually secure the Rayquaza. So he's very mechanically strong on that Pokemon, and I really loved his gameplay. For me, he's going to be the MVP of this match.
Yeah, definitely. I think these teams play incredibly well, and obviously we can only pick one play of the game on the screen, but I'm glad you've got someone on the other team as well. So a fantastic start to today's broadcast. I mean, how hype is it that we're at the Red Bull Gaming Center, Ravage? I mean, able to produce something like a Pokemon Unite tournament from Engage that is, so exciting, because we both love Pokemon Unite, right? But now at one of the biggest stages in the world. I mean, how does that make you feel though? That we're on the big screen and these players they're playing, and for our first game it was just 2 points on one of the biggest stages. I mean, that it's indescribable, isn't it?
Well, all I can say is that I have been casting for past 8 hours or so. I have passed in the grand finals today for the India region, and this is still the best moment of the day for me. That a team wins by 2 points on a big screen like the Red Bull Dome here in London, and that's amazing to think that the first game that people are going to see is going to be this game. This is what Pokemon Unite sets standard for. This is what you should be expecting if you're looking at Pokemon Unite. The level of competition here is going to be tough for you. If you want to get into it, you need to deal with teams like these.
Yeah, definitely. And I think this is great news actually for us because T3 is not a team to go down without a fight. And having
Right.
come so close to taking out the first game, I do feel like in the second game, T3 will have something up their sleeves, maybe adapting to what Banny has thrown them in that first game. Now, they've decided to switch the sides here. T3 on that purple side against the Banny, and they're going to be starting off the bans with a Blissey, and it looks like in return, Leafeon's gonna stay banned out from Banny as well.
Oh, definitely. Leafeon, there's something with Leafeon that banners have. Maybe it's the snowball effect that it creates in the early game that they're not comfortable with. Or maybe it's just that Leafeon is a very sneaky Pokemon. It goes around in bushes and just uses its ult on whoever it wants. Snorlax, again, Bandis has a strategy here. They're not scared of Hoopa. They're not scared of Suicune. They're not scared of Umbreon. They're just gonna ban the two Pokemons that they don't feel comfortable playing against, which is great. And you see the Suicune coming up. For me, Suicune is still the most broken Pokemon in the meta right now.
Yeah, I'm really actually surprised that they kept with that Snorlax ban. Like, I understand from the top side, you have a bit more freedom to maybe do a respect ban, but giving away Suicune could be a mistake that can cost them a game if they're not careful. Suicune does not need to be a damage bot path Pokemon at all. I mean, XP share makes this Pokemon still be as crazy to go up against as possible. You have your Ice Beam, you have your Whirlpool that gives you pretty much an instant stun and a very prolonged stun if you have your Unite move as well. Zealot picking up the Blaziken this time, taking away from them, and Tie-Dye going back onto the Clefable as well. I do like to see here that Hasaki has taken the Inteleon away from Sobi, so they will have to be playing some other attack at this game.
Oh, definitely. And the Venusaur pick coming in, that's interesting for me. I haven't seen a single Venusaur the entire day. So it's going to be an interesting match for me. Yang actually going with that Crystal. He's probably going to switch with something else. Anon. So this is going to be an interesting match for Anon. T3 needs to come back here. It's going to be go big or go home time. You need to win this. Oh, I think it's a double elimination. So they won't be going home. But you're going to give up on the winner's side of the brackets. So they definitely want to stay in the game. They want to win this one because Banis just now has to score 2 more goals more than what T3 scores, and they're going to qualify for the next round in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, yet again, a lot of tank coming out from Banny, right? 3 defenders on their team, and also this Venusaur that perhaps will be a Giga Drain and a Petal Dance Venu. It might be coming out. I just look at the builds here. They have Rapid Scout, Focus Band, and a Spoon, and also the Full Heal. Perhaps going to be running it down. Even though it's going to be Tie-Dye on that Clefable, I think they are trusting Saz and obviously Yang on the Blastoise to take a lot of the frontline pressure, and Crustle can do its own thing, can participate in the fight, but can also go around and stop some of these scores perhaps coming in from Anon as well. Will like this Talonflame matchup into that Inteleon, but the problem is, can you get out once you dive right in, Ravage, don't you think?
So that's the problem I see with Venusaur here. You don't have anything that can heal you. And the great thing I see here, not the great thing, but an interesting thing, the Umbreon is actually running an attack weight and a focus band with that XP share. So it's not a tank that you're playing. It's an aggressive Umbreon. You're just putting an XP share there to make sure that you're not losing that 30% extra experience, right? So they're always going for that attacking comp. You're always going for that aggressive comp. Even your defender is going to deal a lot of damage. If you remember, when Umbreon actually came out, people were actually running him in the top lane with that foul play set, right? So it's gonna deal a lot of damage. It's there to deal damage. People have actually tried to damage Umbreon. So you're just giving up 1 damage item for an XP share, but you're still running the stacks item. So if you're running the stacks, you can still actually boost your attack by a significant amount.
Well, I think Ravage there, the attack weight stat is actually going to be boosting their healing. A lot of Umbreons love it. Attack weight will allow the Wish to keep this Venusaur up and running just for a little bit longer, right? I want to keep everyone's attention to the recent patch that really changed up Venusaur. Giga Drain allowing you to have so much more sustain in that latter portions of the game will allow this Pokemon to be kind of like a raid boss at the end to fight. But that's going to be in another 10 minutes as we look at the early game here. Torchic playing very safe here, coming out from Zealot, and they're going to be giving away some free stacks for this little Eevee as Saz looks for that level 4.
Right, so EV once it gets to level 4, it's gonna be an Umbreon, and that's gonna be really good. Top lane Blasters, I've seen a lot of top lane Blasters today, and let's be honest, it did not perform very well in my game. Let's see how it performs here against the Blaziken, and it's actually gonna dominate the Blaziken a lot. It's already level 4, the Blaziken. It's winning the lane right now, but once it gets to level 5, the Torchic, once it evolves into Combuskin, it's gonna have a great advantage at the beast. Is it gonna get level 5? That's gonna be something that I'll need to see. Level 4 Squirtle, it's not going to be good enough to actually fight in the lane. It's not going to have enough damage. Its damage actually not going to scale that much. 4-man top push from T3. They needed that level up, and the Umbreon actually is going to get a little bit stunned, but it's going to stay alive for the time being.
Well, this is really a classic rotation coming out from T3, isn't it? It just really allows Combuskin to do a little bit more. Huge find on that Drizzle on the bottom part here, though, but Qatar will have another problem there in the form of a Mewtwo, as Sobi just not managing to take them down, and Qatar comes out on top and really saves himself from any more damage coming out from the Suicune, who has rotated down on top side, though. More problems for Zila as they're just struggling to get the levels away from 2 members. Still waiting for Tide to come online as well. And with that farm, they're just shy of it. And I'm not too sure whether they can actually contest this Altaria farm in the middle.
Yeah, definitely. And look at it, Umbreon. It's actually going to chase the Talon Flame a little bit. It's not going to get... so if Talon was there, if you see a Talon in the opposite team, wouldn't you want your Umbreon to actually go for something like a mean look? Because you don't want Talon to actually run away from you. That it does a lot. Even if you're looking at the Combuskin, you don't want Combuskin to dive, right? You don't want your Blaziken to dive into your attackers. So wouldn't you think mean look would have been a better choice here for Umbreon?
Well, I do think Mean looks a little bit hard into something like a Suicune, right? And if you can't really reach a Pokemon that can stun out your team with Mean Look, Foul Play just gives you that extra range there. We're going to have another push coming through, but Venusaur was already so huge. Nacho's running it down now with the Petal Dance available. And if they will have the opportunity to run at the Suicune, maybe take them down, that's probably going to be the priority play here. We will have more members from Vanny up the top path, but instead of pushing it, they will go more towards this middle side of the map, perhaps looking for a pick first before they choose exactly what path they want to go. Fly comes in, doesn't connect unfortunately, and the Full Heal actually gets baited out from Nacho.
Look at the Umbreon.
No real fight there, right?
here.
Yeah, well, they're going to go back to the pad now as we wait for the Unite moves to come up. But while that's happening, can you see the sneakily has done Registeel Ravage, and they've got taken away with this attack damage boost for the starting of this game, number 2.
Right, and I was saying the Umbreon is playing beautifully. It's tanking every move that's been thrown at the Venusaur, and that's what you want from a supporter and defender, right? You want them to actually frontline for you, to actually tank all the damage here, and the Venusaur is alive right now with so much damage on the side of Team 3 because Umbreon is there. It's tanking everything. It's beautiful to look at that Umbreon play. Very good positioning, very good, maintaining that parallel lines, the basic concept of MOBA. I'm just loving this Umbreon right now. It's going to be our favorite player of the day. Talon goes down, a good shot from Inteleon up there. The Clefairy will need to back off a little bit, and I think that is, again, a lot of DPS on their side. I think they're going to be the easy it's going to be an easy secure on the Inteleon. For that, Rezilekan they might be able to push the tier 1 here. Blastoise 3 Unite to the side of Vanis, and this is going to touch 40 down, dodging the Talon Flame Unite with that score, and then pushing the tier 2. Is it viable to push tier 2 here?
Well, I mean, they're so large in terms of levels now, right? They absolutely just consume the 3 members of T3 there. They get a 30 score in as well. So a very different game coming out from Banny in the start of our game number 2 compared to the first one. Very aggressive, and it's definitely paying off right here. Z-Lock trying to dodge the stun coming off from Azaki. Ultimately will fall to the Rock Tomb of Qatar, and just, I mean, we're looking for an opportunity now if you're going to beat T3. They're looking to get the Unite moves at least for the next fight, so they have it on par. You can see all members of Banny have the Unite moves available. So this next fight, if it's not going very well, Banny will continue with that snowball. So something for T3 to note here as we get prepared for this basement Reggie Ravage.
I still think T3 will need to take down that Inteleon. Can you see how much damage it's doing from the back end? And it's a little bit of trouble for the Combuskin on the top. It's not Combuskin, it's the Blaziken. Blastoise actually commits his Unite move to try to save itself. I think if it keeps the Blaziken busy, that's a good enough job done from the end of Blastoise. Blastoise finally goes down. Inteleon, again, taking down that Talent Flame survives with just a sliver of an HP, goes back, uses his Unite move, a lot of damage still coming up from the Inteleon, the Mewtwo goes down, Venusaur is here for the DPS, Crystal is here, the Secure is here in the form of Inteleon, another objective going in the favor of Bandits. Talent Flame tried, and Talent Flame went back home again.
Yeah, Talonflame had to go back to say hi to Nurse Joy, and unfortunately this is the problem I talked about in the draft screen. The Talonflame can go in, can bypass all the defenses, but will it be able to get out from the snipe coming out from Hazaki, from the Crustle coming in? But as I say this, we will have Nachos going down first, we'll have Qatar following suit very soon, and this might be the window of opportunity T3 is looking for. They're looking for a fight up in this tier 1 path. They go in, but the Hydro Typhoon delays this fight. The Flamestream coming back in, trying to deal some damage as well. But a massive Whirlpool stun onto 2 members will chunk down heavily on the side of Banny, and they're going to be able to successfully break that bot path. And let's see whether they get punished for it. Robson goes in, Overheat chunks down 2 members, and there goes a non-picking of a Chaos Shook of 2, and they're going to be trying to push this tier 2. Might be a bit of a suspect situation, because we are getting to that point where we should probably save the United moves for the final stretch.
When was the last time we saw a fight last for so long? It was such a long fight, it just kept on pushing, they kept on getting kills. Because the problem was that everyone was coming one by one. There were 2 defenders at one point, then one more came, the Crystal went down, the Umbreon went down, the Blastoise came in trying to use his Unite move, it went down, then people are actually just coming one by one and they're just giving away the knockouts here. Umbreon actually it's gonna be another engage, it's gonna be a good engage from the side of Paris. One player goes down, Suicune is down, no more stun coming from T3, and it's gonna be a good trade if you're taking down Suicune, Mewtwo and Blaziken and surviving with 3 members of your team, all 3 being, most of them being the attackers on your side.
Yeah, that was a decent trade. I'm just checking the Unite move meter here, and it seems like no one has actually used it. There was great discipline for both these teams, and now they're going to be struggling to get back into the Rayquaza pit for our final fight of our game number 2. I mean, it's so important here, right? Especially for Team T3, if they want to stay in the winner's bracket here. They need to take down at least this game to give themselves a fighting chance. Now, Poke coming out from Hazaki. We will have a raid boss in the form of Nachos, level 13 Venusaur. They've got the enhanced pedal dance. They have a huge area of damage that they can impart. But they know they're in the lead, Ravage. They don't need to make a move just yet. They focus on poking out the enemy team. And if they get lucky and take down one, they might be able to run down the rest of the team. But here comes a Z-Lock coming in. They get trapped from the rock tomb there. No real engagement. Everyone just really baiting in. Maybe a bit of musical chairs going on. We have to wait for a stun before they actually engage.
Right, because you have Umbreon, and you see the stun coming up here, everyone is going back, they know they're in the lead, they don't need to burn it all, and Team T3 actually knows they cannot burn it as long as Inteleon is there. The fight actually starts to engage, it's Venusaur, the engage is on Venusaur, Rapid Spin Blastoise actually going in, a lot of Unites being committed, Talent Flame goes down, Mewtwo goes down, no one is down for the side of Paris this time, Suicune is down, no more stuns! Everyone is it's gonna be a team wipe, a clean team wipe from the side of Banis. I think the game is done and dusted right now, Pooh. It's gonna be Banis who's gonna move to the 2nd tier of the winner's bracket.
Well, they say patience is key, and patience was exactly what Nachos had there in mind. They were able to use all that time while T3 was now pushed down in the bottom side of the raid pit to hide in that left pixel bush. And then with an instant verdant anger, they were able to take down one of the most important players of T3 for that secure. Blazing going down just meant that they were able to really rip up the rest of the team apart. So well done to Banis, what a great fight there, but yet again, having a level 13 Venusaur is just so hard to take down, isn't it?
Right, if you don't have the right counters to Venusaur, you actually won't be able to take him down. Once the Venusaur actually engaged, it was the entire team of Banis was waiting for that engage to come. Everyone was waiting, everyone had their Unites, everyone had their skills reserved for that engage to come. Once everyone committed on that Venusaur, level 13 Petal Dance, it's a lot of damage you have to go through. It's like a Rocky helmet in itself, a real literal Rocky helmet, and it was doing a lot of damage. Look at that MVP score, 7 knockouts, 9 assists, that's a lot. Look at that engage here. Once everyone got engaged, the skills coming up, look at, this is before the engage actually started. This is where the engage actually started. Right. So I think this is the first game, right? Serena was not here in this moment. This was the
Yeah,
first
we're
game.
just getting a
So, yeah.
we're just getting a
We're getting
revisit
a
for the
replay of the
first game
first
there,
game.
but
So if we
but
see
here
the
we go.
second
This is
game,
the second
yeah,
game.
yeah, this is the second game. The Venusaur comes in, and we'll wait until it gets to the second 2 minute mark. And the only thing you'll see is that every time Inteleon is on the field, it was connecting the snipes on the Mewtwo. The Mewtwo was going half HP. Clipable had to use its skill to actually heal the Mewtwo. So when you're actually in a team fight, Clipable's moves are on cooldown. So you'll have to wait for that Clipable to be on the position to heal you again. So that's going to be the difference that Inteleon creates in your team, right? That the difference that snipe shots create, the range that it has. Because you're not targeting the Inteleon right away. You'll have to go to the front line first.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's exactly why the Talonflame was picked there, I think, from T3. And as we mentioned before, although it's a decent matchup against it, the problem is once you land, you've got so many other Pokemons with that aerial effect, right? We have Crustle coming in, putting in pressure. We have a Spins Blastoise coming through as well. And to make matters worse, if you're going to go right into Petal Dance, it might be hard to get out of that fight. You can see a great Endless Icy Spike coming out from the Suicune, but it just wasn't enough stun to delay the effects of the Hydro Typhoon. And once they're all knocked up, this is where the rest of Banny came in to really clean up. And I think first game, obviously, very aggressive start for T3, but the second game just felt all about Banny. They were good from the get-go, and it's just so hard to find a window of opportunity back in. So congratulations to Nachos yet again, back-to-back player of the game. Venusaur here with 9 assists, score of nearly 200, and a huge 83,000 damage done by this Venusaur.
Oh, definitely. I'm loving the Venusaur. I'm going to play it in my games now. And the best thing I see about Banners here is that everyone is playing in such a great sync. The coordination in the team is so good. Everyone is there to actually protect that Venusaur. If someone is diving on the Venusaur, there's Umbreon attacking the dives. There's Blastoise with its Unite move. There's Crustle. If you're trying to get to the Venusaur, you'll have to get through 3 defenders. That's a lot to commit for any team. And if you're committing that much on the defenders, then definitely you're getting a lot of damage dealt to you by that backlane, by that Venusaur itself, by the defenders that are doing a lot of damage. All of these are DPS-based defenders. They're doing a lot of damage on themselves, and they're protecting the Venusaur. It's a great strategy from Banners. I'm just loving the way EU players are playing today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is stuff to learn, right? But all is not lost for T3. They will have a chance in the losers bracket now, but it is going to be Banny moving on to the semi-finals of today's series here. What a great start for our folks at home watching, right, for our first set of the day. We'll be right back, folks, as we have the next set about to be underway very, very soon. To my understanding, it is going to be Aegis Flames against Revelation, which is a very, very spicy matchup for sure. We're going to keep the action coming on today, but take this time, grab a snack, grab a drink. We'll be right back as more action to come in today's Master Series.
I trust in God won't be a dollar that can make me change. I got that power, I could get anything. I got that power, I could get anything. Where do I begin? I see the hate, they don't wanna see me win. Bank deposits, I got more coming in. Top down, throw the money in the wind. I don't want it all. Heard he scammer, had to switch up the accounts. Moving paper, gotta call it my account. It's all in, I can have it coming out. Been through the struggle, I can see another drought.
Please do not get in my way. You cannot drive in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not popping the brakes. And I'm not popping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving slow when it's speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Bringing the fire. I just been bringing the. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the. I got the fuel in my veins. Trust me, I'm making a name. We are not one and the same. I am on top of the game. I cut out the line on my brakes, and that's why the drive is insane. Heart of a champ, adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. I'm too competitive, I like the narrative, I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with that isn't competitive, top of the throne it is me. How you moving slow when it's speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the. They thought I was underdog. I did not fear not one of y'all. They thought I was underdog. I did not fear not one of y'all. They thought I was underdog. I do not fear not one of y'all. They thought I was underdog. I did not fear not one of y'all. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne it is me. How you moving slow when it's speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me. Been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Flipping the script from my old ways. Flick up the switch, I'm in flow state. Commas, I'm going through grown pains. I wasn't used to being so gross. I tighten the threads at a crochet. I wake up the cushion, some OJ. The last tape I dropped was a rollway. It's yellow, I swear it's a Coldplay. Viva la vida, I'm swiping the visa. We working, I'm taking off no days. Cause we throwing shots like a gun range. So we finally make it to front page. A head full of dreams, some breath for the schemes. A heart that been feeling like it's a machine. I'm pushing extremes, cause I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees. Yeah, stay on my P's, get hate off my body like it's a disease. I'm walking off after we taking the lead. She call me Big Papi, I'm David Ortiz. It's what you've been waiting to see. There's moments where you gotta take it or leave. And I'm taking everything, some call it greed, but I call it living out what you believe. And I've been believing since no one was seeing the vision board. Racing with fate all my life, a collision course. Fighting with snakes, I'm a lion like Gryffindor. I be asking permission for it. This type of shit what we breaking tradition for. Clearing the mission, don't care who the victim. I'm dying for all that I'm living for. Flipping the script from my old ways. Flick up the switch, I'm in flow state. Commas, I'm going through grown pains. I wasn't used to being so gross. I tighten the threads at a crochet. I wake up the cushion, some OJ. The last tape I dropped was a rollway. It's yellow, I swear it's a Coldplay. Viva la vida, I'm swiping the visa. We working, I'm taking off no days. Cause we throwing shots like a gun range. So we finally make it to front page. A head full of dreams, some breath for the schemes. A heart that been feeling like it's a machine. I'm pushing extremes, cause I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees. Yeah.
Hello trainers and welcome back. That was a very interesting set. I did not expect Banny to be able to take that one 2-0 against Team T3, but they were so aggressive in that one, Drake. It was so interesting to see how these teams are going all out here already today.
In my opinion, I said this in the back room as well. I think individually the players are about of equal skill. I think I do give the edge over T3 since they've been a team that's been playing together for all of the UCS season this year. But it just shows you the prowess of each of these teams, right? T3, as consistent as they are in kind of a smaller fish with or a smaller pond with some very big fish, and Banis is no stranger to that.
No, very, very true. And one of the biggest fishes in the NA pond will be coming up after this next set, being the Orange Juicers. But now we've got Aegis Flames versus Revelation. Now, Revelation have been probably my favorite team here for the Master Series, buddy. I think they've been extremely impressive. Every time I've seen them, they have been dominating. I marked them to be the one to win their group, to be the one to win probably the entire thing, which would be a mountain to climb. We've got some massive names here in the Master Series. But I just think they've been ridiculously impressive. Dispenza has been ridiculously good. The whole team has just been really good to watch. So I don't know. Of course, you can never count out Aegis Flames, a very well-known team, a very passionate team. But this is going to be a really interesting matchup.
Yeah, I agree as well. Revelation is a team from North America. We'll get the teams up here in just a second. We can introduce them. But just before we introduce the teams again, Revelation has been a team I believe it has been playing for most of the UCS season this year. But, going up against Aegis Flames, for those of you that are not super familiar with some of the teams in the Latin America region, this is a team that has qualified to the World Championship Series in Brazil. And mind you, this is a very stacked region of the likes of, for example, DMX. That is, can't recall the DreamHack Esports. There we go, DreamHack Esports in that region. We also have 2Z Esports in that region doing so well at LAIC and also at EUIC this previous year. This is a team that has beat out both of them to qualify for the World Championship Series, right? So this is definitely a team that, in my opinion, out of Group C is the best of the four.
Oh, 100%. As we have a look at these team profiles. So here for Aegis Flames, it's Leo Zin and Faraz, who apparently is the oldest on the team. It's quite a young team here. Dugamez, and then I've missed the other two, but let me try and get this up so I can talk through it anyway. It's going to be Dugamez, The Mats, Doozebomb, and Caxola there as the sub for Aegis Flames.
I probably should have introduced that last year. I apologize, Todd. I can go ahead and do it. Revelation. This is a team that qualified through to the Master Series top 8 through the Open qualifiers last weekend. So they have been playing quite a bit of Pokemon Unite over the last 2 weeks to qualify to this point in the tournament. But their team, Lunier, Dispenza, Celestial, Oblivion, and Bora Reach, just going over their full names there. But definitely this team has some very big power hitters. Celestial previously on TTV, qualified to the World Championship Series multiple times. We also have Oblivion, who was previously on LG a couple of years ago, and Lunier and Dispenza really have had an outstanding season. I would say the breakout season this UCS season.
Little interesting fact for you as well that the team wanted to let us know. Dispenza can apparently touch his nose with his tongue. So, yeah, I mean, fair play. Anyway, as we go on into the bans here, buddy, Hooper, Snorlax, Suicune, and Blissey taken out of the game. I think Fu was onto something with banning out the disruptors of crowd control, and it is going to be the Psyduck that gets picked up as the first pick here for Aegis Flames.
Lunia in the top path is going to be picking up that Blaziken, most recently gotten buffed in the most recent balance patch. I believe getting more shielding on the stance change, also a little bit more slow from Focus Blast, but generally just a really strong Pokemon once they get to level 7 and level 8 in particular, that stage 3 evolution. But in order to get there, they need quite a bit of experience, and Torchic in the early game, and even Compuskin, not the best early game presence.
No, can definitely be difficult to get to those higher stages, especially if that happens. Aegis Flames locks in the Leafeon. We know the power of this Pokemon here, Drake, who gets that level 4 Evo very quickly and is likely going to be pushing those lanes just before the 9-minute mark. That's a lot of oppression going over to Revelation from the get-go.
Yeah, I would say Leafeon is probably the epitome of the speedster role. Of course, it is a classified speedster Pokemon, but it gets online very early. It gets a very impactful, very bursty Unite move. It is kind of the poster child of what an assassin Pokemon would look like, but like other speedsters in the game, if you don't have a level advantage in the middle to latter halves of the game, you can really lose a lot of impact towards that portion of the game. We're going to go ahead and round out their roster with a Serena and a Mew, two very highly skilled and technical Pokemon coming out to play for Aegis Flames.
I really like the way that these comps are shaping up here, buddy. Aegis Flames got themselves a really nicely balanced comp, great early game, and then the Serena to really round out that mid to late game. Revelation with Celestial locking in the Zero Aura as well, another epitome of that speedster sort of role. Although, I mean, I'd probably say, past couple of seasons, it has been quite dominant, especially with these pro players showing us how to drag people in using that discharge moveset that they use. This is going to be a great matchup, buddy. We have Bora there on the Miraidon looking for the range for Revelation. It's going to be Dugamez doing the same here for Aegis Flames, but then they have that all-rounder for the front line. Oblivion's going to be there on the Umbreon to also frontline for Revelation, and it's going to be about stopping this Leafeon, breaking through those lines early and getting those very good picks onto those squishies.
Yeah, I want to talk really briefly about this 10th pick from Revelation. Celestial on this Zeraora. Celestial, in my opinion, is one of the most interesting players in the 10th pick slot. He has some very interesting aces up his sleeve. I know him mostly for specifically a Night Slash Zoroark, another Z Pokemon in there. But pulling out a Zeraora is also very unique in itself. It's one of the longest standing speedsters. I believe it was actually the very first release in Pokemon Unite, if we can think about 4 years ago, but it really hasn't had any sort of impact in competitive Pokemon Unite until very, very recently. If we think a long time ago, it used to have a level 10 Unite move. It also used to have a power spike at level 14. I mean, that is kind of unheard of in Pokemon Unite now, but because it hasn't had a very extended history in Pokemon Unite in terms of competitive, I feel like a lot of teams just don't simply know how to play against a Zeraora. And so when you have as proficient as a player like Celestial or Nachos from the previous team on Bannis, really strong as Zeraora, they can quite literally be buffed in the game simply because you don't play against this Pokemon very frequently. But going into the next quarterfinals game here, this is game number 1. Again, best of 3, Aegis Flames on our purple side, Revelation, again, making a name for themselves in the Master Series on our orange side.
Okay, so we do manage to grab quite a lot of that farm on the side of Revelation, getting that Umbreon to a good stance, looking for that quick Evo, because look where the Leafeon is already. 920 coming into this lane. Looks like they want to go for a good pickup here. Torchic trying their best to get away, buddy. Oh, the eject button may have just saved them, but no. Psyduck shuts it down, but here comes the Zeraora, just puts the punishment onto that Leafeon.
Yeah, Leafeon in the early game. Again, get that level 4 evolution. Also get access to the primary damaging ability, but Celestial very fast on their clear themselves, able to get a knockout very early on in the central area carry for Aegis Flames. A huge rotation by Revelation to the top path. 4 members up here. Here comes the Umbreon. Really nice foul play to push them off of the goal zone. The Steenie is going to be heading back to the center.
This is what I love about Revelation. They do this so often, put so much importance onto this top side, bringing up 4 Pokemon, trying to dominate, and it's working for them right now, Dracu, as we have the Umbreon in the central area, disrupting the Psyduck. They can't even get to this T1 to stop these points going in. 61 points to 0 here, with just a minute and a half gone in this game. Revelation are putting a bit of a stomp on this early game here.
Yeah, Leafeon has actually foregone their own central area. Is going to give that wild Pokemon over to some of the other members of their team. But in a 1v1 right here, can they get the guy knockout? Unfortunately, the Leafeon cannot retract the leaves fast enough. And Celestial currently 2-0 over the other team Speedster.
And that is not a position you want to be in as a Leafeon. This early game is really where you come into your own and want to start snowballing. They do manage to take down the Zeraora, though, with a huge beam coming in from you, sending the boosted as well. So Aegis Flames finds a moment of reprieve here, getting those experience levels up. But now Leafeon needs to do a bit more just to hit that Unite move early enough. They're only at level 6 here, buddy. You really want that Unite move as you get into that 7-minute mark.
Yeah, not a very good for this Leafeon player. Going down once again. They're currently at level 6 again. They are the central area carry for Aegis Flames. That Unite move, getting it at level 8, like many other evolutions in the game, can be so impactful for swaying these team fights in your favor. Charge Beam is going to burn through that Altaria family. And Revelation getting off to an early lead here, Tano. 66-0. First major objective spawning onto the battlefield.
Serena lost in the flux zone there as well. They're going to get taken down, and it does feel like Revelation has survived this early game, and now they're getting quite comfortable as we hit the mid-game here, buddy. They're going to be able to get that Lecky unless Psyduck can steal it. Not able to. Uses the Surf to buy that space to get back to the pad. Has to defend that. If that goes in, that's going to be a 1 point for a huge overcap. But now we have the rip on the Regites for Aegis Flames, looking to see if they can steal this away. But Eldegoss is here as well, trying to sneak that hit whilst the rest of Revelation go for the scores in the T1. That's going to be locked in by the Mew, and now they need to get back to their pad realistically because the flank is here. There's the Moonlight Prance. Goodbye, Leafeon yet again, and it's on the back foot currently for Aegis Flames as Revelation want to continue to push this T1. Looks to rain in more points. A huge beam comes in from the Mew, but Zera Aura has them in their sights, continues to push them, buys the space for Revelation to break this pad. It's 197 points, 218 points to a fat donut here, Draku.
They have blown this game wide open to Altano, 218-0. If you're tuning in from the Red Bull Gaming Sphere, this is exactly where you don't want to be for Aegis Flames. They've finally got some points on the board, 28 points, and now another 5 points coming in from the Serena. But again, this game is won on the amount of points scored in this 10 minutes of the game. And right now, Revelation has quite literally blown the roof wide open. Blazik and Lunier finding their MVP moment here, going into quite literally a 1v3 and is able to get at least one as they trail back to their side of the field.
Only losing half HP as well as they get out of there, buddy. That is some ridiculous movement coming out from Blaziken. So, as we have a moment of reprieve here, buddy, let's have a look at these levels because that's what Aegis Flame need to concentrate on now. As we hit the mid-game here, they need these levels. It's going to come down to the final moments, the final 2 minutes of this game. Rayquaza will spawn. That's the biggest catch-up moment for any team. If you can keep the point difference quite small, or at least within that 300-500 mark. Looking for some KOs here on the side of Aegis Flames. If they can pick up that Elder Goss and the Queen Ascenders does just that, it's going to be the Bright Future Meteor Storm here from the Miraidon just to buy a bit of space for Revelation. It has done so, and they have been able to find the KOs onto Aegis Flame yet again with that double coming in from Miraidon. We're going to buy the space here, utilizing the Umbreon while the rip onto that Regieleki is going to come in from Revelation. Psyduck does find a good KO onto the Umbreon, trying to see if they can sneak this, completely unable to. Revelation have done what they need to do there, Draku.
Yeah, it is so difficult to move to the other side of the battlefield when you're losing one of your goal zones. Again, those goal zones provide you safe haven for your team to retreat back to, and Revelation did a wonderful job at kind of insulating their tier 1 goal zone, putting a couple of members forward so that the rest of the team can capture one of the objectives on the battlefield. Regieleki, when it is secured, is going to bounce to the nearest goal zone on that side of the battlefield, and it's going to force some of the members of Aegis Flames to have to deal with it so it doesn't crash into that tower. A fight going in the central area here. Moonlight Prance, last time they used those Unite move 2v1 in favor of Revelation. You can see here Aegis Flame still having to deal with this Regieleki Tano. They might go for a secondary push here. Umbreon getting some vision for the team. Lumiere waiting in that tall grass, but most likely retreating back to the right side of the field.
Now, a crucial thing, I think that Regieleki got took before the 4-minute mark, which should mean that we have another one before Rayquaza comes in, and that could be great oppression that Aegis Flame will have to deal with. But Leafeon here with a really important Emerald 2-step Unite move, takes the KO onto the side of Revelation, picks up the Reggie. That's global experience that they get, as well as that buff onto their defense on the side of Aegis Flames, and now they want to go onto this T1 and find that point difference to be broken, but a good defense from Revelation does what needs to be done, and Lunier here just dismantling this top side against Aegis Flames. Double KO, and again, Regieleki about to spawn in.
Man, Tano, that's exactly where you want your top lane carry to be. Level 13, currently the highest on the battlefield, at least on that side of the battlefield. Now level 14, as you can see them on the right side of your screen. You can see just the aggressiveness by Lunier and also just the confidence of this player, just getting vision for the team in the top side of the map. You always got to be very careful walking into those tall grasses on Thea Sky Ruins, because as an enemy team, you cannot see them, but they can see you and overheat one of the most powerful abilities inside Pokemon Unite. Gotta be very careful. Regieleki brought down to about 60%, 20 seconds to now 15 seconds before the final stretch fight, and the final stretch fight is beginning early, Tano. First KO going over to Revelation.
Yeah, I mean, that's it there, buddy. You no longer have your heals here, and that's why Revelation are trying to lock down the KOs onto the side of Aegis Flames. Here comes the Unite move, full power Sai, trying to reduce that damage coming in, but Aegis Flames, they are managing to sneak back into this fight. Revelation found a great KO onto the Serena. They need to find more, though, as Psyduck falls, and the rip onto the Rayquaza comes in from the Zera Aura. There's the beam from the Mew. If we can see the hit onto the Mew here, that'll be the main carries of Aegis Flames. Not able to get on in, but here comes the Leafeon. Emerald two-step a little bit too late. It's Blaziken with the overheat, the god of Secure that takes it here for Revelation.
Man, an absolutely MVP performance by Looney Air, able to get not only a bunch of KOs before the final stretch, but also getting the Secure on the Rayquaza. And after the 2-minute mark, everyone's scores is double. As you can see here, the Eldegoss having 50 points. It is now 100 points after the 2-minute mark. Blaziken is going to break the tier 2 goal zone as well. And this is quite literally a textbook Revelation, getting an early fight before the final stretch, getting KOs, and then securing the most important objective in the game, that is Rayquaza. And this should be an easy game to wrap up for Revelation.
Yeah, they've now scored more than enough points to make sure they lock in this win, buddy. Of course, as you mentioned, each Pokemon here can carry a maximum of 50 Eos Energy to score. In final stretch, you get double, so that's 100 points each player can score. But there's only 5 people on this team. 500 points is the max that they can get in. Rayquaza gives you a shield that allows you to score quicker. We don't have any of those shields on the side of Aegis Flames, so their scoring will be disrupted. I mean, Revelation are still putting up a fight anyway on these tiers, trying to build up those stats at the end of the game here, Draku, as Eldegoss continues to score points. 15 seconds left. Revelation is going to take this first one.
They are going to be able to score a few more points as the time starts to tick down, but unfortunately just not enough to get them even close to combating against Revelation. They have put up an incredible stat margin. We'll see here in the post-game summary. But again, best of 3, so this is not the last time we'll be seeing Aegis Flames. They can still reverse the set in 2-0 fashion, but they are currently with their backs against the wall. They want to stay on the winner's side of the bracket. That is kind of a safer place to be. But at the end of these 10 minutes, you will get this post-game summary. 589-2. And we'll see. Okay, actually can't see the numbers. I think it was 100 or something. We couldn't see the post-game summary. We'll see that in just a second. We'll take a look at these highlights here. But a couple of things I do want to shout out. Again, Leafeon just not having the best early game Tano. We were talking about that before the 7-minute mark. That is when the first major objective Pokemon spawn or appear on the battlefield. Getting knocked out 3 to 4 times before those objectives spawn is definitely not going to be the best start for your team.
No, I mean, we had a speedster battle in that game, Draku, and it was Revelation that won it. It's as simple as that. Leafeon is one of the most important early stage Pokemon in Pokemon Unite, and if you do not get to begin to dominate that early game, you are on the back foot as a team just from that stage on. They were in that lane at 920. They could have been able to put the pedal to the metal there. They did pick up a good KO, but Zeraora coming into that lane specifically to target Leafeon was the answer for Revelation. And then as soon as Leafeon was on the back foot, there wasn't much that Aegis Flames could do to get themselves back into it. As we see here at the Rayquaza fight, there's still 200 points between these teams. Level-wise, we've got level 15 on the Blaziken, 13 on Miraidon, 14 here. It was all Revelation's game as soon as we got past those first couple of minutes and they'd managed to stop what Leafeon could do. Is there any surprises here that Blaziken Lunia is there with the MVP, buddy?
You know, I've had some questions on whether Blaziken is a Pokemon that should be first picked in draft, and well, Lunia definitely made an argument for that one. A score of 167 into those goal zones, scored 95,000 damage dealt, and mind you, this is a game that typically has emblems that can boost your stats, that can boost your attack. In competitive Pokemon Unite, not a singular emblem was used, and to hit this damage number is an incredible feat. We're going to go ahead and see the post-game summary here. 589 for Revelation, 144 for Aegis Flames after this 10 minutes. You can see there Lunia with 13 knockouts is incredible. 95,000 damage once again, but a couple of other shouts as well. Celestial doing an absolutely tear of a job on the central area, carries 67,000 damage from a speedster. Typically, this role doesn't do a whole lot of damage because you are doing so much burst damage up front. Simply, the enemy team has no time to heal, and speedsters tend to do that.
Yeah, and of course you're trying to go for those squishy Pokemon, those Pokemon with less in their health pool, aren't you? That's what the species are trying to ambush there, and really impressive. I've got to say though, I do think Mew for the side of Aegis Flames was the sort of redeeming feature for that team in that game. I think they did a really good job. They were backed up against it with them Revelation just pouncing on them anytime that they got close, but the beams were on point. They picked up some KOs that were so important for their team for that experience, taking out of the fight the Blaziken where they could, taking out of the fight that Zero Aura. So Aegis Flames, they are such a strong team. Revelation, though, are so impressive in this Master Series, Draku. Every time I see them, they are aggressive from the get-go. We have seen them really try to punish that top lane, give themselves a really good advantage, especially because I think they're so used to the Leafeon going into that side. That's where they knew they had to target.
Yeah, talking a little bit more about Revelation again, this is a team from North America. They have not quite for the World Championship Series yet for North America, but this is a quite saturated region, right? It's kind of very similar to T3 in the previous set. These are two teams that have not qualified for the WCS this year, but most likely going to the final stretch in a couple of weeks. And you can just see the power of this region, right? Aegis Flames, a team that has qualified Championship Series from Brazil, whereas Revelation has not for North America, but Revelation having such a strong showing here. Going into the second game of this draft, again, if you are new to Pokemon Unite, each of these games start with a ban phase, which two teams will ban out two Pokemon each, with a total of 4 not being played for this game.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard debates about adding another ban to both sides for a total of 6, but you never know. We've got a lot of broken Pokemon in this game at the moment. It could be viable, but as we have a look at these bans, Aegis Flames just accepting the fact that they cannot allow the Blaziken, to come through for Lumiere. So they're going to ban that one out here. Let's see what they go with for their first pick. They are going to stick with that Psyduck, which did huge bits for them in that previous game. A huge amount of disruption coming in from that Psychic.
Yeah, if you're familiar with MOBAs, again, massively online battle arenas, if you're familiar with this genre, it'll then go to a snake draft, which one team will pick their first Pokemon. That's Aegis Flames on our left side, and then go to the other side. Revelation will pick their next 2 Pokemon until all 5 Pokemon are selected from either side. Also interesting for draft, you will also not see any mirror picks, so therefore Psyduck being picked up by Aegis Flames will not be able to be selected by Revelation, and so on and so forth until all 10 Pokemon are selected. A really interesting shout here to Mamoswine. This is a Pokemon we don't see very often in the defender position, but I feel like you need to when you have both Umbreon and Snorlax being picked up right away by Revelation.
Yeah, I mean, those defenders, right, that green background, they are there to be a tank, as we say. They're there to take damage. They're there to draw the damage from the players onto them and also to disrupt them with that crown control. So you need a bit of a wall for your team, which is why Aegis Flames has gone for that pick. Revelation here, shaking it up. We have some Pokemon that are so good in the early stages of the game because they get their evolutions early. They get their power spikes, so they get stronger early. And then we have Lumiere there on the Garchomp, which is a late game Pokemon. It needs 3 stages of evolution before it gets to that strong stage. So Revelation are building themselves a good, well-balanced comp. Aegis Flame are going all in for the damage here, buddy. They've got the Zera Aura. We have the Cerulege, which is an all-rounder, but the way it plays is very similar to a Speedster. So we class it as a pseudo-Speedster. It's looking for that assassination attempts, looking for those quick KOs onto those squishes. And the Mewtwo Y is there as a ranged attacker. It's going to be keeping itself in distance to the other team and just rain down that damage at range.
At the end of every draft, there is a final preparation stage where players can tune their held items. You can see those small icons right underneath the Pokemon to give it a different flavor of that Pokemon. Of course, most Pokemon in the game has a kind of standard set of held items and battle items they use. As you can see here, the Zera Aura actually has a Rocky helmet, which is really interesting tech for this Pokemon in particular. It kind of has not necessarily a Rocky helmet built in, but they they have an ability to absorb some of the damage. Volt Absorb, the passive ability for Zero Aura, kind of builds up their attack and also reflects it back with that Rocky helmet. So I'm really interested to see this Zero Aura come out to play once again. I feel like both teams are playing around this Pokemon in particular. This time, the Mats, the central area carry for Aegis Flames, picking up the Zero Aura. Celestial on the side of Revelation picking up the Leafeon. So speedsters being swapped on either side. I feel like this game has been pivoting around the central area carries as they tend to. Actually, no, Zero Aura heading up to the top path. Cerulege going into the central player.
I mean, the thing is, Cerulege is going to come into that lane at level 5, which is a really strong power spike, as we say. It just means it comes in, it gets that evolution, giving it more attack, giving it more health, the stats go up, and it comes in with the extra moveset they want to use. As we see from Revelation here, though, Umbreon is trying to sneak round to get some quick stacks in. Looks like they're looking to give up the side of the Gibble, but Leafeon's here quite early as well, looking for those quick KOs here, Draku.
Yeah, very similar to the last game. Leafeon's going to head into the central area to get some vision on that Charcadet. Currently sitting at level 4. Can they get the confirmation here? I don't think they got it. Can they win the 1v1? Oh, extended full distance from that Razor Leaf, and they are going to be able to retreat back to their side of the field, Tano. Early KO by Celestial.
That is brilliant. That's exactly what you want your Leafeon to do. They don't give up the KO. They've limited this Charcadet to have to get the lane farm. That's not going to go to the Zero Aura. It has to be used to get Cerulege here at that level 5. But Aegis Flames are putting on the pressure now. Dispenser getting disrupted. The Meanlook's going to come through. They're going to fall, but Gibble doesn't get KO. They get that retreat on, and it seems like Aegis Flames has found a bit of an answer in this top lane compared to the previous game.
Yeah, it makes sense though. Celestial, after getting that KO in the Charcadet early, went back to their main base to recover and then rotated down to the bottom path. The Aegis Flames is making a really interesting push here in the central area. Dispenza going down once again in their own jungle or in their own central area, and a fight is continuing to break out into the jungle as the Leafeon Celestial going down early as well. This 3-player push by Aegis Flames is a wrecking ball in the early game. Got to be very careful for Revelation, but a much different start than Aegis Flames found themselves at 0 at this point in the game last game, Tana.
Yeah, I like it, buddy. They're making sure that the Speedster on Revelation can't do what they previously did, can't continue to find those levels and those KOs. They continue with the aggression here. Meanlook does go onto the Cerulege, meaning that they can't get out of that little area until it goes, and then Gabite finds the KO, hitting those higher levels now. Level 6, nearly level 7. Revelation, they've got the early stages with that 8 on Celestial. They've got their Unite move ready to go. They are going to have to deal with this Zero Aura, though, and the Emerald 2-step doesn't connect. Using the dashes on the side of Zero Aura gets them out of that situation. Here comes the discharge. It's going to say goodbye to Leafeon, back to the Pokemon Center.
Oh, the Psyduck just came in perfect time to help support their central area carry. That Psyduck, one of the best supporters in the game right now. Not really a traditional healing support, but able to disrupt the enemy team by using those abilities. Surf can be so difficult to deal with. Of course, getting knockout isn't the best thing, but trading your EXP share, your supportive Pokemon, in lieu of your carries is always a good thing to do. The 7-minute mark here, the first major objective spawning onto the battlefield. In the northern part of the map, you get a Regieleki, and in the southern part of the map, you get a rotation of 3 different Pokemon that can appear. Regirock, securing that, capturing that for your team will get you a boost to your defenses for the next 90 seconds or until you're KO'd.
Alrighty, so Revelation trying to use that block on the Snorlax to get a good pick onto the Mamoswine. They managed to get around it, though. Gabite is left up here to defend this T1 by themselves. They definitely need to be wary of it because Zero Aura does a huge amount of damage with that discharge in that area, and the Plasmic Gale comes out as well to lock in the KO on the Gabite. I'm not even sure that was needed, to be honest with you, Draku, but they use it anyway, and now they're going to go for the rip onto the Regieleki with Cerulege just giving vision for Revelation here, or Aegis Flame, sorry, knowing that they're coming into this lane. Zero Aura makes the retreat, and they go back to their pad for the next fight.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Regieleki will bounce back to where it appeared and recover back to full. Another KO going over to Revelation as they have to push on forward. I feel like this is a very different position that Aegis Flames had last game, where they lacked their tier 1 goals to retreat to in the last game. And it looks like the Zera Aura able to get a knockout there. Bore reach on the Inteleon, sent back to the Pokemon Center. And it is going to be a very steep hill to climb for Revelation. They want to try to find an angle to get to this Regieleki, but Aegis Flames doing a fantastic job at not only their offense, but their defense as well. As a spear trying to push on forward is Lunaire with that Livid Outrage, the ultimate in some abilities in this game. It's called their Unite move. Lunaire trying to get a confirmation here. Here comes the Dragon Claw, Dragon Rush combination to capture the Regieleki, and now a 6-player push to push forward to the tier 1 goal zone.
Now, if that Lecky goes in, it means instant scoring as we see Aegis Flames trying to defend this. It does go in. They can rain those points in instantly, give themselves an overcap. I don't think they got too much of an overcap, while Ceruledge is trying to cook the rest of Revelation. And Aegis Flame finds some really important KOs, especially Garchomp being one of the highest levels on the side of Revelation. But the points here, though, buddy, they got that Lecky in for Revelation. They scored enough points. They're giving themselves a point lead here.
Yeah, they needed to take some risks to break the tier 1 goal zone in the top path. They traded a couple of knockouts, and of course, every time you knock out an enemy Pokemon, you get some experience. So some experience in the way over to the side of Aegis Flames. The Unite move coming out of Celestial Emerald 2-step. Again, that ultimate ability does so much damage right off the top. It bounces on their head, comes down, kind of an explosion of damage, and such a high burst ability for this speedster Pokemon. Registeel in the bottom path has appeared 2 minutes after the previous one was taken, and taking a Registeel will give you not a defensive buff for the next 90 seconds, but an attack buff, which is, to some, is the best Pokemon to appear in the bottom path.
Yeah, it just means you're going to be outputting more damage. Umbreon is going to get caught here. They tried to rain in more points. They were kind of stuck in no man's land there anyway, behind enemies' lines, buddy. So they were going to get KO'd, but it has built a bit of space here for Revelation. Snorlax gets out of that situation, and now they're going to go down to this T1 pad just to defend it from Aegis Flames. They know that they were going to approach down there, and here comes the Garchomp as well. The snipe shots does take down that Psyduck's health. They have to use full power Psy to reduce that damage, and now they're using all the Unite moves they can. Here comes the Azure Spy Vision. That's going to do enough to rain down these crits. The Livid Outrage is here as well, as Revelation continue to defend this pad. Zera Aura, though, has found a double KO, and with the Ice Fang from Mamoswine, it's Aegis Flames on top.
Yeah, Revelation almost had a really solid defense there. I feel like if Lunaire stayed alive for just a little bit longer, you can get those auto attacks that gives you some lifesteal for that Pokemon, combined with the healing you get from the tier 1 goal zone. They were so close to holding that goal zone. But for one thing, you can see that Ice Fang, that ability from the Mamoswine, the defender, is the reason why this Pokemon is so valuable, is the ability to crowd control or hinder Pokemon as you push on forward. So hindering that Garchomp, preventing it from using those auto attacks, preventing it from lifesteal, is how you stop these Pokemon in the front line.
All right, now, Frankie, we're 20 seconds away from Rayquaza coming into this game. There is 1 point between these two teams. When we hit that 2-minute mark, you have that final objective that not only gives you a shield, but it also gives you better defense, better attack, and you can score very quickly. We have Aegis Flames getting ready here already for it to come on in. 1 point between these teams. There comes the snipe shot. Then the Mamoswine's going to dive on in, looking for the KO here.
Oh.
They've managed to find one, though, on the side of Aegis Flames. Power Nap comes out from the Snorlax. Full power Psy trying to prevent the damage coming through from the Garchomp. And they've gone hunting, looking for the Mamoswine. There goes the Ice Fang, paired it with the Plasmic Gale. And the Livid Outrage is going to keep Garchomp around anyway. There comes the Revenant Rend, though. That cuts them off in their tracks. And that's the KO onto the carry on the side of Revelation. It looks like we're now going to look at resetting, although they go for the Rayquaza. Leafeon looking to get the KO here onto Psyduck. It takes so much damage to do so, and they still make it out of there. There is the Infinite Cyburn coming in from the Mewtwo Y, and that does enough to lock out the Umbreon. Aegis Flames have the advantage in this fight at the moment as they look for the side strike onto Leafeon as well. Now I think they may reset and wait for the rest of their team to get here for this next fight.
That is a very impactful knockout to take out Celestial for the next 15 seconds. 1 minute remaining, and take a look at this scoreline, Tano. It is about a 25 or so point lead by Revelation, and I think Aegis Flame knows this, right? It is just a small lead. Rayquaza brought down to already 50%. Really good secure on the side of Revelation. Rayquaza, who gets the secure here? I think it was an auto attack from Bora Reach, able to capture the Rayquaza, and off to the races is Revelation. They have that green shield, which increases their scoring speed, and in double time, this should be a win for Revelation and potentially moving forward in today's event.
A fantastic way to secure the Rayquaza. The Inteleon was just sat in the top of that pit, buddy. We saw Aegis Flames looking for the rip, trying to stop anyone getting in to that central area where the Rayquaza was. Inteleon waited for the perfect moment to throw in a basic attack and just get that lock in. Does a huge amount of damage on the side of Inteleon. And just like that, just when Aegis Flames were so close to being able to win that team fight yet again, Revelation, they steal a victory from the jaws of defeat and they win the entire set.
2-0 over the team that has qualified for the World Championship Series in Anaheim in a couple of months. Aegis Flames going down to the loser side of the bracket. Revelation moving forward to, I believe, the winners final. We'll have to get I think it's the semifinals, I apologize. But to take a team like Aegis Flames down in 2-0 fashion, Revelation, you should be feeling good about yourself.
I tell you, buddy, every time I see this team on my screen, every time I cast this team, I am impressed. They have been my number one team coming into this Master Series, and they continue to prove to be my number one team as they take down Aegis Flames, which is not an easy feat anyway. As you said, they've already qualified for Worlds. They have been dominant in their own region. Revelation are not even the biggest team in NA here today. We've got the Orange Juicers coming up next, but it is NA that is making a showstopper of this one, coming out against Aegis Flames with a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, I gotta say, in the previous game, it was all about Lunier. I do want to give a shout to another player that had a pretty outstanding game, which was Bora Reach on this Inteleon, the player that secured the Rayquaza at the very end of the game. But honestly, the impact of Inteleon is not just in taking objectives or securing objectives, as we saw in that last game, but it's dealing so much damage at range, right? It is one of the Pokemon with the longest range ability. Snipe Shot can do so much damage at very long distance, and you can see, actually you can't see it here because it was a KO that was earlier on in this final stretch fight, but Bora Reach got a KO on the Mewtwo so early on that really swayed that endgame fight in Revelation's direction.
Yeah, and the thing is, look at Aegis Flames' team here, buddy. They don't have anything that can out-heal the snipe shots coming in. So Revelation have won the poke damage battle, right? They've got damage from range going on to Aegis Flames, and they don't have a healer per se that can heal up that damage. You are getting nearly half health every time a snipe shot lands onto a Pokemon. So it definitely was that difficult situation where you don't have enough healing on your side to prevent that poke damage. And if you can't get a quick KO, you're in a difficult situation. But here, the MVP is going to be Celestial on the Leafeon. A great amount of damage, doing the assist and the score as well. I think Revelation just put up a fantastic show in this set, but you've got to give it to Aegis Flames. That second game, they were so aggressive, and it did feel like they had the advantage coming into those fights, buddy.
Yeah, definitely a much better adaptation by Aegis Flames. Just to talk a little bit about Celestial playing Leafeon this time. We saw Leafeon being picked up by Aegis Flames in the previous game, but you can just see the impact of the game and how the trajectory of the game is changed quite dramatically at how well your central area carry does in the early game, right? Celestial got an early KO on the, I think it was the Charcadet in the central area for Aegis Flames earlier on in the game, and was able to impact the game in a much more dramatic fashion relative to the mats on the Leafeon in the previous game, right? So losing your central area carry early on in the game really changes how the game plays out for the remaining 9 or so minutes of the game.
We're already having some interesting results here today, Draku. Banny managing to beat Team T3, Revelation managing to beat Aegis Flames, means that in that semi-final, it's going to be Revelation versus Banny, which is so interesting. One of the biggest teams in EU against a huge team in the NA region. That's going to be a huge shout, but What an impressive showing by Revelation. And Aegis Flames are going to be going down up against Team T3 in that losers round 1. So don't be going anywhere, guys, because we have so much fantastic action that's already been on our screens here for the Master Series. There's going to be even more, as we still need to bring you Orange Juicers versus Los Caracados. Everyone is shouting for that game. Stamina Esports versus Yadagarasu as well. So we're going to take a quick break. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We're going to be with you very shortly.
Desafortunadamente, mientras peleamos en el party, te tengo que no puedo hacerme el inocente. Desafortunadamente, dicen que pertenezco a la calle y la verdad que se te pone caliente. A ti no puedo ser fiel, I'm sorry. Ya, no puedo hacerme el inocente. Todavía tengo planes con otra chori. Mira, te quiero hacer una propuesta indecente. Quisiera complacer esos dos cuerpos, esos body. Eso es lo que tengo yo en la mente. Quisiera complacer esas dos oris. Eso es lo que tengo yo en la mente. Desafortunadamente, mientras peleamos en el party, te tengo que no puedo hacerme el inocente. Desafortunadamente, dicen que pertenezco a la calle y la verdad que se te pone caliente. Desafortunadamente, mientras peleamos en el party y te tengo que no puedo hacerme el inocente. Desafortunadamente, dicen que pertenezco a la calle y la verdad que se te pone caliente. Tocándote el punto, mami, sé que a ti te encanta la sensei. Quiere que mami te compre doble C,
un par de chancletitas, coco, on vacation.
Sabe que no puedo ser ni tu novio ni marido, pero definitivamente estoy entregado. Por esos labios, esos besos, lo tuyo. Pero te juro que Desafortunadamente, mientras peleamos en el party, te tengo que no puedo hacerme el inocente. Desafortunadamente, dice que se para la calle y la verdad que se te pone caliente. Desafortunadamente. Hey, cut off the lights. Cut off the lights. Yeah, I perform better at night. I've been outside with the mice. Yeah, eating that chicken and rice. Right, while it was filled with the mites. Okay, now it's an infinite price. If they wasn't living your life, then they shouldn't give you advice. How can we honor your words? Yeah, if we see you missing your stripes, we get it. You've been in the game for a minute, but it's time to kick it. We know that you finished. The future is coming. Let's stick to the mission and aim for the target with deadly precision. We pissing them off and pitching the victims. Yeah, we call them victims cause they're demolition. I'm changing the rules and breaking tradition and making cause nobody making a difference. I see it. Nobody gonna go hard for me like I go for me. That's why I gotta take mine, try and get milestones for me. I'm ready for it all, say the word and it's up on sight. Cut off the lights, yeah, I perform better at night. I've been outside with the mice, yeah, eating that chicken and rice. Right, while it was filled with the mites. Okay, now it's an infinite price. If they wasn't living your life, then they shouldn't give you advice. How can we honor your words? Yeah, if we see you missing your stripes. Hey, cut off the lights. Hey, cut off the lights. Yeah, cut off the lights. I perform better at night. Hey, cut off the lights. Yeah, cut off the lights. Hey, cut off the lights. I perform better at night. Yeah, better at night. Just get up and fight wherever it takes to level the field. We breaking the rules, remeasuring heights that they try to tell us that we couldn't reach. No matter how hard that we work, when we got this out of the dirt, pull up and lurk, pull up and make it a seem. Only till they bleed and they hurt. I've been outside with the mice, yeah, eating that chicken and rice. Right, while it was filled with the mites. Okay, now it's an infinite price. If they wasn't living your life, then they shouldn't give you advice. How can we honor your words? Yeah, if we see you missing your stripes. Hey, cut off the lights. Hey, cut off the lights. Yeah, cut off the lights. I perform better at night. Hey, cut off the lights. Yeah, cut off the lights. Hey, cut off the lights. I perform better at night. I perform better at night.
Please do not get in my way. You cannot drive in my lane. Tires is burning the paint. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving slow when it's speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Bringing the fire. I just been bringing the. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the. I got the fuel in my veins. Trust me, I'm making a name. We are not one and the same. I am on top of the game. I cut out the line on my brakes, and that's why the driver's insane. Heart of a champ, adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. I'm too competitive, I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving slow when it's speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. thought I was underdog. I did not fear not one of y'all. They thought I was underdog. I did not fear not one of y'all. They thought I was underdog. I do not fear not one of y'all. They thought I was underdog. I did not fear not one of y'all. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. That I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving slow when it's speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the. Bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me. Been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the.
Hey, yeah, hey, yeah. Flipping the script from my old ways. Flick up the switch, I'm in flow state. Commas, I'm going through growing pains. I wasn't used to being so gross. I tighten the threads at a crochet. I wake up to cushion some OJ. The last tape I dropped was a rollway. It's yellow, I swear it's a Coldplay. Viva la vida, I'm swiping the visa. We working, I'm taking off no days. Cause we throwing shots like a gun range. So we finally make it to front page. A head full of dreams, some breath for the schemes. A heart that been feeling like it's a machine. I'm pushing extremes, cause I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees. Yeah, stay on my P's, get hate off my body like it's a disease. I'm walking off after we taking the lead. She call me Big Papi, I'm David Ortiz. It's what you've been waiting to see. There's moments where you gotta take it or leave. And I'm taking everything, some call it greed, but I call it living out what you believe. And I've been believing since no one was seeing the vision board. Racing with fate all my life, a collision course. Fighting with snakes, I'm a lion like Gryffindor. I be asking permission for it. This type of shit what we breaking tradition for. Clearing the mission, don't care who the victim. I'm dying for all that I'm living for. Flipping the script from my old ways. Flick up the switch, I'm in flow state. Commas, I'm going through growing pains. I wasn't used to being so gross. I tighten the threads at a crochet. I wake up to cushion some OJ. The last tape I dropped was a rollway. It's yellow, I swear it's a Coldplay. Viva la vida, I'm swiping the visa. We working, I'm taking off no days. Cause we throwing shots like a gun range. So we finally make it to front page. A head full of dreams, some breath for the schemes. A heart that been feeling like it's a machine. I'm pushing extremes, cause I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees. Yeah.
Hello, trainers, and welcome back. Can you believe we not only get Draku, but we also get Zero in on Alex? How are you doing today, buddy?
Oh man, I am excited. You know, it's still early morning here in Southern California on the west side here in the US, but I am always stoked. And I mean, we're talking about playoffs. You can't talk about playoffs. It's the INGAGE Master Series playoffs, and it doesn't get more hype than this.
It doesn't. We've already seen some electric games today, and I think this next one might end up being the best yet. We've got Orange Juicers versus Los Cadacados. Now, this is going to be electric, Draco. Los Cadacados are currently number one here for the EU region. They got here through the EU Weeklies in that number one spot. They have been continuing to progress. They're a team of Spaniards, but Orange Juicers, I mean, they're well known throughout the entire world here for Pokemon Unite, right?
Absolutely. And first off, how dare you put Zero and I right next to each other on the caster broadcast, Tano. You were in between us in the previous broadcast. Now you put us closer together. How dare you? But anyway, let's talk about the Orange Juicers, right? I feel like Zero and I, we have zero experience casting the Orange Juicers, clearly, right?
Clearly.
They are from North America. Zero and I are both from California, which is from North. Both Zero and I are going to do our best to be as unbiased as possible in this next set, but it's going to be Orange Juicers and Los Cadacados. I've had a little bit of time casting Los Cadacados as casting for the EU side of things for the UCS season. But of course, the Orange Juicers is no slouch. They are currently the best team out of North America, winning the North American Regional Finals a couple of weeks ago. And they are the team that was also invited to the Masters Series finale, at least through the group stage. And boy, have they had a tear of a series for the Masters Series. Number one out of Group B, and well, number one in North America. It's no surprise to me.
I mean, they've not dropped a single game yet. They've not dropped a single set here yet in the Master Series from being invited. So this is a mountain for Los Caracados to climb, but they're definitely a team that is used to climbing those mountains. I mean, when they first came into the EU Weeklies, they had some huge names there. Komai Esports, Gen 5. You know, we had Nouns in a couple of those weeks as well. They went from getting top 8 to top 6 to top 4 to winning it within those monthlies. So this is a team that has come together very quickly and has improved very quickly. So, you know, Orange Juicers is going to be a huge tournament for them to try and take on. And that's going to be a good testament of how well of a team they have improved. I believe we do have some profiles to bring up on the screen to tell us a little bit about these teams. We'll get the production to bring that one up. I'm very excited to see more action here from Orange Juicers. My favorite at the moment has been none other than OG, just cooking every time we see him on the screens. And Alex, tell us a little bit about this curse about Orange Juicers, right?
Oh,
I heard something about this.
I mean, you could either call it a curse or a blessing, depending on what side of the spectrum you're on this, or who you try to choose and who to root for. But this curse is so far whenever I have casted the Juicers, specifically when Flareons is involved, or any game that Flareons has been a part of, whether it be with the Juicers or it's been in other like different like skirmishes or different tournaments, Flareons has not lost ever since I started casting. So much so, this even reached the UCS level during the March Cup that they never dropped a set, and they went on to win the March Cup. So call it what you may, here is the team themselves. You were talking about OG, rolling it, Kratos, Zugrug, and of course, Flareons, the one that has been bestowed with this blessing or curse. Once again, if you're up against them, it's probably a curse. If you are rooting for Orange Juicers, then I might be the blessing. But hopefully this blessing and or curse continues with this squad, because again, I'm trying to stay unbiased here, but I already probably failed at that. Orange Juicers does represent North America. They are qualified for Worlds, and this is a team that has been very dominant in terms of the INGAGE Master Series.
I don't know how you guys are going to be able to stop being biased in this game, but it's going to be hard for you both. I mean, such an impressive team, and we'll have to see whether that blessing for Flareons continues in these playoffs, buddy. It is the time to go big or go home. Of course, it is double elim, but you never know. Draku, run us through the next team that they're coming up against here, Los Caracados.
Los Caracados qualifying through to the Master Series group stage by participating consistently and also performing well in the EU Weeklies. Let's go ahead and introduce their team. This is Los Caracados from the European region. Leo, Ayame, Jose Books, Chris Books, and Adesu. Pretty sure this is not a player from Los Caracados, maybe doing their Los Caracados cosplay, but of course, you can see that clan tag above, right next to Adesu's names from Nouns Esports. There are a couple of already Worlds qualified players from other teams that are participating in the Master Series to get their practice in, but also just to perform super well at a very high level. And if Los Caracados can beat the Orange Juicers here, well, they can definitely thank Adesi for a little bit of it.
One of the best attackers in the EU region, but one of my favorite players to see here, of course, is Jose. He's going to be the central area player for Los Caracados, and wow, impressive play they have on all-rounders, on speedsters, just any player that you want to throw into that central area. So that's going to be one for Orange Juicers to keep a close eye on. This is going to be one of the best matchups of the quarterfinals, the round one, which is crazy considering the teams that we've already had on our screen. So I don't know, it's the EU-NA matchup that everybody loves to see in Pokemon Unite, two of the biggest regions in the game. It doesn't get any better than that, does it, Alex?
Oh, it does not. This is high energy, high action, and I am stoked to it, but thank you. Oh my goodness, look at the bands already coming out. Thank you so much, Tana. But Draco, it's time you and I take over. Time to squeeze out some of these bands and picks.
Well, I kind of called it. Sableye is going to be the #1 most picked or most banned Pokemon against the Orange Juicers. Sableye was kind of my surprise pick or surprise banned Pokemon that I put on my 4 Pokemon that I think is going to be most banned. And going up against the Orange Juicers in particular, this is one of Roland's aces, right? As the support player, the Psyduck player currently on the side of Orange Juicers. Pretty fast draft, by the way.
Yeah,
I kind of blinked and the draft was already over. But yeah, Sableye just so powerful in the support that it provides your team vision. But let's go ahead and take a look at this draft. We have Dodrio first pick for the Orange Juicers, a pretty aggressive start and a lot of birds on the side of Los Catocados. Love to see Adesu going back to one of their aces, Decidueye, coming out to play.
Oh my gosh, to see the absolute amazing Adesu being on his old ace of the Decidueye is great. But yeah, this might be very much the fastest draft I have ever witnessed. It very much felt like the teams were like, yeah, we know what we're playing. What are you talking about? Like, there was no thinking, no second guessing. It was just straight in. But yes, it's actually funny, and maybe I'm, going to cancel myself here, but there was a point in time where I was, well, I'm talking about the Decidueye and the Talonflame. There was once, and I apologize, I accidentally called a Talonflame a Decidueye. And Draco made sure to let me know that I was, in fact, a birdist for experiencing that. So I apologize to all you Decidueyes. I know Decidueye is an owl, and Talonflame is like a hawk. I'm not the biggest bird specialist, but I will never, ever call another Talonflame a Decidueye again.
Well,
apologies.
Zero, on behalf of all birdmans out there, we forgive you, at least for this time. In this next game, you're most likely going to call this Talonflame a Blaziken. I mean, we'll see what happens. We'll see. I've seen crazier things happen, but here we go. Orange Juicers from North America on our purple side. Los Catocados. Love to see the picture-in-picture, by the way. Shout out to production to see that. We can see the Talonflame or the Fletchinder at this point in the game in the central area. On the right side of your screen, you can see a really brief view of the bottom path. Kratos. Again, if you're the central area Pokemon, typically called the Jungler in other games, you will get all of that central area Pokemon to yourself, and very typically you will get your first power spike in the game. For Dodrio or Doduo at this point, it's going to be level 5. And same thing for the central area Pokemon for Los Catocados. You can see them moving upward on the mini-map on the left side of your screen. It's going to be that Fletchinder you can see in the center part of your screen right now.
Fletchinder going to try to take a little bit away from the Juicers, trying to take away, and already we see a KO for Dodrio attacking the little Rowlet going on at Desu. Zugrug is going to try to rotate top because they want to have good positioning here. Meanwhile, they go in. Jose Brooks is going to need to be able to fly on out of there. They're going to be able to escape Zugrug, though, keeping a close eye on where they're at.
Zugrug is just hounding this Fletchinder right now. Can't even rotate to the top path to help the other members of their team. Because as we can take a look at the levels, level 6 on the Dodrio, so you can expect an early win, at least for the Dodrio, in the top path. We get an evolution from the Gibble to the Gabai at level 5, and you need to get to level 9 for this Pokemon. Some Pokemon just get online earlier, just based on the scaling of their Pokemon, and for Gabai or Garchomp needs a lot of experience to get to that stage 3 evolution.
Gabai trying to take it on, but here's the thing. When you have Buzzwole at level 5, who also gains superpower, it can get really going very well in the early lane, especially with the Yame just kind of picking up on Leo here, making sure they're safe, rolling it, gonna try to surf out these birds. Meanwhile, Leo's gonna try to make here. Nobody else is here except Roland. Roland's gonna be taking a little bit of a beating, but finally Kratos shows up. Electro Ball does land on Leo again. Flareon is a very powerful attacker. Great Brave Bird coming in, though, diving in, able to take 2 for the price of 1, and Roland gonna be able to roll on out of here.
Yeah, massive amount of damage from this Brave Bird Talonflame, and it's sometimes hard to see where the Talonflame is. It is another speedster-esque Pokemon. In the previous game, we were talking about Leafeon being an assassin-type Pokemon. Well, Talonflame is another one of those assassin-type Pokemon. They can do so much burst damage, and you can't sometimes even see where this Talonflame is in the top path. Another fight breaking out. I think that was Roland, able to get a knockout onto the Buzzwole. Going to send them back to the Pokemon Center for just a brief amount of time, and 7 7 minutes on the clock. Zero, first major objective Pokemon spawning onto the battlefield. Registeel in the bottom path, Regieleki in the top path. And it's a very quick whip here from Los Caducados again. Very good secure on the side of this Talonflame with that Brave Bird. Here comes the Flame Sweep, the ultimate, the Unite move that you get at level 9 for most Pokemon in the game. Registeel brought down already to 25%. Talonflame waiting in the wings, quite literally. Here comes the Electro Ball, boost the auto, but it looks like the Talonflame with the Brave Bird is gonna get the confirmation.
They get the confirmation, but the confirmation also comes to the Regieleki for OG and Adesu sniping down Flareons. They might have won the battle, but Adesu is winning the war right now with a great amount of defense coming out. Spirit Shackles are on deck, and Chris over here just trying to keep away, rolling it from doing what they do best. A lot of good control is going to come from rolling it, though, and that Psyduck OG going up against the Yamen, but here comes Adesu being able to snipe out a little bit of OG. Meanwhile, Jose Books is looking for another KO. Kratos is looking to dive on in. They're trying to get into the bird, but they get shot down. But Jose is getting pulled in by rolling it. They're trying to use the aerial ace, and Flareon's able to get the confirmation as the Sai comes out from rolling.
Adesu getting a KO onto the side as well. Even though there is a Dodrio on the side of the Orange Juicers, they need to get to this Decidueye in the backline, very similar to Bora Reach in the previous game for Revelation. It's sometimes so difficult to get to Pokemon that have such extended range. For Inteleon, it's Snipe Shot, that ability where it shoots water out of its fingers, and for Decidueye, another starter Pokemon in Pokemon Unite, they have Spirit Shackle, an ability that can pierce through the enemy team, can do so much damage at extended range. It's really going to be bird on bird violence here. Can the Dodrio, the three-headed bird on the side of Orange Juicers, get to the single-headed bird, that Archer, that arrow-wielding Pokemon on the side of Los Caducados?
That's the key here, being able to get to that Decidueye. But again, Adesu is a masterclass at being able to stay behind enemy lines and go in. But we see Jose going to be trying to dive on in. Psyduck gets a good pull onto the Buzzwole, but now we're back to the birds of a feather flocking together. They're going to try to shoot out some arrows. OG does get the KO onto Leo. Meanwhile, Roland is just trying to keep a good eye. Big KO. Kratos able to use the triple trample as they're able to get a good KO on Adesu.
Yeah, fight continuing to break out here in the central area, and once that Decidueye starts to go down or is knocked out, I feel like for Los Caducados, their strategy kind of gets turned on its head. They're going to try to defend this goal zone as best as they can, and they're doing a pretty good job at Zugrug forced back over to the left side of the battlefield, but look how far forward Orange Juicers is playing right now, really controlling the space on this map, allowing the Dodrio and the Mew in the bottom path to take, it looks like a Regirock that appeared down there. Now, securing a Regirock, very similar to the previous game, that gives you a defense and special defense buff for the next 90 seconds.
Having that buff is going to be very pivotal, especially here in this Regieleki, which ends up being a little bit more important here, because if the Juicers are able to get it, they get a good amount of a push here. Ayame going to try to break those rings unbound. Flame Sweep does pull OG, and OG might need to find a way out. All 5 members are here, but Kratos is there for a little bit of backup. They're gonna go down though to the Hoopa Ayame, and here Surf's up. The Lapras Express is here. Zugrug has been favoring this Lapras quite a little bit in competitive as of late, but now the attention is being turned on to Regieleki. Solar Beam coming out from Flareon. Superpower gonna lift them up. Look at this amount of CC though. Everybody's so low, and it's the Juicers able to get the secure. Roland Surfing USA getting that Regieleki.
Yeah, the Orange Juicer is doing such a fantastic job at controlling space in Pokemon Unite. You can see here the Regieleki uncontested 0 bouncing to the tier 2. It's going to make it vulnerable to instant scoring, and 50 points, the highest you can score before the 2-minute margin, going in and breaking that goal zone, and also this lead wide open, almost a more than a 300-point lead going into the final stretch. It's exactly where you want to be.
Especially if you're the Juicers, this is plan A. Be aggressive, and when they saw that 3 members of Los Caducados were down, this was the time to strike. You had big members down. Hoopa had already wasted its Unite move, so now you had to be, it's just the Decidueye. We can push, and all of the Juicers pushed in, and now they are in their favorite spot, being ahead going into the Ray fight.
Now Now using the tech, Trick Phantom Force, pulling the members back to a safe position. You can see here the Snorlax can teleport back to that little portal and also get a little bit of healing as well. Ranged Pokemon are shooting their abilities at range. There is that Spirit Shackle landing onto Zugrug in the Pixel Bush. And again, right now, Orange Juicers, all they need to do is insulate the Rayquaza that has appeared in the central area. It is now the final stretch fight. Points are doubled. Rayquaza is on the battlefield, and Orange Juicers in a commanding lead.
Commanding lead and commanding position as Kratos can kind of just harass away at the points. 1 minute 30 seconds remaining. Right now, it is a long range shoot, and Roland throwing out these psychics. If they can catch a target, they'll be able to converge on a big heavy slam. But that's Books there. Jose Books though gonna try to dunk 100, try to get a little bit closer. The big Ultra Soul Slam coming out. Flareon's able to get 2K big KOs, still at full range. Everybody's trying to converge. Big Bravebird though gonna try to dive on in. Does get Kratos. Flame Sweep captures absolutely no one. 2 members of Los Caducados are down. 1 member for the Juicers are down. Still a big hill to climb for Los Caducados.
Yeah, it's 50 seconds remaining in the game, and Orange Juicers still at a very commanding lead. Like I said previously, all they need to do is insulate the Rayquaza, still sitting at full HP.
Oh!
The Unite move from the Hoopa is going to bring everyone to the central area. OG on the Garchomp is going to be taken off the battlefield. This is Los Caducados' opportunity to take this off of the battlefield, but it's going to be very difficult. Rayquaza still at 50% HP, and a very slow rip by Los Caducados. Talonflame waiting in the wings for this confirmation. Here is 10%. Can they get the confirmation? No, it is going to be Zugrug on the Lapras capturing the Rayquaza.
What a great job by Zugrug being patient. Kratos able to get 3 KOs in that speed. I saw the Talonflame go in, and it lived on a sliver, and Zugrug was right there to be able to finish that bird off. Los Caducados did not have enough rip. They had the Buzzwole, they had the Hoopa, yes, they had the Snorlax, but that was just not quick enough. You needed Decidueye there to be able to hold down that A button to provide not only that rip, it was just not quick enough. Caducados had an opportunity, but they were unable to capitalize on it, and that is very unfortunate. But this match could have gone either way. It was getting a lot closer than we anticipated, Draco.
Yeah, it was getting a little bit scary for the Orange Juicers. Last minute of the game, they lost a couple of members. I think they lost OG kind of the last 30 to 45 seconds or so. But unfortunately for Los Caducados, when you don't have a Desu on the battlefield, or if they're just pushed out of the central area, your team just doesn't have any rip on the objective. Those auto attacks from Decidueye do really well at ripping apart objectives' HP bars and then getting the secure. And Rayquaza, it got to a point for Los Caducados is that was the only thing that can get them back into the game. And with Orange Juicers up quite literally 300 points going into the final stretch, all they need to do was focus on getting the knockouts of Los Caducados, forcing them to make the first move. And for Los Caducados, that is what done them in.
Absolutely. And we saw in the replay right now, as it was slowed down, we saw the Talonflame dive in. Aerial Ace came out, but it was almost like right behind it was a Water Pulse from Zugrug. So, or maybe it was the Water Pulse, then the Aerial Ace. One thing came first or the other. At the end of the day, Zugrug was the one who was able to get the confirmation, and it was, in fact, with Water Pulse. A great job by Los Caducados, but yes, not having a Desu as that rip, as that damage dealer from the back line, it gets that much more difficult. But definitely, totally, the production's not playing favorites at all to their casters. But my boy Flareon's the demon himself, able to be the MVP player of the game as they were crowned with this Mew, a Pokemon that we haven't seen them pick up in a while. They've been kind of focusing a lot to Inteleon, but Inteleon was still available, but they decided to go with Mew, provide a little bit more support and good damage overall. But great job by Flareons and great job by the Juicers being able to secure this win. Question remains, will draft number 2 be as quick, or will there be more, slowing down to decide of what they want to play?
clearly Zero didn't pay production to put Flareons as
No.
the MVP player of the game for game number 1. But honestly, Flareons did a fantastic job at a Pokemon that is typically played in the kind of the supportive role nowadays. I know a lot of teams in Asia loves to play EXP Share Mew, but this Pokemon is very difficult in the ranked environment, for example, because it takes a lot of expertise on the player side, and it's not the easiest Pokemon to take wild Pokemon or to farm EXP. So in order to do really well with Mew, you have to have a really coordinated team, and you also have you need to have a very proficient player. And you can see here 76,000 damage. It is the highest in terms of damage on the post-game summary quite significantly, and to do that is not an easy thing to do, Zero.
No, it's not at all. I mean, you are a person who does play Mew. You did take the time to kind of learn that Pokemon, but more so, Flareons did do the most damage on the team, always kind of being that backline attacker. Again, in Asia, they do use Mew EXP share, and we've even seen it in competitive play here in North America, but a lot, especially, I mean, Luminosity Gaming, another North America team, does have Otter, who does tend to play the Mew in the EXP share support role, but Flareons this time around was definitely the original attacker damage dealing Mew. And like I said, they ended up doing the most damage with about 76k, I believe, more than anybody else on the team, because they were always in the back line doing damage. And Mew is a very high skilled Pokemon that takes a lot of time getting good at, and Flareons is definitely one of those players.
I honestly love the Orange Juicers, not only in grassroots event like this, but of course in the Unite Championship Series. It's one of the only that has such a unique play style. I feel like their game, well, of course, all games begin in draft, but it's kind of a draft masterpiece that they put together. I mean, the confidence to pull out Doge first pick for Kratos is actually incredible, because Doge Speedster you pick towards the later parts of the draft, because it's a Pokemon that can get countered quite easily if you have a lot of crowd control on your team. But one of the things that I love about the Orange Juicers is that all 10 minutes of the game, and even in the draft, it's kind of like a chess game, right? Yeah. You're winning the game in very small increments. You're not really relying on having Rayquaza be your win condition, and they don't make the most extravagant of plays, the most riskiest of plays, but they are so consistent at grinding out the first 8 minutes of the game, and then all of a sudden, at least for Los Caducados' sake, you find yourself down 100 points, 200 points. In that game, it was 300 points. And so quite literally, it's a chess game every time I cast the Orange Juicers, and it's a delight to see.
Absolutely, and it's the thing that you said, consistency. How often as casters do we see the Juicers be very good, very aggressive in the early game, and 9 times out of 10 they are either very far in the lead or have a substantial lead where they force the enemy team to kind of make a move. Again, just like chess, it's okay, you can win little skirmishes here and there, but at the end of the day, it is going to be the Juicers who are playing chess, not checkers.
Going into this next game, it's kind of hard to approach this next draft. I think they started off really well by banning out the Sableye. Again, Sableye that I picked as my surprise banned Pokemon. At least when you're going up against the Orange Juicers, right? Rolling it down, one of the best supports in North America. Not only just because they can play like, you know, Blissey or Psyduck, but there aren't many support players play a Sableye as proficiently as he does. More so to even get a respect ban for Sableye when you're going up against the Orange Juicers. In my opinion, if you have a Sableye player, a Sableye ace on your team, it really opens up the field to the supports that you can play for the team.
Not only that, that little gremlin is a menace. Some call it a little gentleman. I like to call it a little gremlin because, as we've seen in productions past, definitely had a Sableye running around in here. Definitely is the reason why I've had disconnection issues. Totally was not to my own avail, but Los Caducados are going to be switching sides, so they're going to have the first pick, and they once again say no Sableye allowed. Well, the Juicers are going to be bounding out all these supports. That is 4 supports. No support allowed in my Pokemon Unite.
All the yellow backgrounds are going to be banned out. of them, but a lot of them, a majority of them are going to be banned out. There's going to be a new one joining the fray. Alchemy is going to be coming out in a couple of weeks now, but at least for this game, we're not going to see any Alchemy, and we're going to see very little supports. But take a look at Orange Juicers. They might be locking in 2 supports to begin with. Eldegoss, they're going to have to dig in their well of supports because, well, 4 of them are already banned out, Zero.
4 of them are banned out. Eldegoss is the OG. Ironically, is on the side that has a player named OG, being the Juicers. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing about Eldegoss. It will always find its way into competitive play. It is always still a very consistent, very good support Pokemon. But this draft is a little slower. Adesu did pick up the Suicune, so Suicune does enter the fray. And Snorlax, and having this core of Snorlax, Umbreon, and Suicune, not only is it very bulky, it can be very, very good when it comes to being stuns, being crowd control, doing a lot of damage in little increments, and overall very bulky for the side of Los Caducados. But mission control, we have Agent 007 on the scene for the Juicers.
Yeah, and one of the best players to do it. Already one of the player of the games for today's event. Flareon's going to be picking up not a Flareon, it is an Eon, it is an Inteleon coming out to play. Let's see what Kratos decides to go with here. A very bulky composition by Los Caducados. Kratos has to be very careful in that mid to short range. I feel like playing a Blaziken into a Suicune, Snorlax, Umbreon, and most likely a bulky Armarouge is going to be so difficult to deal with. And Kratos is going to go ahead and lock in the Talonflame, not a Ho-Oh, not a Decidueye Zero. It's going to be different Pokemon. Actually, a lot of bird Pokemon on the side of Orange Juicers. Blaziken, Talonflame, play. I want to shout out something that Fu said in a previous broadcast. I think he also said it previously in today's broadcast, but Talonflame does a really good job at doing burst damage up front. But one of the things with Talonflame is that sometimes it's very difficult to leave engagements. So whenever they use Fly or whenever they use Brave Bird, you want to try to get those KOs because sometimes getting out of that skirmish is a lot more difficult. And I feel like when you have Pokemon like Suicune, Snorlax, Umbreon, and then chased down by this Absol, I feel like if Kratos doesn't get to level 7 quickly, it's going to be very difficult for him to really take over the game like the central area carry tends to do.
Yeah, I mean, Talonflame does great burst damage in your face. We see it with the Brave Bird Aerial Ace boosted auto combo, but getting out is what makes it difficult. That is why they have the eject button to be able to try to find some safety, and why a lot of the times you either are going to be the one getting KOs or get KO'd. But Kratos is a great pilot onto this bird, but that's not to say that what Los Caducados has isn't going to work, because again, when you have the stuns of Snorlax, Suicune, and Umbreon, it is a difficult core to defeat. Juicers are up 1 game. They're on your orange team, and Los Caducados are on your purple team as we get into game 2 here at the INGAGE Master Series 2025 playoffs.
Zero doing his best Spriggles commentary there with shouting out the teams on which side they are. Orange Juicers actually on the orange side, thankfully. There was a period of time, for those of you in the audience that remembers, where Orange Juicers was named Orange Team for a period of time, and I think the UCS admins was like, no, we can't have that happen. We got to change the name. So Orange Juicers respectfully on the orange side. They're going to be sending the Charcadet, or at least the Armarouge Charcadet, up to the top path. You really don't see this Pokemon up here, but there is an early engagement by both the central area Pokemon, Fletchinder, Kratos to the bottom path, Absol in the top path, and I think this Eldegoss or this Gossifleur is going to find them very quickly.
Oh, Gossifleur going to be able to get away. Jose Books just kind of lurking here. Charcadet going to be in a little bit of trouble. Ayame is there, though. They're going to be able to dive on in. 4 members of Los Caducados are up here. Great evolutions. You now have the Armarouge, and now it's time to converge. Los Caducados are going all in, scoring, trying to get Roland. Roland's going to get burned to a crisp, and Absol goes absolutely berserk, and now this central area farm might be up for grabs, and this is where the early game of Los Caducados is really starting to shine for Los Caducados.
Yeah, the same thing happened in the bottom side for the Orange Juicers, able to sweep Desu on the Suicune. I think it was also the defender that was down there as well. So wins on either side to be expected. A 4-player swing in the top path and a 3-player swing in the bottom path. Another fight is breaking out in the central area. We'll see if we can get that action really briefly. There it is. It looks like Orange Juicers able to defend against the invaders of Los Caducados, and then has their eyes set on the central area Altario family that have spawned appeared on the battlefield. Flareon's hitting that level 7, the stage 3 evolution, Inteleon, Bubble 07 on the field.
This is going to be pivotal because now those snipe shots are going to be going in, chunking away at the enemy team. Flareon's is here to save the day with the style and Flare. Adesu, though, going to get away. Ayame, though, rolling in, and a snipe shot hits Ayame as well. Adesu's going to be taken down. Ayame's going to be taken down. And Flareon's is rolling on in with the crew. But Snorlax is lurking nearby, but Roland's going to be able to get a nice amount of EXP by scoring.
Yeah, I think once we get to this end game, it's going to be very pivotal for Los Caducados to really play together. You know, there's not a whole lot of crowd control on the side of Orange Juicers. When I think about the types of hindrance abilities they might have Unite Move from the Lapras, but that's really it, right? Talonflame, Inteleon, Blaziken, not really known for having a whole lot of crowd control. Los Caducados, all they got to do is stick together, use their crowd control abilities to chain the CC, and maybe not allow the Orange Juicers to play the game. But right now, Orange Juicers have a really dominant early game. It doesn't really reflect in the lead or the score lead so far, but able to get Flareon's already to level 9 and this bottom goal zone down to 9.
That is a great shot from Flareon's. A big 31 over Kevin. Like you said, the score is a lot closer, but Juicers have been dominant in terms of already getting Flareon's to level 10. Kratos is level 9, and right now Flareon's is going to just be snowballing into infinity and beyond because they were able to secure the red buff, and they've been sticking with Roland. The way they've been able to use this Fell Stinger to get away, they can't get caught in a mean look if you can't see the target. So great job, Kratos, though, pecking away. Big yawn eject button captures Kratos. Everything but the kitchen sink was thrown onto them. Holy! And the Orange Juicers need to back away and try to defend this bottom tier 1.
That's exactly what I was talking about, Joe. You want to play the game, Kratos? Well, we got a lot of crowd control to prevent you from doing that. Yawn directly into the Unite move from Adesu as they try to push on forward, but Zugwork doing a good job at getting some vision for the team. Always very careful of that chain crowd control, that chain CC. You can hear the casters sometimes talk about. It doesn't allow you to single ability. So at least for Kratos, you have a lot of mobility, able to move. Well, it doesn't even matter.
And they threw everything. I saw stuns, mean look, and the Suicune Unite move all onto one bird. That was a lot of resources, and I think Los Caducados need to try to communicate better because you wasted so many resources on the one Pokemon. That is not something you want to do later in the game when you're expelling like 2 or 3 Unite moves to take out one opponent when the rest of the Juicers are still very much alive and doing a lot of damage. But again, looking at the score this time, right now the Juicers and Los Caducados are a lot closer than we expected them to be. Regi is going to be taking free 99 as nobody really needs to worry about that. That is all Juicers all day long. While Los Caducados are going to try to converge onto Zugrug. Zugrug does get captured. Lapras Express does get expelled, unfortunately, and now they're going to be taking lots of damage. But just like that, Juicers going to plan B. They are scoring on tier 2, trying to create a bigger lead for themselves.
Once again, Juicers playing some 3D chess on Theosky Ruins. They take the southern objective that Reggie Ice and then immediately pivot their 2 fire-type Pokemon to score on the tier 2 goal zone, and it's going to give them the lead. So once again, like I was saying in the post-game summary in the last game, this is a chess match being played by the Orange Juicers. Not the most extravagant of plays, but getting that objective in the bottom path is going to help them for this deep end of the tier 1 goal zone in this next phase of the game. Eldegott's going to head up to the sky to defend really itself as they are continuing to get vision for the team in the central area. Now Orange Juicers pivoting back to their bottom path and pushing Los Caducados back to their side of the battlefield.
What a Cotton Cloud crash while being caught in the mean look just to be able to survive was just a great job and great reaction coming out of Roland just to be able to be the Bee Gees, and they're like, ha, 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 staying alive. 5 as they were just floating away. And that's got to be definitely jarring to see. Just you try to converge on it, unable to do so. And like you said, Los Caducados were pushed back. And right now, it's just kind of a big, giant game of chess. And Orange Juicer seems to be winning with the score. But Flareon's might have been caught out. Eject button, fell stinger while Kratos is here. They're going to try to convert. Brave Bird and the Flame Sweep does capture the Armor Rouge. And just like that, Los Caducados are pushed back by the Juicers.
Man, Los Caducados just can't find an angle to the right side of the battlefield. I mean, the goal lines are equal, right? It's 3 goal zones to 3 goal zones on either side, not counting the main goal zone at the stage 3, the tier 3. But somehow, Orange Juicers just find themselves over 100 points, 102 points to be specific. So even in double time, this is still more than a one-score game that the Los Caducados needs to find an answer to. Reggie Ice brought down to 25% already. The final stretch fight might be beginning very early. Zagura getting the confirmation there somehow with all the secure on the side of Los Caducados, and now they are sent reeling here. Zero, another KO going in the way of Orange Juicers. Armor Rouge and the Snorlax heading back to Nurse Joy. They need to find some joy because they have found their nightmare so far in the Orange Juicers.
Big damage dealer is down. Jose Book's going to be in a little bit of trouble. They're going to try to escape. Overheat does come out from OG, but Flareon's is already on Battle Patrol here. They are already shooting down those snipe shots. Ray Quaza's taking a little bit of damage. Heavy Slam is going to capture and cause a little bit of a yawn. Flareon's, though, being a big support. Ice coming out. Snorlax gets taken down by Flareon's. That's a big shot coming out. Zugrug is taking on 3. OG's looking at Rayquaza. Now they're trying to Churro convert onto Leo. Cloud Crash. Gonna keep Zugrug alive, but the Moonlight Prance breaks those shields. Kratos able to dive on in. Frozen is all of the members right now. Big flame sweep to push them up. OG is going absolutely insane. Santa Maria! Los Caducados are being pushed to the edge while the Juicers are squeezing out the pulp.
And they are continuing to apply pressure, not only in the central area, but Kratos getting a huge score in the top path, making it even more than a one-score game. They will now potentially need the Rayquaza to win this game with 1 minute remaining. Zero. This is not their tournament life, but at least on the winner side of the bracket, Los Caducados wants to stay there, but unfortunately, Orange Juicers is doing such a good job at maintaining space, and I feel like for this entire set, that's what they have excelled in so well with, pushing them back to their side of the battlefield. You know, they have Chris Books on their side of the field. They have another player named Books, but right now the library is closed for Los Caducados, and Orange Juicers is reading them like a book.
OG is just staying alive with these fire punches. The heal that they've been able to get to stay alive. The library might be closed, but Los Caducados, they see one last shot. We see the big Night Slash, Midnight Slash come out of the Absol. Rayquaza's looking pretty thin right now. Lots of HP. Flareon's is trying to position themselves though, and who was able to get it at the end? And we need to see the scorecard there. It was Kratos and Duncan time as Flareon's shoots to the sky, and that is your Juicers taking a 2-0 sweep against EU's Los Caducados. Not out, but they are definitely being sent to the losers.
I got to say the library might be closed today, but one player that definitely had their library card was Flareon's on the Inteleon, getting massive amounts of damage at range. As we go ahead and take a look at the post-game highlights here, you know, Los Caducados definitely put them in a much better position relative to game number 1. They weren't down by 300 points. They were down by maybe 100 or so odd points or so, but one of the strengths for a team like the Orange Juicers is that they can continue to play this chess match even after the 2-minute margin. Winning a team fight in the central area, then sending Kratos to break the tier 1 goal zone in double time, it's incredible. Again, watching the Orange Juicers play, it is something of spectacular.
Yeah, I mean, especially more importantly, and maybe this is me tooting my own horn, if the curse is real, I mean, Flareons and the Juicers still remain undefeated as of right now. But I mean, it was definitely one of those things where we talked about just a giant game of chess. Juicers never really lost their composure. And even in the draft phase, we talked about like, man, Blaziken is really going to struggle. Well, Blaziken did not struggle at all. They were able to survive, and they were just able to get heals. They were able to survive. They were able to do damage. And the Juicers quite literally came out with the swinging, and great job by the Juicers to be able to come out on top.
Orange juice is honestly one of my favorite things to have as a beverage for my Sunday brunch, sometimes with a mimosa, for example, but definitely finding their lunch money here as the orange juicers as they push on forward through to the semi-finals round. And no surprise, honestly, orange juicers, in terms of the 4 sets that we're seeing in the quarterfinals, I thought this was going to be the most dominant set among the 4. As you can see here, once again, Flareon's coming out to play as the player of the game, once again, for not only game number 1, for game number 2. Mew in the first game, getting over 70,000 damage, and then 90,000 damage here for game number 2. Inteleon is such a difficult Pokemon. The pilot sometimes snipe shot at range can be sometimes difficult to hit, but Flareon's doing it once again, but not only one Pokemon, but with 2-0.
They really showed out, and the Juicers as a whole really did show out. But do not go anywhere. We are going to be continuing the Master Series. Be on the lookout, though, because it's the next game. We want to make sure that everybody is aware. Have a lookout for our offline watch party, which is happening at the Red Bull Gaming Sphere. We're on the big screen, boys. It's Pokemon Unite here for the INGAGE Master Series. Don't go anywhere, because we have another exciting, thrilling match coming up next.
Desafortunadamente, mientras peleamos en el party, te tengo que no puedo hacerme el inocente. Desafortunadamente, dicen que pertenezco a la calle. que se te pone caliente. A ti no puedo ser fiel, I'm sorry. Ya, no puedo hacerme el inocente. Todavía tengo planes con otra chori. Mira, te quiero hacer una propuesta indecente. Quisiera complacer esos dos cuerpos, esos body. Eso es lo que tengo yo en la mente. Quisiera complacer esas dos oris. Eso es lo que tengo yo. Desafortunadamente, mientras peleamos en el party, te tengo que no puedo hacerme el inocente. Desafortunadamente, dicen que pertenezco a la calle y la verdad que se te pone caliente. Desafortunadamente, mientras peleamos en el party, y te digo que no puedo hacerme el inocente. Desafortunadamente, dicen que pertenezco a la calle y la verdad que se te pone caliente. Tocándote el punto, mami, sé que a ti te encanta la sensei. Quiere que Bambi te compre doble C,
Un par de chancletitas, coco, on vacation.
sabe que no puedo ser ni tu novio ni marido, pero definitivamente estoy entregado. Por esos labios, esos besos, todo lo tuyo. Pero te juro que desafortunadamente, mientras peleamos en el party, te tengo que no puedo hacerme el inocente. Desafortunadamente, dice que se para la calle y la verdad que se te pone caliente. Desafortunadamente, yeah. Mira, espérame. Y ya sé que yo te pongo caliente. Sos sensitivo con epidemic. Bambi Haze, baby, Bambi Haze. Con Don Bay en la pista, ¿viste? Ya. Oye, baby. Hey, cut off the lights. Cut off the lights. Yeah, I perform better at night. I've been outside with the mice. Yeah, eating that chicken and rice. Right, while it was filled with the mites. Okay, now it's an infinite price. If they wasn't living your life, then they shouldn't give you advice. Right, how could we honor your words? Yeah, if we see you missing your stripes, we get it. You've been in the game for a minute, but it's time to kick it. We know that you finished. The future is coming. Let's stick to the mission and aim for the target with deadly precision. We pissing them off and pitching the victims. Yeah, we call them victims cause they're demolition. I'm changing the rules and breaking tradition and make it cause nobody making the difference. I see it. Nobody gonna go hard for me like I go for me. That's why I gotta take mine, try and get milestones for me. I'm ready for it all, say the word and it's up on sight. Cut off the lights, yeah, I perform better at night. I've been outside with the mice, yeah, eating that chicken and rice. Right, while it was filled with the mites. Okay, now it's an infinite price. If they wasn't living your life, then they shouldn't give you advice. Right, how could we honor your words? Yeah, if we see you missing your stripes. Ayy, cut off the lights. Ayy, cut off the lights. Yeah, cut off the lights. I perform better at night. Ayy, cut off the lights. Yeah, cut off the lights. Ayy, cut off the lights. I perform better at night. Yeah, better at night, just get up and fight wherever it takes to level the field. We breaking the rules, we measuring heights that they try to tell us that we couldn't reach. No matter how hard that we worked, when we got this out of the dirt, pull up and lurk, pull up and make it a seem. Only till they bleed and they hurt. I've been outside with the mice, yeah, eating that chicken and rice. Right, while it was filled with the mites. Okay, now it's an infinite price. If they wasn't living your life, then they shouldn't give you advice. Right, how could we honor your words? Yeah, if we see you missing your stripes. Ayy, cut off the lights. Ayy, cut off the lights. Yeah, cut off the lights. I perform better at night. Ayy, cut off the lights. Yeah, cut off the lights. Ayy, cut off the lights. I perform better at night. I perform better at night.
Please do not get in my way. You cannot drive in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Bringing the fire. I just been bringing the. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the. I got the fuel in my veins. Trust me, I'm making a name. We are not one and the same. I am on top of the game. I cut out the line on my brakes, and that's why the drive is insane. Heart of a champ, adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. I'm too competitive, I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the. They thought I was underdog. I did not fear not one of y'all. They thought I was underdog. I did not fear not one of y'all. They thought I was underdog. I do not fear not one of y'all. They thought I was underdog. I did not fear not one of y'all. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. We're bringing the fire. And they can't stop me. We're bringing the fire. We're bringing the fire. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the.
Hey, yeah, hey, yeah. Flipping the script from my old ways. Flick up the switch, I'm in flow state. Commas, I'm going through growing pains. I wasn't used to being so gross. I tighten the threads at a crochet. I wake up the cushion, some OJ. The last tape I dropped was a rollway. It's yellow, I swear it's a Coldplay. Viva la vida, I'm swiping the visa. We working, I'm taking off no days. Cause we throwing shots like a gun range. So we finally make it to front page. A head full of dreams, some breath for the schemes. A heart that been feeling like it's a machine. I'm pushing extreme, cause I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees. Yeah, stay on my P's, get hate off my body like it's a disease. I'm walking off after we taking the lead. She call me Big Papi, I'm David Ortiz. It's what you've been waiting to see. There's moments where you gotta take it or leave. And I'm taking everything, some call it greed, but I call it living out what you believe. And I've been believing since no one was seeing the vision board. Racing with fate all my life, a collision course. Fighting with snakes, I'm a lion like Gryffindor. I be asking permission for it. This type of shit what we breaking tradition for. Clearing the mission, don't care who the victim. I'm dying for all that I'm living for.
Welcome back to the INGAGE Master Series playoffs. We don't talk about playoffs, but we do today. As I'm zeroing on Alex, one of your casters for the day. But with me, not only is my casting partner Drake, but we also have added the handsome, the dashing, the always daring Steel Agent Kyle. Kyle, how are you doing today, my brother?
I am ready to go. Hopped up on some Red Bull energy drinks, not sponsors, maybe sponsored. I don't know. We are in the Red Bull arena, so that's pretty fun. But I am super excited to cast this next match with Draku here.
Yeah, I mean, it's very exciting. Again, shout out to our offline, I should say, playoff as we are here at the Red Bull Arena. But Draku, I mean, you and I have seen some great matches, even going back from the start when we still had Tano here. We have seen some high intense gameplay, and now moving forward, we just saw the juicers, but now we're seeing what could arguably very exciting, and one of your picks here of Yada Garasu going up against Stamina Esports.
Yeah, I am super stoked to see this set in particular. I think of the 4 sets that we've seen so far, this is definitely going to be the closest of the 4. Just to review really quickly, Banis, Revelation, and Orange Juicers moving forward in their respective quarterfinals games, winning that set 2-0. I expect this, Kyle, to go the full distance. We got Stamina Esports, the Worlds qualifying team from LATAM North, and Yate Garasu, the LATAM South Worlds qualifying team. And both teams, I think their respective invitations to the Master Series. I'm so excited to see this one, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, you have some great players on both sides, and it's almost like a Worlds preview. Like you said, both teams qualified. So we're going to get a little bit of a taste of what we may see in Anaheim in just a few short months. Maybe even, I'm not sure if these teams are traveling to New Orleans for the final stretch, but could be a potential, preview matchup for that as well. So a lot of heavy hitters on these two squads. Excited to see what they're able to bring. And obviously both of them very much want to stay in this tournament today.
Very much so.
Zero. Yeah, Zero. This is going to be the set that you're going to be the set that you're going to be sitting out on. But we're going to go ahead and introduce these two teams in just a second. But again, Stamina Esports and Yate Garasu coming out from two very proficient regions inside of Pokemon Unite. Can you please introduce the team that is from the open qualifiers, mind you, Yate Garasu, Zero?
That Yatagarasu is looking powerful, and we've seen them. They might be the open qualifier runner-up, but they are here to play. They have made it to the playoffs, so they're here to play. You got Riolu, Gohan, Euro, Tint, and still one of my favorite names that we've seen in the Engage Master Series, Burpee Bara, kind of like a capybara, but more burpy in the sense. And this squad has been able to perform really, really well. They work really well in tandem together. Gohan being one of the players that stood out to me. Euro can make amazing plays, and honestly, I will never get tired of calling out for Burpee Bara. But on the other side of the team, we definitely need to see our boy Steel Agent Kyle introduce the squad that is I forgot their names already. Stamina Esports. I ran out of stamina. It's got to be Stamina Esports, Kyle. As production, hopefully, will bring up Stamina Esports. Kyle, you can go ahead and take it away, my brother.
Someone get Zero in on Alex some Red Bull if he's gonna slow down here. But yeah, Stamina Esports, as Drake, you said, LATAM North champions, #1 in points. You have Jonah, Ranma, Reggie, Zalkira, and Frake. So this team, I'm really expecting a lot from this team. As we are going to be getting started here very shortly, I believe we are going to be jumping right into draft here, Draku. Thank you, Alex. We will talk with you in just a very short amount of time after this set. But Draku, let's get into this draft already. We have Hoopa, Inteleon, Psyduck bans.
Yeah, I heard from production that they're airdropping, particularly Zero, some Red Bull. We'll get a confirmation on that one, maybe even a picture of him drinking a Red Bull, because he did forget one of the teams, Stamina Esports. But as you can see here, both teams from the Latin American regions, respectively, from different cardinal points. LATAM North, Stamina Esports on our orange side, Yate Garasu, LATAM South. We didn't talk about it during this broadcast, Kyle, but is there another Pokemon, particularly a speedster, that you could potentially see be a big factor? Maybe a speedster that is also kind of an all-rounder. Scyther? I think you had some comments about Scyther for LATAM-specific teams.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Peru, obviously, unfortunately, unable to qualify for this portion of it, but a very proficient team on that Scyther pick. We see a lot of LATAM teams either try to pick or ban it, especially against Peru. So I'm not sure if we'll see it come out here. I think speedsters have fallen at least a little bit with this kind of current meta. We're seeing a lot of bulkier compositions, a lot of all-rounders, and you're already seeing it here. Yatagarasu taking that Blaziken.
If you're tuning in from the Red Bull gaming sphere in London and you're new to Pokemon Unite, each game starts out with a draft. It is a a snake draft. So one team will select one Pokemon, the other team will select two Pokemon, going back and forth until all 5 Pokemon are selected. And also, there are no mirror picks, very similar to other games that have drafts. So, for example, Suicune, picked up by Gohan, cannot be selected by Stamina Esports on the other side. And so all 5 Pokemon will be selected as we get towards the end of drafts. They tend to be some of the more surprising picks. So Pokemon like Mewtwo Y or Mimikyu that are typically not picked towards the beginnings of draft will come out to play. The beginnings of draft are typically Pokemon that are very consistent, some of the best Pokemon inside this game. So Suicune, Lapras, Blaziken, Onyata Garasu, on the side of Stamina Esports, Snorlax, Eldegoss, and Absol, some of the most consistent Pokemon in their relative categories inside the game.
And now you see the last pick. So Stamina Esports, since they had that second pick option, that means that they have the last pick in the match, which is typically a counter pick to what your opponent is doing. And you're seeing exactly that with this Glaceon pick, which does quite well into tanky compositions. That's why you're seeing like that Lapras and then triple all-rounder. So look for this Glaceon to really get online with those Icicle Spears, prevent a lot of the healing with that cursed item that it is sporting, and then just shredding through the HPs of Yatagarasu.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so as they head into the first game, they will end each draft with a final preparation phase, which they can trade or change some of their held items. Each Pokemon gets 3 held items and 1 battle item that they can consume throughout the game. So if you're familiar with League of Legends, for example, Flash, an item that allows you to move yourself one position to another in a blink of an eye. I think blink is also another term used in this genre of game. It's called eject button in this game. And so there are a variety of ways to build, or like I say, train your Pokemon, just to be on brand with Pokemon. And when I say train, it's more so how they build their held items and which battle item they select at the end of that final preparation phase.
And that's what they are doing right now. We won't be able to see exactly what they did in those last couple moments, but we are getting into game number 1 of our last round of the winner's bracket matchup. We are going to see the Mimikyu along with the Absol take the central areas of each side.
Mm-hmm. And to like MOBAs and other games in the MOBA genre, there is a laning phase, and so you can see in the top left corner of your screen a mini map, and the towers, as you can see, the Pokemon intend to score on these towers. There's 80 energy for the first tier goal zones, and then the second tier goal zones after these are broken, and so the game continues to progress as these goal zones come down, and after these 10 minutes, the winner is decided with who has scored the most points in the game. It's different. You don't want to break, or your goal isn't to break the end goal zone, it's to score the most amount of points after these 10 minutes are done.
We are seeing this Glaceon come through, picking that Icicle Spear moveset like we talked about, so looking to shred through. It is a sure hit, so as long as it's able to get in distance of a target, it should be able to lock on and fire out those Icicle Spears. And look at this rotation. We're seeing 4 members of Stamina go up here, and there's only, I believe, 3 members of Yatagarasu up here, Tom.
Yeah, Stamina Esports should get an early lead, at least in the top path. 2 very bulky Pokemon up here, so they're probably going to take the Altaria wild Pokemon and then retreat back over to their side of the battlefield, as you can see here. On the bottom side of the map, Yatagarasu sending 3 members down there, getting some score in that tier 1 goal zone on the bottom path and getting an early lead, 38 points to 0. A KO opener going over to Stamina Esports as the Lapras gets knocked out.
It's a nice KO for this Zacian, who really wants to build up those levels. And levels are the name of the game, like we talked about. Yes, it is points that is going to win you the game, but you get that by getting levels and winning team fights. And big carry Pokemon like that Zacian, like this Absol, are level hungry, so you want to make sure to feed them with these wild Pokemon.
Yeah, you get experience by capturing wild Pokemon or KOing the enemy team here as Reggie gets knocked out. So a lot of that experience, as you can see on your screen, that notification, Mewtwo Y, getting most of that EXP. But it is currently an EXP share holding Pokemon. It's a held item. You can see the little light bulb above the Mewtwo Y. It provides more experience to members that are around you. So even though that KO was given to the Mewtwo Y, a lot of that experience was handed over to members that were surrounding this Pokemon. As we head into the first major objectives that spawn at the 7-minute mark, you can see the timer at the top side of your screen. The first major objective spawn onto the battlefield, and the battle starts to pivot around these points on the field.
It's a very interesting moment there. Mimikyu down early looked like they wanted to score and break that T1 goal zone, but it would have broke that point an even number. And kind of the idea with a lot of these teams, they want to try to hold on to those goal zones, because if those goal zones get broken, it opens up additional wild Pokemon experience for the other side. But also, you want to try to maximize your caps, as we see a huge fight break out. Unite moves starting to fly, and Absol able to take the first objective of the game. It's a Regice.
Yeah, and so getting an objective means you are the last Pokemon to hit the wild Pokemon. So even if Yatagarasu did most of the amount of damage, whoever last hits that Pokemon is the team that captures them. So that Regice in the bottom path will give a buff for the next 90 seconds or until they get KO'd. And there are 3 different objectives that spawn on the southern parts of the map. This one gives you more passive healing for the next 90 seconds. In the top part of the map, where as you can see the team starting to rotate towards, a Regieleki has spawned and an NPC is given to your team if you're able to capture that objective.
Looking for a little bit of a push here is this Mimikyu. Instead, peels back towards those wild Pokemon. Regieleki still hovering in the top path. Glaceon's trying to find some Icicle Spears to lock onto. It finds the Blaziken, but Blaziken able to take the Regieleki for Yatagarasu. Glaceon just going to try to shred through this Mimikyu, keep them from advancing any further.
Yeah, and just like every Pokemon in the game, there are Pokemon that excel at last hitting wild Pokemon. You can see there, that ability, the Blaziken in the center part of your screen, Riolu, is really strong at last hitting objectives with Overheat. One of its abilities, it actually has many abilities for this Pokemon, and if you're able to secure wild Pokemon in this game, it really gives you an advantage to pushing objectives, as you can see here, pushing goals, as you can see here. But here comes a fast break from Stamina Esports. Here comes the Absol. They are currently at 1 HP, but healed almost back to full with the Cotton Cloud Crash, the ultimate or the Unite move called in this game from that supportive Pokemon, able to heal Reggie on their Absol as they push on forward. Backside Pursue gets the knockout as well.
Massive plays here for Stamina Esports. However, they break that goal zone even, so unable to get additional points outside of the HP bar of that T1 goal zone. So an even point break. Not ideal, but it gives yourself a little bit of time, a little bit of additional space to maybe roam the map and kind of starve out your opponent.
Registeel has appeared in the bottom path. This time will give you an attack buff if you're able to capture it for your team. The Stamina Esports starting out the Registeel, already brought down to 50%. Here comes the Sovereign Sword. Unite move from the Zacian, not able to get it though, because once again, Riolu on the Blaziken, I apologize, is able to get the confirm once again. So a lot of that damage done by Stamina Esports. Last hit captured by Yatagarasu.
That's a big play for Yatagarasu. 2 level 11s, however, it's this Absol that is the level leader right now at level 12. Big play here, Mewtwo Y along with the Blaziken. Gonna converge on the Zacian, find a KO. Mimikyu tags this Eldegoss, but decides not to take it once again. They weren't sure exactly where the rest of Stamina Esports was set up. Here's another Unite move from Absol looking to take down this Blaziken, but the Unite move comes out from Mimikyu to try to starve out this Absol, and they find him. Yatagarasu sieging this T1 goal zone.
Massive, and they got a 40 point in the goal zone as well, with a 6 points left on that goal zone. What we call an overcap is scoring more than the goal zone allots for. There's always 80 points in the tier 1 goal zones, but you can score more than that if you have the points available to it. So an overcap of, I think it was 34 points, is pretty significant in the middle part of this game. 175 to 80, 1.5 minutes remaining before the final stretch. That's when Rayquaza appears and points are doubled at that phase of the game.
Yatagarasu, full press into the enemy's central area, looking for another KO. They find the Zacian, it's Mimikyu. However, Snorlax paying a bit of revenge, and here comes a Unite move from Suicune now. Yatagarasu turning a little bit of an Uno reverse card, trying to find another one. Blaziken able to take down the Glaceon. That's a KO streak of 2.
Massive knockout for Riolu on the Blaziken. Level 13, almost level 14. This is currently the level leader of the game. Absol level 13 on the other side. But when you think about different categories or classifications of Pokemon, you really want Pokemon like Absol. These are speedster Pokemon to be at a level advantage. With Blaziken at level 14, this is going to be a raid boss, a huge threat that Stamina Esports has to deal with.
So far, they're dealing with it just okay. Zacian, though, is able to take down that Mimikyu. That's a nice KO for Stamina. Looking to now shred through this Regirock as the Glaceon. Good zoning from the rest of Stamina, and they're able to take that Regirock. Good plays here from Snorlax along with the Eldegoss to make sure Yatagarasu couldn't advance. 15 seconds until Rayquaza. Yatagarasu in a significant point lead right now. This Rayquaza is going to be pivotal. Snorlax looking to engage really early on. Mewtwo Y Unite comes out as well.
Yeah, they're forced to use their Unite move just to defend themselves. They are currently at 1 HP. They have to retreat. Here comes the Lapras Express, the bottom side of your screen. And now going over to the right side, they have a Blaziken. And here comes the wave, the tidal wave. Yatagarasu lands onto 2. Zacian sent back to the Pokemon Center. Riolu has to retreat back over to the left side. And it looks like Burpibara, is trying to stay on the field as best as they can. And this might be an honest fight once again. A couple of Unite moves. The yellow dots above the icons. This is going to be a clean fight, but Stamina Esports needs to find an angle.
They find an angle on the Absol from this Mewtwo Y. Snorlax frozen solid from that Suicune. Now going to take a quick power nap in the center of this Rayquaza central area. Glaceon going to try to charge up those Icicle Spears and start hitting Rayquaza. Try to start getting into maybe being able to take down this objective for Stamina Esports. Rayquaza still at 4/5 HP, but here comes a Unite move from Suicune.
Infinite Icebox lands onto the Glaceon. Is going to force them back over to their side of the battlefield. But take a look at the score line, Kyle. The Stamina Esports still needs to score on the Tier 1 goals in the bottom path, or take the Rayquaza, who is still at full HP and recovering back to full once again. Burpibara getting all those Ice Shards, and then followed by the Pursuit on the Absol finds the backside. And this might be Stamina's opportunity to get back into this game. 2 members down for Yatagarasu, but the Snorlax is going to push the enemy team back towards the Absol, and this is their opportunity, Kyle. 30 seconds remaining, and they need to find some scores.
Oh, and they found 3 KOs. Absol KO streak of 3. Glaceon going to start shredding through this objective. They need to do it. Only 20 seconds left. They're going to not only need to take this, but they're also going to have to score. First step done. Zacian takes Rayquaza. They need to start heading towards these goal zones. Only 10 seconds left. 100 points in from Eldegoss. That's going to inch them very close. Are they going to be able to have enough? Zacian, 28, double it. That's going to give Stamina Esports the lead. They are going to take game number 1 away from Yatagarasu.
Oh no, and Yatagarasu is going to watch this slip just out of their fingers, but an absolute patient masterclass by Stamina Esports, down almost 200 points with literally 30 seconds in the game remaining, but it doesn't even matter. In double time, after 8 minutes have expired or 2 minutes on that game clock, the scores are doubled, and when you capture that Rayquaza, gives you faster scoring speed. It gives you that green bubble around the Pokemon, and if they are able to score their points in the final seconds of the game, as they did there, they were able to squeak away with game number 1 in this quarterfinal set.
Huge stuff here, and we're seeing some of the replays down your bottom right of this match. Early on, we saw Yatagarasu got off to a pretty good early level lead, but Stamina Esports able to inch back, and I think really just the key component of this game for Stamina was this Glaceon. Yes, Absol was able to close out a lot of those KOs, but Glaceon did a lot of heavy lifting, especially into that very tanky composition of Yatagarasu, able to shred through those HP bars and set up Absol to really shine and take a lot of those big KOs.
Yeah, and inside Pokemon Unite, and really inside any game that has these kind of classifications, certain Pokemon excel in certain roles. So I was talking a lot about Blaziken, able to secure objectives. You can see the notification there of them securing that Regieleki. And there are certain Pokemon that, again, that are innately better at performing certain tasks in the game. At least in Pokemon Unite, the Rayquaza that spawns at the 2-minute mark, that is the most important objective in the game. It's been controversial, I would say, in all of Pokemon Unite's history. Previous to Rayquaza, it used to be Zapdos. If you were to capture Zapdos, it would cause instant scoring on those goal zones. And for Rayquaza here, you can see the Zacian getting the confirmation to capture the Rayquaza with that notification, and then they're off to the races. That green bubble gives you faster scoring speed in double time after the 2-minute mark, the final stretch, as we call it. It makes it even more powerful. And there's a saying that we love to say in Pokemon Unite is, when there's a Ray, as in Rayquaza, there is a way back into the game. And it is a huge comeback factor if you're able to secure that objectives at the end of the game. But we're going to see at the end of each of these games a player of the game. And like you were saying, Kyle, Glaceon, the player, the Pokemon of this game, and Frank doing so well with it. 80,000 damage, Kyle.
It's a good number to have. And sometimes flashy numbers are great, but you could just see how much value that this Pokemon, yeah, sure, it's not, the fancy, 100K damage number that everybody likes to talk about, but there's something about grinding through some HP bars slowly but surely. Lapras is a Pokemon that's really hard to deal with from Pokemon similar to like Inteleon that have a lot of like a lot of really good last hit abilities. So having something like this Glaceon, 80K damage, you see the damage taken is something that I always like to see, especially on an attacker Pokemon. You don't want to be taking a lot of damage generally, but especially on an attacker that's kind of squishy like that Glaceon. So only taking 35K damage and dishing out twice as much as you took, always a good sign. And stamina, they got it done.
Yeah, lots of numbers to see here. A lot of players like to look at that damage number just because, big damage equals big impact. Not necessarily. A player that I do want to shout out as well is going to be this Eldegoss. It's on the right-hand side of your screen, third one from the bottom. That's Ranma on this supportive Pokemon. I know you love to talk about Eldegoss. I'll give you the reins here in just a second, Kyle. But these supportive Pokemon always do so well in this game just because of their ability to heal your team. And you can see there on the far right, 60,000 damage healed across your team. Again, you're applying heals for yourself, you're applying heals for the members of your team, and Eldegoss is one of the best Pokemon to do that, Kyle.
Yeah, I love Eldegoss, and similar to how Glaceon worked with this composition, Eldegoss really worked quite well for them as well. Eldegoss is one of those supportive class Pokemon that does have a little bit of offensive prowess. The basic attacks not only can do damage, and if you add something like a Muscle Band, which does additional HP damage on the opposing side, it allows it to be a little bit more offensive, chip away HP bars a little bit slow, maybe a little bit faster if you add some additional damage items. But with a supportive Pokemon, typically you do want to have something like a Resonant Guard that's going to shield some of your teammates along with yourself. But you saw 60K damage healed as well as another like 20K damage dealt. That's a nice sign of a very productive support. And Eldegoss doesn't get as much shine as it used to in previous metas, but it can still shine in all the bright ways.
It's definitely gonna shine in your heart, Kyle. I know you love Eldegoss. I think
it's my one gold badge.
I think it's one of your most played Pokemon. I think, and so if you're new to Pokemon Unite, again, there are various classes of Pokemon. We were talking about Eldegoss being a supportive Pokemon. We were talking about Glaceon and Inteleon earlier today as being attackers. These are Pokemon that are at range. And then when you think of the other classes and other types of games, you have defenders or tanks, have a lot of HP, have a lot of abilities that crowd control or hinder the enemy team. You have assassins. These are called speedsters in this game. And the last category are called all-rounders. Zacian was an all-rounder in that last game. These are typically Pokemon that are bruisers. They are up in the face of the enemy team. They might not have as much sustain as a tank, but similar to a tank, they are typically at your front line right next to your defenders.
Getting into game number 2, Stamina Esports up 1-0 here. This is a best of 3, so if they are able to close out this game, it would send Yatagarasu down to that lower side bracket. So we're taking a look in the top section. All the bands, it's going to be Psyduck, Inteleon, Hoopa, and Absol. So none of these Pokemon will be able to be played by either squad in game number 2. I'm looking directly at this Absol band here, Draku. Seems like Yatagarasu did not like playing into that Pokemon.
Yeah, so for the bans, it's typically Pokemon that are very powerful inside Pokemon Unite. So supportive Pokemon like the Psyduck and Hoopa on the right side there, that pink Pokemon, these are some Pokemon that are banned very frequently, but there are also instances where a team just doesn't like a certain Pokemon that a player on the enemy team is an ace at. So for example, Absol, not a Pokemon you typically see in the ban slot. Well, Yatagarasu just didn't want to see Stamina Esports play it, so it's a different strategy. Instead of banning a really powerful Pokemon, you're also banning a really powerful Pokemon the enemy team knows how to play.
I'm taking a look to see what we're going to see again. It looks like Yatagarasu Yeah, what is going on? I'm liking the Snorlax, and then I'm also liking the Suicune once again. While it didn't work out for Yatagarasu, Suicune is just incredibly strong, offers a lot of crowd control with those freezes. And look at this. We're finally seeing some Clefable, a Pokemon that was recently buffed in a patch, giving it some additional strength in its supportive kit. So additional healing for your team. And it's an area of effect healing. So has the ability to heal multiple members at the same time.
Yeah, and Clefable does really well with Pokemon that have self-sustain. This Garchomp, Riolu on the right side of your screen is an all-rounder, so naturally a little bit more bulky than it relative to speedsters or attackers, but it's a Pokemon that can self-heal. Its auto attacks, you'll see it swiping away on the battlefield, gives it a little bit of healing for every damage that it does. So once you get to the later stages of the game, this Garchomp is going to be dishing a huge amount of damage at close range, but also healing itself, but also being supported by this Clefable. So expect this Garchomp and this Clefable to be a duo or a pairing to see basically at all stages of the game standing right next to each other, playing next to each other.
I'm a little okay. I do see additional. There's two cursed items being held by Stamina Esports. One on the Glaceon and then one on the Mewtwo X. So look for those Pokemon specifically to try to slow down this Clefable. So those anti-healing items are going to help prevent a lot of that additional healing that Clefable wants to do. Clefable is holding the stacking special attack specs item, which will increase its healing every time that it scores up to 6 stacks. So look for that Clefable to likely try to get some scores in early, which will help bolster its late game healing. Let's take a look, though. There is a little bit of a watch party going on at the Red Bull Gaming Sphere. And hello, Red Bull Gaming Sphere. This is a pretty cool look at it right over to your right side of the screen.
Yeah, and so Stamina Esports again on your purple side. I think it was the Mewtwo X at that point did have a cursed item. They went ahead and swapped away from that cursed item, and I think the Talonflame actually has a cursed bangle attached to it. So still having 2 cursed items. Again, these are anti-heal items that limit the effectiveness of either healing from a goal zone or healing particularly for that Clefable.
Let's see, this Talonflame along with the Charmander will be a Charizard eventually, take the central area for each side. Both Pokemon desperate for that experience. Charmander desperate for level 7, as well as that Fletchling. We want to get to that double evolution. Gibble's going to try to defend this Torchic from getting their stacks in early, whereas I believe Clefable was able to get 1 stack in early, and there is that K opener for the side of Yatagarasu.
Yeah, and Gibble, early game evolution for a Garchomp. It's a stage 3 evolution Pokemon, so as they progress through the game, they will capture wild Pokemon and KO enemy Pokemon to get experience, and that is how they scale, or that is how you control the tempo of the game. And so this Gibble needs to get to level 5 to become a Gabite, its 2nd tier evolution, and then further to level 9 to get to that stage 3 evolution in the Garchomp.
Looking to push forward is this Charmeleon, is going to attack this Glaceon. Snorlax going to frontline. A lot of that is Altaria family in the bottom path going over to Yatagarasu. Not quite the same story in the top path as Stamina Esports pushes quite far. No KOs found, but they did find some points.
Oh, can they get to the Fletchinder? They do! They interrupt the animation to go back to the main base of Reggie. May have to try once again. They are in kind of dangerous position. They are able to make it back home to heal back to full, but that doesn't mean the onslaught from Yatagarasu stops there. Riolu at level 5 can actually have an ability to pull the enemy team to their side of the battlefield. And take a look at this, Kyle. Stamina Esports trying to get to, I think it's the Clefable, but you can see that ability there. The Moonlight you were talking about before can not only heal your ally Pokemon, but also healing Clefable themselves. As we pivot to the central area, we can see another fight breaking out for the Altaria family, another wild Pokemon camp that spawns onto the battlefield at certain increments of the field. Charizard, stage 3 evolution Pokemon now on the battlefield.
Gonna go head back to their own central area, clean up any bits of wild Pokemon experience before probably heading either down to the bottom path for this basement objective, the basement Reggie that will spawn at 7 minutes, or this top Regieleki that will also spawn at 7 minutes. Look at this engage though. Talonflame, Brave Bird on in. They're able to take out that Gabite. Clefable gonna have to stand and watch as points rain down. Stamina Esports leaving that top goal zone at 4.
Yeah, Reggie doing a fantastic job. They are almost at level 9. I mentioned it in the previous game, but once Pokemon hit either level 8 or level 9, they will get access to an ultimate ability in Pokemon Unite. It's called their Unite move, and it could be rather devastating. For attack Pokemon, it could be something that deals a massive amount of damage as a burst damage, or for supportive Pokemon, it can be giving shielding to your team, but overall, it is an ability to have in these larger scale team fights. And when the first major objective spawned at the 7-minute mark, you want to have at least 1 or 2 Pokemon with the Unite move. You can see Euro here with the Charizard honing in directly onto the Talonflame, going immediately into their ultimate ability, the Seismic Slam, taking them up into the air and then slamming them back down. But unfortunately for Yategarasu, that Unite move doesn't mean you are able to capture objectives, as Yategarasu loses out on both the objectives in the top and bottom path.
They also lose out on this Suicune, who just is able to just falls over to Stamina Esports. Talonflame, though, is going down and back to the Pokemon Center themselves. So a little bit of trading from both of these squads. 6-minute mark. Now starting to see this Blaziken start to come online. Level 10, the level leader. While it wasn't able to provide a ton of value in that last objective fight, it was off doing its own thing in this top path, breaking that T1 goal zone. So Stamina Esports still doing quite well.
Yeah, in terms of tempo, though, you kind of expect Yategarasu to lose that early game, right? They need level 9 for the Charizard to really make an impact. Same thing for the Garchomp, needs level 9. Stage 3, high EXP share Pokemon to get to its highest impact of the game. And the game will start to really unfold as they get to a more team fighting phase here. Teams or players will start to navigate around each other. You can see get some of these larger 5v5 or 4v5 engagements.
Oh, there's a little bit of an ambush from 2 members of Stamina Esports. Forces out that Garchomp Unite move. Overheat is going to chunk them down. Dragon Combo looking to finish off this Blaziken. Stance change, not enough shields. Even though it was buffed recently, they still go back to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, in the top path, Yategarasu really doing a fantastic job, at least defending their tier 2 goal zone. Another frontier of battle has broken out as Yategarasu pushes on forward, 20 points, trying to be scored by the Clefable, interrupted by Stamina Esports. Defense looking really strong by Stamina Esports once again. They need to find their wings, and they might have some Red Bull here because they get the first KO in the bottom path. Clefable heading back to the Pokemon Center once again. Holmes is going to make quick work of this objectives in the bottom path, and Brave Bird immediately into the Regirock, and is going to burn directly through this Regirock. But once again, this Blaziken, as fantastic as it was in game 1, securing yet another objective for the team.
Great stuff. Blaziken, overheat secure, one of the best tools in the game, and you're seeing exactly why teams value this Pokemon, especially in those contested objectives. 145 for Yategarasu to Stamina Esports' 96. There is a top Regieleki that is kind of hanging out in this top path. Yategarasu not super interested in it right now, knowing that they don't have position to really contest Stamina Esports, as well as just the last hit ability. So they are just going to be forced to catch this and grab value of their wild Pokemon where they can on the map. Garchomp obviously taking that tier 2 and holding that fort down, as looks like Stamina Esports is very interested in pushing this T1 on the bottom side.
Yeah, 1 minute and 40 seconds before the final stretch fight begins, and Stamina Esports has a lot of resources to use here on this tier 1 goal zone, but they need a lot of points to break that. 80 points energy needed to break this goal zone, and with 2 members down, Stamina Esports tested their defense, and Yategarasu definitely paid off in dividends here. That defense turning into offense, and the fast break, getting 2 KOs and potentially a third in the Blissey, forced to use their battle item, the XP, to give them a little bit more movement speed to retreat back to their side of the battlefield. And a chess game being played by Yategarasu. Not only are they scoring on the tier 2, but they're able to break the tier 1 with the Garchomp in the top path. They need to find a win here because they are down quite significantly in score and also in level, but they get 2 KOs. Charizard, Suicune, back to the Pokemon Center, and here comes the fast break from Stamina Esports.
We're going to try to siege this T1 goal zone, but a great defense from this defender and supportive class. However, they just lose their healer, so that's going to make this task a little bit tough. But Garchomp is here. Dragon combo misses the mark. Bird doesn't connect, but it doesn't matter. A ton of damage is falling onto Yatagarasu, but paying revenge is this Charizard as they push forward. 3 members go down from Stamina Esports. Charizard living on 1 HP in a dream. Fable's going to take care of that, heal them up, and this basement Reggie is Yatagarasu's for the taking.
Again, Stamina Esports, they want to win this game to move on forward to the semi-final rounds and stay on the winner's side of the bracket. Yatagarasu, they are looking really strong over a 1-score lead in the final stretch. Points are about to be doubled after the 2-minute margin. Rayquaza, the most polarizing objective spawning, appearing on the battlefield, and the fight is breaking out rather quickly, Kyle.
Snorlax engage, heavy slam onto 2 members, and there's that seismic slam. Charizard takes to the skies, looking to rain down some damage. There's the glacial stage set from this Glaceon, shredding through. Massive Brave Bird connects on multiple members of Yatagarasu. It's just the Snorlax, and now the Suicune down as Talonflame's able to take down 2. Clef is doing their best to try to heal it, but it's not going to be enough. 3 members are down. Garchomp, Clefable still on the field. Glaceon shredding through them. Garchomp down. Snorlax and Clefable still on the map, but now it's just the Snorlax. This might be Stamina's time.
Reggie might not be a Buffalo, but they've definitely found their wings here in game number 2. Rayquaza brought down to 25%. Snorlax, the only one left standing. They need a hero, and is it going to be the Snorlax? They take a nap, and unfortunately, the rest is just not enough as the Talonflame takes over this game. Call them some Red Bull because they have taken flight here in game 2.
100 points going on in from this Talonflame. That is going to give Stamina the lead. Another 100-point dunk. That might be the one that breaks the camel's back. Almost 200 points now separated with still some shields in tow. They're looking to take a siege on the central area. Another 100 points, another 50 going in from Stamina Esports, and they are going to be advancing through the winner's side of this bracket, Draku.
And with almost a complete ace of Yatagarasu, they can only watch for the remainder of this game as Stamina Esports continues to pile on their score lead. Gohan doing their best Machamp cosplay impression as they can as they roll their Unite move, their ultimate ability, the Wonder Wish, to get a close combat, but it doesn't even matter because this is no close for Cigar at all. Stamina Esports winning out 2-0 over the LATAM South Worlds qualifying team to move on in the INGAGE Master Series finale.
Making it look quite easy with Stamina Esports. Great job here for this squad. Like you said, LATAM North Demons advancing through the winner's side of this bracket, joining those other 3 teams that we saw a bit earlier. I'm super excited to see what this team has to offer. However, Yatagarasu put up an excellent fight. However, their team not done for the day. They are going to be heading down to that lower side bracket where they still have an opportunity to come through on the grand finals, but it is going to be a little bit of an uphill battle for them.
It will be an uphill battle. If you want to see where all the teams are starting to line up for today's event, exclamation point bracket, I'm sure we'll bring that up in the chat box as well. But this is honestly a game where we need to just watch the masterclass of this Talonflame. I feel like it was a very close game for the first 8 minutes of the game. Both teams were quite literally going blow for each other. Yatagarasu doing a really good job at really maintaining space. I was saying that word a lot in the Orange Juicer set, but same thing here for Yatagarasu. But Talonflame got something like a KO streak of 3, an unofficial KO streak of 4, and then secured Rayquaza, the most important objective in the game. You can see here the final stretch fight continuing on into the final minute of the game, but as you can see here with most members down for Yatagarasu, it was really only up to the Snorlax. It was really good timing here. Power nap into the Rayquaza for trying to get that final hit on the objective, but Talonflame, Brave Bird, one of the best Pokemon, one of the best objective securing tools in the game.
Yeah, and they had a lot of them, right? Stamina did. They had, like you said, that Brave Bird. They had Blaziken Overheat. So when those objectives were contested, I felt like Stamina felt very confident in being able to either flip if they needed to and just have those tools on hand ready to secure. And They sure did. Let's look at these stats in game number 2. A little bit different, but Frank, once again, 106k damage, only 27 taken. But you got to give it to Reggie, 81k, the big Rayquaza to secure from that Talonflame. But honestly, Stamina Esports in their entirety, there is a team effort to be had, and they're moving on. And that is quite the team to try to take down.
Yeah, absolutely. 106,000 damage in this game is quite a huge number to hit. I mean, it's not super unsurprising given the team compositions that we're seeing. Clefable allows Yatagarasu's team to stay on the battlefield for a very long period of time. And just innately with Glaceon's toolkit, it does a lot of kind of consistent damage, maybe not burst damage like Talonflame, but when you look at a number like Talonflame's 81,000 damage for a speedster in particular, that is a much more impactful number that, for in my opinion, a 6-digit number for Glaceon.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's kind of what we were talking about a little bit earlier. Those speedsters in the right situation are quite impressive. And Talonflame, especially with what its kit offers with that plus move of Brave Bird, a lot of damage reduction if it hits multiple targets. So it's able to stay in those fights a little bit longer, especially if they're able to hit up grouped up targets, which kind of is what Yatagrasu was playing with that Clefable. So it's kind of like just setting up Talonflame, a little bit of a dinner plate situation.
Yeah.
They just fly, Brave Bird, dive in, and man, it looked quite good. Yatagarasu, though, is going to be quite a tough team to take down. But with that said, folks, we are going to take a quick break while we get the next round matchup set up for you all. So don't go too far, folks. More INGAGE Master Series playoffs will be back very, very shortly.
Script from my old ways. Flick up and switch them in flow state. Commas, I'm going through growing pains. I wasn't used to being so gross. I tighten the threads at a crochet. I wake up to cushion some OJ. The last tape I dropped was a Rowway. It's yellow, I swear it's a Coldplay. Viva la vida, I'm swiping the Visa. We working, I'm taking off no days. Cause we throwing shots like a gun range. So we finally make it to front page. A head full of dreams, some breath for the schemes. A heart that been feeling like it's a machine. I'm pushing extreme, cause I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees. Yeah. Desafortunadamente, mientras peleamos en el party, te tengo que no puedo hacerme el inocente. Desafortunadamente, dicen que pertenezco a la calle y la verdad que se te pone caliente. A ti no puedo ser fiel, I'm sorry. Ya, no puedo hacerme el inocente. Todavía tengo planes con otra chori. Mira, te quiero hacer una propuesta indecente. Quisiera complacer esos dos cuerpos, esos bodies. Eso es lo que tengo yo en la mente. Quisiera complacer esas dos oris. Eso es lo que tengo yo en la mente. Desafortunadamente, mientras peleamos en el party, te tengo que no puedo hacerme el inocente. Desafortunadamente, dicen que pertenezco a la calle y la verdad que se te pone caliente. Desafortunadamente, mientras peleamos en el party y te tengo que no puedo hacerme el inocente. Desafortunadamente, dicen que pertenezco a la calle y la verdad que se te pone caliente. Tocándote el punto, mami, sé que a ti te encanta la sensei. Quiere que Bambi te compre doble C.
Un par de chancletitas, coco, on vacation.
Sabe que no puedo ser ni tu novio ni marido, pero definitivamente estoy entregado. Por eso el labio, esos besos, es lo tuyo. Pero te juro que desafortunadamente, mientras peleamos en el party, te tengo que no puedo hacerme el inocente. Desafortunadamente, dice que se para la calle y la verdad que se te pone caliente. Desafortunadamente. Hey, cut off the lights. Cut off the lights. Yeah, I perform better at night. I've been outside with the mice. Yeah, eating that chicken and rice. Right, while it was filled with the mites. Okay, now it's an infinite price. If they wasn't living your life, then they shouldn't give you advice. How could we honor your words? Yeah, if we see you missing your stripes, we get it. You've been in the game for a minute, but it's time to kick it. We know that you finished. The future is coming. Let's stick to the mission and aim for the target with deadly precision. Be pissing them off and pitching the victims. Yeah, we call them victims cause they're demolition. I'm changing the rules and breaking tradition and make it cause nobody making the difference. I see it. Nobody gonna go hard for me like I go for me. That's why I gotta take mine, try and get milestones for me. I'm ready for it all, say the word and it's up on sight. Cut off the lights, yeah, I perform better at night. I've been outside with the mice, yeah, eating that chicken and rice. Right, while it was filled with the mites. Okay, now it's an infinite price. If they wasn't living your life, then they shouldn't give you advice. How could we honor your words? Yeah, if we see you missing your stripes. Hey, cut off the lights. Hey, cut off the lights. Yeah, cut off the lights. I perform better at night. Hey, cut off the lights. Yeah, cut off the lights. Hey, cut off the lights. I perform better at night. Yeah, better at night. Just get up and fight wherever it takes to level the field. We breaking the rules, remeasuring heights that they try to tell us that we couldn't reach. No matter how hard that we worked, when we got this out of the dirt, pull up and lurk, pull up and make it a seem. Only till they bleed and they hurt. I've been outside with the mice, yeah, eating that chicken and rice. Right, while it was filled with the mites. Okay, now it's an infinite price. If they wasn't living your life, then they shouldn't give you advice. How could we honor your words? Yeah, if we see you missing your stripes. Hey, cut off the lights. Hey, cut off the lights. Yeah, cut off the lights. I perform better at night. Hey, cut off the lights. Yeah, cut off the lights. Hey, cut off the lights. I perform better at night. I perform better at night.
Please do not get in my way. You cannot drive in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't fed them. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving slow when it's speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Bringing the fire. I just been bringing the. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the. I got the fuel in my veins. Trust me, I'm making a name. We are not one and the same. I am on top of the game. I cut out the line on my brakes, and that's why the driver's insane. Heart of a champ, adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. I'm too competitive, I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't fed them. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving slow when it's speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
Hello, trainers, and welcome back. We've got so much more action to bring you. And guess what? We have another caster joining the fray here. It's Lobo. How are you doing today, buddy?
Buddy, I'm a little stuffed up. My nose is a little blocked off. The weather down here is absolutely freezing, but watching Unite gets me absolutely heated. I am so excited to be here. I mean, I've been listening and watching all of you guys do a masterful performance at the Master Series 2025. So I'm excited to join you and bring some more Unite action to our lovely, lovely viewers. Boys, how are we feeling today?
Oh, I mean, it's been absolutely electric, has this action so far, buddy. I guess we wouldn't say the word upset, but there's definitely been some unusual wins. Banis beating T3 2-0, Revelation defeating Aegis Flame 2-0, and the next game we're going to bring you is Revelation versus Banis. So I'm very excited for that, but we've got to give a huge shout out to everybody that's watching over there in the Red Bull Gaming Sphere in London. A huge shout out to everybody that has come along to watch Grassroots Pokemon Unite. Such an exciting game, a free-to-play game, by the way. So if anybody wants to give it a go, get on that phone, download the game, get on the Switch, download the game, give it a go. It's a very, very exciting game, and we're all so excited to be here casting it. This is going to be the next one. Bani versus Revelation. Me and Lobo taking this one, buddy. Let's see what these bands are going to be out of the gate. Leafeon banned out straight away, seeing what Revelation did with that on Celestial.
Ah, mate, you just don't want to have a Leafeon. How many times have we talked about it? Tana, you, me, everybody. I've talked about it before. That little bug needs a nerf. And we got Umbreon, Suicune, and Blissey rounding up those bands as well. But Nachos probably going to lock in that Fire Chicken. Probably the most effective Pokemon that we've seen right now, especially after those buffs. Nothing can stop that Goddess Secure right now. But Yang going to take place of that. But we are going to see what Revelation going to sign in, because they're on your orange side. Badass could be on your purple side, buddy. It's you and me once again for these semifinals.
I like this. I mean, they're going to take away the Blaziken from Lunia. They've been so strong on it so far. And then locking in the Inteleon is a good section that Banis has got on their team so far. They've got the ranged attacker. They've got the God of Secure, the Blaziken. And now they're looking to lock in a good defender. No, they're going to go with Sazero on the Hooper here. It gives some good rotations, gives some good healing. And of course, it has a Unite move that can change a team fight, giving you quite a lot of tactics that you can bring out on that one, buddy.
I know, 100%. But looking at Lunia, going to lock in that Garchomp. Garchomp is a favorite over there on NA, just being able to claw its way into everything, also able to rip down objectives. Going to see how well Looney is going to be able to do that, but with Dispenser and Oblivion, with that Snorlax side-up combination in front of them, that Garchomp's going to have a lot of disruption to just really take a hold of this game. We'll see how Banis are going to respond with Bora on the Miraidon, picking up that Buzzwole is not just a big, beefy bug. I ain't going to try and do the voice that Alex does because I just ain't good at it, but Qatar's also going to pick up that Mamoswine. So a lot of disruption coming out on the side of Banis as well. Where is Revolution going to round it up? It's going to be Celeste with that Urshifu. 2 gods of Secure Buddy going up 1v1.
Oh, this is so interesting. So we have 2 all-rounders on both teams. The all-rounders are pretty much what they say on the tin. They can do a bit of everything. Typically, they are melee, so they're in the face. They want to be in the middle of the fight, dropping down a decent amount of damage, taking a decent amount of damage, and causing quite a bit of crowd control. So here, we've got Garchomp and Urshifu versus the Buzzwole and Blaziken. Urshifu and Blaziken have some moves that are very, very good at securing objectives. Those final hit moves that do a decent amount of damage, paired up against Nachos on the Buzzwole and Lumiere there on the Garchomp. Now, Garchomp takes a lot of experience to get to that higher level. Of course, it needs those evolutions. So about level 9 is when Garchomp starts getting strong enough to put up a good fight. Whereas Buzzwole, it's level 5. As soon as Buzzwole hits level 5, they get access to the move, the first move set. Usually it's Super Power, because in this game, Super Power does so much displacement and so much damage. It's going to be really interesting to see this all-rounder matchup here, Lobo.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you, but let's not forget any of those supporters and defenders that we've got on either side of those teams. Mamoswine is a Pokemon that does have a fairly high level for evolution, but as soon as it gets that evolution into the Piloswine, its second stage evolution gets access to Ice Fang. Ice Fang is now a move that once you hit it, it can displace and then move it towards your opponent's side and then allow you to kind of jump onto another Pokemon. Same way in which Psyduck and Snorlax are going to act on the opposite team. Snorlax is such a great disruptor Pokemon, because when it gets access to that level 5 as well, Tano, you're going to have access to that Heavy Slam. It probably gets access to that Yawn to be able to put everyone to sleep. But looking right now, Yang is going to take that central area. We had a Hooper invade. For those of you who are new to this game, Sazura is a very prominent trickster. Wants to take away that central lane away from that little Kubfu, because the longer it takes to evolve, the higher it is, the more intense it's going to be for the side of Revelation to get their key attacker online.
And what's important here is that it doesn't matter about stealing the buffs. Of course, if you do, that's great. But it's the fact that Sazero, whilst they are going to go down there, they've pulled 2 Pokemon away from the lanes they wanted to be in to waste quite a bit of time in that situation. Now, the Kubfu is going to continue to grab that farm in the central area. In the meantime, though, we've got levels on the side of Banis. We already have the Drizzle going into that basement lane, and they feel comfortable. We're about to hit the 850s when these first areas of farm spawn. We do have Revelation all set, ready for it here. There comes the Wicked Blow. That's going to take quite a bit of the farm, but they also want to take Banny here. They push onto the T1 pad, trying to rein in the points. The 19 was going to go in. The disruption comes through from Nachos and from the Combustion. No KOs just yet, but the basement lane is all Banny as well. We do have Gabite finally on the field, so they're going to feel comfortable with that power spike, but I think Banny may have got the advantage out of that early stage there.
Yeah, I agree with you. Miraidon is a good Pokemon that can defend that, especially with that enhanced charge beam, but it needs to get that levels inside that bottom lane. As we just saw, the bite between the 2 attackers managing to go to the side of the Inteleon up top side. We saw Buzzwole get that away from the Gabite. Gabite was not able to scoop slam that farm away, was able to take it down. But now, Tana, we're going to head on into this middle area where middle Altaris is spawning. Spider is here into that Spireless one, and it looks like Banis is just going to secure all of that farm, all for themselves, as now they're going to turn their attention to that basement lane, with Miraidon now having a little bit backup in Snorlax, but Snorlax almost gets caught having to pop that eject button, because if that Ice Fang hit, a big amount of damage from Slapshot was going to come following.
This is the difficulty of having the Inteleon on the field this early, buddy. We're not even at the first part of the game where we have the objectives coming in and so much damage comes through. Sazero may have been caught out there by Shifu, but does manage to get away, uses the Astonish for a bit of stun as well. They're trying to limit what the Gabite can do up here, because as soon as it hits level 9, it's so strong. There's the superpower from Nachos, and it does enough to back off Revelation's pressure here, but they're looking for the KO. So weak is the Shifu. It's Buzzwole that comes out on top, nearly hitting level 8 as well, not too far from the Unite move.
The big beefy muscles are proving to be really good. Alongside that trick from the hoop, he gets put down and sat down by the big bug with the big muscles. And now it looks like bandits are rolling. Nachos proving and asserting their dominance inside that back lane. And that trick hooper assisting it to a Titano, but Maridon is here.
Alright, Basement Reggie already gone, so that's going to be some global experience as well as a HP buff for Banny, because it is the Reg Ice, one of the 3 that can spawn down there. The Regieleki up here does quite a bit of damage, and once it's stolen, goes to the opposite team's goal to try and get that insta-score in. Looks like it's going to be reset here while Revelation have arrived, looking like they want to go for the rip on it. Garchomp is very much capable of doing that, or rather Gabite still is. The secure of the Shifu's there, while Buzzwole tries to manhandle the Snorlax. Isn't able to do so, and the Lecky is stolen by Revelation. We see the Swole Slam come through there, takes down Revelation's Pokemon on that farm, looking to take out Dispenser as well. Banny are wanting to just KO Revelation one at a time. That's a 2 KO coming through from Buzzwole, but Shifu does get the better of that situation, buddy. Inteleon with the Assert by Vision Unite move is going to do enough to win this lane and score in these points.
And they had to do the math there with the 40 going in first. Hooper's probably not going to break that because that is going to give Revelation access to all that comeback experience in form of those NDDs if they decided to break that Sunlip. So now, Banners are going for the stranglehold onside Revelation, but Revelation going to try and get some of their own back inside that bottom part, but they're just putting pressure wherever they can. 147 to 52 as we get to that halfway mark, Tana, but look at this. We've got 2 level 11s in Blaziken and Inteleon. No level 11s on the side of Revelation just yet.
Difficulty is now they've got Garchomp online. It's a massive power spike when Garchomp hits that level 9, gets their Unite move, and now they've hit level 10 as well. So they're definitely in the late stages of that evolution and feeling comfortable. As we hit the mid game here, Shifu is looking to see if they can get a good hit or a good pressure onto this top side, but Nachos finds Mariazon, and as a team, they annihilate the ranged attacker. Now they can get a nice overcap up here. That's going to be a 30 overcap in that goal, and gives this point lead over to the side of Banny.
Yeah, but look at here. Hooper's going to call roll. Rings Unbound into the stun onto the Garchomp. Has to pop that little outrage. Gets stunned by the Super Swole Serve coming up from the Muscular Buzz. While the rest of Banners are going to go on it to this Reggie Steel. And it is going to be the Blaziken that secures that. Urshifu sitting in a bush has to go in. Hooper has come out of that Unbound one. Inteleon is going to pop the Unite move. And Zeus Spivage with the Bright Huge Meteor Storm is going to rain down onto their Sky Rules by this Maridon, who is the Bright Future looking bright for. And Malaswan is still protecting that pad with that thick fat body. Psyduck has managed to isolate Nachos, but then gets put down in an Ice Banger 3 KO streak for Inteleon, and Ballas doing a brilliant job defending that pad while securing that objective for themselves. Revelation have to come up with something new, Tana, because they are almost 117 points behind right now.
I feel like the difficulty is they can't get on this Inteleon, and we say it every time. Inteleon has one of the longest ranges in the game for its snipe shot. You can hit that from so far back, and it does a huge amount of damage. They're going to get the Lecky here as well on the side of Fanny, as well as that Registeel gives them that attack, a special attack buff, which is why they want to get quite aggressive here. But as we have a look at these scores, buddy, as soon as we hit 2 minutes in this game, Rayquaza will spawn. We'll have final stretch. There's an Ebon Fist onto the Inteleon. Still doesn't get the KO though, because Nachos picks them up, throws them about on the battlefield, and Shifu goes back to the Pokemon Center. Banny is getting every single advantage in this game so far, and now they want to go for an overcap in this T1. 3 points on it, buddy. That's going to be a 47 overcap.
Oh, Nachos is just picking up the members of Revelation and beating them with themselves. That is the power of Buzzwole, surrounded as well by the power of Yang on that Blaziken, that buff, just using the Focus Blast plus the Fire Fist to just assist Buzzwole anytime that they pick up something, but 237 to 70 with 30 seconds left to go. Now, there are all of those tier 1s up for the side of Vanny, but it looks like they want to go for a fight. Dude, they have rolled the RNG here for Reggie Steel. Who's going to secure it? Anybody but Blaziken, and that is going to be a wonderful buff heading on into the Rayquaza fight. 16 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, that's the one that everybody wants. The attack and the special attack buff, rather than the defense or the health, is what everybody wants in this game. Just means you're going to be outputting more damage, which is great for the poke damage coming in from this Inteleon. Now, Rayquaza is here. Whoever gets this will get shields so they can score quicker. They get extra defense and extra attack with that Rayquaza shield. But because of Final Stretch, where you get double points, if they get it on the side of Revelation, it could be theirs to win as they dive on in here, pick up the Blaziken. That's a huge secure that he's no longer on the side of Banny. Livid Outrage comes in, trying to see if they can pick up the Inteleon, but the range was there and they get out of the situation. Now Garchomp's going to dive in to the Rayquaza, looking to get the rip through. We saw the Small Slam coming out from Nachos. The Azure Spy Vision is here. Who's going to get the last hit? Banny taking Hooper in the Unite form. Lets it rip, causes the crowd control, and it's going to be a triple KO coming out. A quadra coming out from Inteleon while they look for the Penta Buddy. And now Banny, they can rein in Hundo Burgers. So Revelation put up the white flag. Banny takes game one.
Incredible performance. I thought that was such a fantastic move that Revelation made. They found Blaziken in that bush, and I do believe it was Urshifu and Garchomp that just pounced. Taking Blaziken out of the equation at Rayquaza fight is one of the most important things I think Revelation could have done, Tano, because it just makes it, you take away one of their secures. We call it the God of Secure, you and I, between Blaziken and Urshifu. Urshifu's still alive. He is favored in every single one of those secures going into that Rayquaza fight, but it came down to a flip. We saw the Hooper go unbound, enabled Buzzsaw to get out of there. Hooper was still in its unbound form, and then everybody just hitting that Rayquaza, which meant Hooper had a chance to steal it. But that Azure Spy Vision coming out from Inteleon was a masterful class and picking up a 4 KO streak before Revelation had to wave that white flag, because it was as good as over, because Banny looking sharp in this one, buddy, because we've seen a bit of them over in EU Weeklies, and they are not slowing down right now.
Oh, buddy, they're here because they won the EU Weeklies. They hit the number one spot. I mean, Revelation have been, I've been vocal on Twitter about it. I've been vocal on every Engage stream. Revelation have been my team for the Master Series. I've enjoyed them so much, and I think they're such an exciting team. But this just shows how strong Banny really is in this EU region, buddy. And the fact that they dived into Inteleon here, and we watch it right now. Garchomp went into that Livid Outrage trying to go for the Inteleon, but they backed off just in enough time, pop that Azure Spy Vision, and of course in that Azure Spy Vision nobody can hide. It reveals exactly where everybody is, and then you get the crits that you can rein in with that damage as well. So it's absolutely no surprise that the player of the game here is going to be Heizuki on that Inteleon with plenty of damage dealt. 86k for the team there. Banny putting on an absolute showcase in this first game.
I just want to point out really quickly, if you saw the Rayquaza take, which are beautiful production people, shout out to them getting their highlights out, Hooper managed to get it with the beam, and then as soon as that beam was over, it came out of the Hooper unbound form. That is levels of knowing your timing, there's levels of knowing your damage ability, and there's just levels of just knowing the Pokemon that you have. So big shout out to Suzuro for that secure. But let's have a look at Haizaki. 11 KOs, obviously winning the player of the match. But Nachos again was the Pokemon we were witnessing a lot of the time, picking up members of Revelation and just kind of beating themselves with their own teammates, which is what Buzzsaw likes to do. But it was supported by Katai, it was supported by Yang as well. Let's not take away anything from Yang. They did manage to secure a lot of those objectives against Revelation leading up to Rayquaza, especially that all-important Registeel that was active before Rayquaza even spawned.
Yeah, I mean, the important thing there that we see, there isn't a lot of damage on the Blaziken. There's not a lot of damage on the Garchomp. So both teams have really capitalized on trying to take the all-rounder out of that fight, buddy. The difficulty is for Revelation, they needed to concentrate on Inteleon. Now, Inteleon is difficult to catch anyway because it has Fell Stinger, which basically just gives it kind of like a grappling hook to get out of most situations. You just need to hit it onto some sort of wall or whatever that's in the area and catapult yourself away from what's coming at you. And also it has a passive where it can go invisible when it's near walls, so it's already difficult to catch. But then you've got these pro players that use it that just know when to get out of a situation. They know when they're being approached on. We saw that in that final fight there when Garchomp was trying to lock in that KO, and Hazaki just jumped straight on out of that situation. So That has been the difficulty for Revelation in that game, and it would not surprise me if they look to ban or take the Inteleon away here, because when you don't have an answer for it, Lobo, you are always on the back foot in these games.
100%, and that just comes down to, we talked about our caster picks, we talked about the caster bans as well for what we wanted to see banned. In our ban predictions, we saw Umbreon, we saw Suicune, we saw Blissey as well. Those are the three supporters that most of us picked. And then we picked kind of like a target ban because these guys have been playing against each other enough, especially in the group stages. You're starting to see what kind of I want to say comfort picks, but what kind of meta picks that these players, pro players, mind you, are getting really, really comfortable on. So do you spend that much time or do you spend that amount of resources banning an Inteleon when you could, does that open the gate for an Umbreon? Does it open a gate for a Suicune to come out and play? Because Suicune's just going to stop you from playing the game anyway else. Inteleon's going to send you back to Nurse Joy with a few boosted autos. Suicune's just going to stop you from playing the game in general. But I guess as casters, we can just determine what that goes. We can talk about it all the live long day. But we're back into this ban phase. This is game number 2 of your semi-finals. Team Banas, EU taking that purple side, NA Revelation taking that orange side, and it's going to be Leafeon, and I am very happy with that one.
Yeah, I know you're not a fan of the Leafeon, buddy. I understand it, especially when Celestial's the one that runs it. What is interesting here, as we see the rest of these bans come through, is when you lose a game in Pokemon Unite, it depends on the tournament and the rules that they use, but typically you get to choose which side you want to be on. And Revelation here have decided they want to stay on the orange side. Now, if anybody is aware of how MOBAs work or how the pick and ban phase works, or if you don't, basically on that purple side, not only do you get to go for the bans first, but also you get this first pick here, which is so important in Pokemon Unite because you get access to probably one of the strongest Pokemon in the meta, which right now, Psyduck absolutely is one of them. But because of the state of Pokemon Unite right now, there's many Pokemon that are very strong in this meta. That's why we had the 4 bans that we talked about originally as our picks. So Revelation now get 2 picks off the bat, which really builds a strong foundation for themselves. Lumiere picking up the Buzzwole and Dispenser taking the Blissey. That is a perfect combo for Revelation.
It is for sure. They put Blaziken inside that Banjo, which allowed Blissey out, which is honestly, Blissey should always stay in that Banjo because comboing that with your Buzzwole inside that top path where Buzzwole usually decides to reside is going to be a big problem for Banas to deal with. Haizaki's going to go back onto the Inteleon, so Revelation deciding that the secure potential out of Blaziken was a lot more threatening than the amount of damage that Haizaki was able to do from that back line. To cover this now, Banas have decided to go with Psyduck and Katar on that Snorlax. Now, Snorlax, again, such a utility defender Pokemon, which is so helpful, but wow. Tana, are we about to go back to Season 1? Because Nachos is locking in Lucario.
It's so interesting. Lucario had a stronghold on this game, such a stronghold on this game for so long, buddy. I think 6 or 7 seasons before we saw Lucario drop out of that top lane strength. And now we're also seeing Yang lock in the Armor Rouge, which could be used in 2 ways. You could go for the Fire Spin, which gives it more of an all-rounder style of play, or you go for the Armor Cannon, which makes it that ranged attacker. I think it's going to be the Fire Spin here because they're going to stick with making Hazaki the ranged attacker on the side of Banny and utilize Katar, Yang, and Nachos as that front line that Revelation are going to have to try to break through on, which is why we see Celestial here picking up the Scizor, which is actually going to be a Cypher. So with that Pokemon, you can pick, do I want to go as Scizor or do I want to stick as Cypher when you hit level 5? Now, Scizor is an all-rounder, plays up in the face of everybody and tries to get some quick punches and quick damage in. Cypher is one of these pseudo speedsters. It's looking for those quick ways of getting in, causing a huge amount of burst damage and getting back out. It's got a lot of maneuverability, and I think that's what Revelation are going to look for here, buddy, so they can try and dive into that back line and pick up that Inteleon.
It's going to be completely on Snorlax and Psyduck to really stop Cypher from actually getting on, because with those 2 Unite moves, that Green Emerald Dive, it is able to, as well as I believe it is the Dual Wingweed and the Swords Dance, to try and get access to that Inteleon. So all eyes are going to be on Yazaki to really try and avoid Cypher. And if they're too preoccupied on trying to avoid Scyther being taken out. Those snipe shots are not going to hit. They're not going to be able to get the damage that they want to do. But, mate, that is enough yapping about us. But look at what Sazuro is playing. We've got Super Psyduck on the field, as we do have Inteleon heading on into that central area for the side of Banny, which I actually really like to see. Get Inteleon online as much as you can, because in lane, if Scyther decides, but oh my god, out of nowhere, Qatar comes and steals that blue buff away. Oh, that is exactly what Banny wanted. Caused a distraction from the big, thick Bumbalani boy.
And the difficulty is Snorlax does such a massive amount of damage in these early stages. Tackle is one of its moves, does so much damage, so does the boosted, that Cypher actually struggles to protect itself against it. Until you hit level 5 and you have that execute move of dual wing beat, it's so difficult to even take it on. As we see the battle here, the 1v1 me on Fair Sky Ruins, bro, says Qatar, and Cypher has to back on out of it. But here comes Drizzile as well. Banny have done exactly what they want. Cypher has to go into the basement lane, level 3 instead of level 5 here, Lobo.
Banny have done the exact thing that they wanted to do, but inside this bottom lane as well, you've got a little Charcadet that is all by itself, which means Revelation had a little bit of an advantage, but now Mewtwo is just going to rain on the damage onto Charcadet, unable to attack any of those who does manage to get a Citrus Berry. So Revelation are going to take the ploys that were against them and bring it on in to this bottom lane. Scyther managing to get to level 5 as well. So Revelation not going to sit idly by while Banny plays games with them, because look at where the rest of Banny are right now. Tano, a central area invade is one of the most key movements you can do in that early game to really take a stranglehold on your opponent.
Yeah, the difficulty now is they have a level 7 Inteleon, and it looks like they're getting pincered at the moment as Buzzwole looks to get the hit, but the headache comes out from Psyduck, and that buys the space that they need. There's the Fell Sting, and Nachos pushes them away as well with the hit from Lucario, and the highest level on Banny doesn't get KO'd there. That would have been massive for Revelation. They steal the central area farm as well, and Banny has got out of that one unscathed. That's incredible play, incredible micro from both of these teams.
I mean, you talked about breaking ankles. I thought Inteleon was gone for sure, just like Armory is going to be sent back to the Pokemon Center, but a huge heavy slam sends Mewtwo away, as well as Hazaki manages to send their opposite laner, their central laner, away back to see Nurse Joy as well. These scores are fairly even. There's only 1 point between these two, Tano, as we look for these middle Altaris coming up at 720, but we've got Super Psyduck and Lucario taking on Buzzwole inside that pop-up, but Lucario has access to that close combat, which does enable it to heal the amount of times that close combat does hit with those fists. And here we go. Beautiful, I want to say, beautiful way to demonstrate what I was just saying with the Lucario healing up on those close combats as we turn our attention to Regirock in the bottom part.
Yeah, it looks like Revelation are going straight into the zone in here, trying to block out Banny from being able to lock this in. As Earthspy Vision comes in from Hazaki, though, and that's going to do enough to say goodbye to Mewtwo. Why? Lapras has to express themselves out of that situation as well, with the health being so low. And now the rip on Regirock is here. Qatar on the Snorlax is going to be huge for trying to zone them out. We see Buzzwole trying to lock in onto the Inteleon, but as we saw in the previous game, they are so aware that's coming and get themselves out of the situation. Cypher was there, though. They lock in the execute, and the Green Illusion dive comes through. Cypher's taken the Red Bull. They've got the wings, and they look for the KOs here, buddy. That's a 2 KO streak. Looking for more as Revelation dominate this basement lane. They get the objective, and they rein in a good overcap to take the lead.
The Green Illusion dive is exactly how they want to initiate most of those fights. Taking out that Psyduck really stopped any kind of resistance coming through. But all the while, inside that top part, Nachos was managing to take that Regieleki for his own side, for the side of Banny. So 97-1 at 12 as we approach the halfway point of this game. Both teams looking fairly strong. Let's have a look at these levels. We've got 2 level 10s on the side of Banny, but we've got a level 11 Scyther, because after that little engage with the Green Illusion dive, it was doing quite well. So I want to see how it comes up, because Banny are now in the enemy team's central area trying to do some window shopping.
That they are. They don't want to give away any KOs, though, at this moment. As we've mentioned, the levels on the side of Revelation are where they want to be, and you don't want to give over anything, especially if you're Lucario at level 11. Being the highest on the side of Bunny would be a lot of experience that Revelation could take. Qatar does run into 3 of Revelation there as they try to get out of that situation. Not going into the central area, though, it is the team of Revelation deciding to back up, and look at that. That is the snipe shot damage that rains down. Celestial nearly getting KO'd there, but Blissey provides that shield, and now they go back home to get back to a healthy status.
I want to point out one thing really quickly, Ton. Now that you pointed out that Lucario is at level 11, has access to that power-up punch plus, which means as it's charging up that power-up punch, it's not going to be affected by any crowd control, which means it's almost effectively a built-in full heal for the side of Lucario, so it's not going to be affected by Lapras or that side strike coming out from the Mewtwo. But Scyther wants to go in, tries to avoid the Psycho Boom coming out from Armarouge, but ends up getting taken down by Inteleon. Nice little skirmish at that tier 2 in the basement pad.
Yeah, wow, that was impressive. Okay, so, I mean, they tried to dive in to get the KOs that they were looking for, but instead, I don't know whether one was worth it with the amount that came their way. Lapras is going to throw off the Express, looks to surf into the team to zone out Banny for this Reggie steal. Qatar manages to break through the line. Full power Sai is here to reduce that damage, but it's Mewtwo Y that locks in the Reggie steal. We also saw the Blitz assistance coming through there to keep Buzzwole in this fight. The Yawn comes through from Snorlax, puts Buzzwole to sleep, and Lucario is looking for the hit with a power-up punch. So weak on the side of Buzzwole. Swole Slam comes through, and they pick up Qatar, zoning out the Snorlax, trying to enable Vanny to get back to their home pad here, but Bora won't let it happen as Lucario falls, and Revelation managing to get some good KOs. We see level 13 on this Cypher.
Oh, that's incredible. Scyther being at level 13 right now with 3 minutes and a half to go on the clock. We only have 2 level 12s on the side. Unfortunately, not able to get away from Mewtwo with the side strike, and then the Mega Evolution just giving way too much damage to Mewtwo. You just have to A-press and make sure that that opponent is in range. But now both teams, Tano, going to turn their attention to this Regieleki coming up top, with both members still having a tier 1 up on both sides. It's going to be really important, but it's the 3-minute mark. You don't really want to see any Unite moves go, but Regieleki's going to reassess itself. It's going to reset, which means it could go anyway. It's going to come to Psycho, and now Revelation look to push this fight.
Oh, if they can get this in, that's going to be an instant score on that pad, and they can get a good overcap. That does rain through. They get the 47 on the 31. That's going to be a decent overcap for them. 208 to 147 now, and they get Snorlax as well, whilst the rest of Banny has to retreat. Different from the first game here, Lobo. Revelation have come out swinging, and as we are 30 seconds away from Rayquaza, they won't be able to rip that basement Reggie because it's going to be about 2 seconds between it. But Revelation are in a much better stance than they were in the first game. It's all going to come down to this big final fight.
I mean, the Green Dragon is the most important objective on the map. The scores are not too far away, Tanner. Doing my quick math here, 50 plus 8, carried to 3. 61 points between these two teams. That is easily overcome by the final stretch double points as we go in 3 level 13 to level 14. Scyther coming in for Revelation. Green Dragon has spawned. Let's see if these teams are going to play a little bit patiently, because Revelation do have a tier 1 in that basement lane that they can use. But look at the mode of Lapras. They're able to use that Lapras Express. Choo-choo, chugga-chugga. It's trying to find a target, but just trying to not get caught out. But I think it might pop off really quickly with Lapras finding its target. Nope, it's just going to stay right now.
And there goes the Cypher diving on in, using the execute there, but they run into a Lucario and not the target you were looking for with the Green Illusion dive. Yet again, Inteleon pops the Azure Spy Vision, has vision on anyone on the side of Revelation. They haven't got any KOs just yet, and as well as the Armarouge being down, Vanis are taking the approach here to rip the Rayquaza, knowing Revelation went back for some healing. Who's going to lock it in? It's going to be Banny yet again. Lucario was there. They've got the hindrance resistance, and they use it to their advantage, and now all Hazaki's gonna do is clean up the rest of Revelation one by one. It's a triple KO at the quadra yet again. Lobo looking for the penta. Boom! Get the camera. It's a penta for Banny as they lock in these scores.
Beautiful work by Banny in that Rayquaza fight. Izaki take a bow with a penta. like you said, somebody clip that, post it wherever you gotta go, because right now, this is doing fantastic. 503 to 208. I thought Tana originally with the initial engage. There's the Psycho Boom! It's gonna come out from the Armor Root as well. That's a night move that I just love to say. But with 17 seconds left to go and 300 points of a mountain to climb, Izaki wants to get as many KOs as possible, but it's a 5v1. And now, it is game, it is set, it is match 2-0 to Bunny.
Coming into this, Lobo, I never in a million years would have predicted this going to a 2-0. I honestly thought these teams were going to take this all the way to the third game, but Banny have been incredibly impressive in that one. And if teams are watching that, you have to consider that ban on Inteleon. The way Banny built the team around that Inteleon, Lobo, was ridiculously good for this team. And not only that, but even if you did manage to get onto Inteleon, Hazaki's so good on it, they were able to back away and get the important KOs. 2 games we just saw there, Lobo. A Quadra coming out at the Rayquaza fight, and then a Panther for that Inteleon.
That was incredible. Also, let's just talk about the start of that match as well. We saw Snorlax go in for an invade, and then we saw the Inteleon come in as well out of nowhere to do what they had to do, and that was just a fantastic game all around. And was there any other doubt in our minds, Tano? Izaki with 122 score, 100 KO, 100k damage. That's 100 KO. Could you imagine in Pokemon Unite? 2 assists. But hey, we saw that Penta come up at the right time, pop in all of those moves at the right time. I don't know. I just thought at that they were kind of corralling the Mewtwo towards Izaki so they could get that Penta kill. And that's what you call real teammates now, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, it is. I mean, you're either going to steal the Penta away from your teammate or you're going to try and allow them to get it. And that's what we see from Banny there. Very impressive gameplay. I've got to say, the way that they recognized that Buzzwole, and I think it was either one of the defenders or Celeste that had to go back to the home pad to get that health. As soon as they recognized that, Banny went for the rip. They were like, okay, we've got Secure here. We've got everybody here. We've lost our Armor Rouge. We're not going to win this fight. Let's go for the rip. And then just relying on Hazaki to do exactly what they've done in the previous set and get the lock-in and the secure on the most important objective in this game was absolutely huge for this team. An impressive showing.
Because I remember it was Hazaki had the Azure Spy Vision up. They managed to rip down the Ray, but I thought it was Nachos that got the secure on the Rayquaza. It would have to be one of them. Either one of them was going to secure that. Lucario with that power punch or that Aura Cannon just has the ability. I'm not sure. Maybe we'll see it in the highlights as we go through. But again, I want to point out Qatar and Cesaro doing a fantastic job keeping, I want to say, Hazaki alive. We saw the intense game of tag, cat and mouse, that was played in the very opening minutes of this game. Unfortunately, it was Celeste that just had to go into that lane with no buffs at all. We saw Snorlax on our screen. We still had the split screen come off, but Snorlax coming out from a tackle from off the screen, managing to secure that blue buff in fantastic fashion. But then Izaki, not one to miss a beat at all, came in and secured the blue buff. And then we thought they were going to get pincered, but then we had Snorlax, we had Psyduck, we had Izaki, who had access to that fell swinger, pop in and eject, and then really understanding the angles of Thea Sky Ruins to really manage to get themselves out. But, man, fantastic game. What a game. That was my first game of the broadcast cast, and, bro, Banny looking hot. They've warmed this Australian up, getting the chills out from under me.
Yeah, fantastic, mate. We are going to take a quick break. We do have an interview for you next, so don't go anywhere. Huge shout out to everybody there at the Red Bull Gaming Sphere in London. Thank you so much for supporting Grassroots Pokemon Unite. It has a fantastic scene as an esports does Pokemon Unite. And if you're interested, the game is free to play. So give it a download, have a look, and see if you fancy some of that action yourself. We'll be back with you very shortly, guys. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We'll be back soon.
Bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the. They thought I was underdog. I did not fear not one of y'all. They thought I was underdog. I did not fear not one of y'all. They thought I was underdog. I do not fear not one of y'all. They thought I was underdog. I did not fear not one of y'all. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving slow when it's speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the. Bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me. Been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Flipping the script from my old ways. Flick up the switch, I'm in flow state. Commas, I'm going through grown pains. I wasn't used to being so gross. I tighten the threads at a crochet. I wake up the cushion, some OJ. The last tape I dropped was a rollway. It's yellow, I swear it's a Coldplay. Viva la vida, I'm swiping the visa. We working, I'm taking off no days. Cause we throwing shots like a gun range. So we finally make it to front page. A head full of dreams, some breath for the schemes. A heart that been feeling like it's a machine. I'm pushing extremes, cause I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees. Yeah, stay on my P's, get hate off my body like it's a disease. I'm walking off after we taking the lead. She call me Big Papi, I'm David Ortiz. It's what you've been waiting to see. There's moments where you gotta take it or leave. And I'm taking everything, some call it greed, but I call it living out what you believe. And I've been believing since no one was seeing the vision board. Racing with fate all my life, a collision course. Fighting with snakes, I'm a lion like Gryffindor. I be asking permission for it. This type of shit what we breaking tradition for. Clearing the mission, don't care who the victim. I'm dying for all that I'm living for. Flipping the script from my old ways. Flick up the switch, I'm in flow state. Commas, I'm going through grown pains. I wasn't used to being so gross. I tighten the threads at a crochet. I wake up the cushion, some OJ. The last tape I dropped was a rollway. It's yellow, I swear it's a Coldplay. Viva la vida, I'm swiping the visa. We working, I'm taking off no days. Cause we throwing shots like a gun range. So we finally make it to front page. A head full of dreams, some breath for the schemes. A heart that been feeling like it's a machine. I'm pushing extremes, cause I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees. Yeah. Bueno, la cosa va a ser. Mira, desafortunadamente, mientras peleamos en el party, te tengo que no puedo hacerme el inocente. Desafortunadamente, dicen que pertenezco a la calle y la verdad que se te pone caliente. A ti no puedo ser fiel, I'm sorry. Ya, no puedo hacerme el inocente. Todavía tengo planes con otra chori. Mira, te quiero hacer una propuesta indecente. Quisiera complacer esos dos cuerpos, esos bodies. Eso es lo que tengo yo en la mente. Quisiera complacer esas dos oris. Eso es lo que tengo yo en la mente. Desafortunadamente, mientras peleamos en el party, te tengo que no puedo hacerme el inocente. Desafortunadamente, dicen que pertenezco a la calle y la verdad que se te pone caliente. Desafortunadamente, mientras peleamos en el party, y te tengo que no puedo hacerme el inocente. Desafortunadamente, dicen que pertenezco a la calle y la verdad que se te pone caliente. Tocándote el punto, mami, sé que a ti te encanta la sencilla. Quiere que Bambi te compre doble C,
Un par de chancletitas, coco, on vacation.
sabe que no puedo ser ni tu novio ni marido, pero definitivamente estoy estrella. Por esos labios, esos besos, todo lo tuyo. Pero te juro que desafortunadamente, mientras peleamos en el party, te tengo que no puedo hacerme el inocente. Desafortunadamente, dice que se para la calle y la verdad que se te pone caliente. Desafortunadamente, yeah. Era, y ya sé que yo te pongo caliente. Sos sensitivo con epidemic. Bambi Ace, baby, Bambi Ace. Con Don Bay en la pista, viste. Yeah. Oye, baby. Hey, cut off the lights. Cut off the lights. Yeah, I perform better at night. I've been outside with the mice. Yeah, eating that chicken and rice. Right, while it was filled with the mites. Okay, now it's an infinite price. If they wasn't living your life, then they shouldn't give you advice. How can we honor your words? Yeah, if we see you missing your stripes, we get it. You've been in the game for a minute, but it's time to kick it. We know that you finished. The future is coming. Let's stick to the mission and aim for the target with deadly precision. Be pissing them off and pitching the victims. Yeah, we call them victims cause they're demolition. I'm changing the rules and breaking tradition and making cause nobody making a difference. I see it. Nobody gonna go hard for me like I go for me. That's why I gotta take mine, try to get milestones for me. I'm ready for it all, say the word and it's up on sight. Cut off the lights, yeah, I perform better at night. I've been outside with the mice, yeah, eating that chicken and rice. Right, while it was filled with the mites. Okay, now it's an infinite price. If they wasn't living your life, then they shouldn't give you advice. How can we honor your words? Yeah, if we see you missing your stripes. Hey, cut off the lights. Hey, cut off the lights. Yeah, cut off the lights. I perform better at night. Hey, cut off the lights. Yeah, cut off the lights. Hey, cut off the lights. I perform better at night. Yeah, better at night. Just get up and fight wherever it takes to level the field. We breaking the rules, remeasuring heights that they try to tell us that we couldn't reach. No matter how hard that we worked, when we got this out of the dirt, pull up and lurk, pull up and make it a seem. Only till they bleed and they hurt. I've been outside with the mice, yeah, eating that chicken and rice. Right, wallet was filled with the mites. Now it's an infinite price. If they wasn't living your life, then they shouldn't give you advice. How could we honor your words? If we see you missing your stripes. Ayy, cut off the lights. Ayy, cut off the lights. Yeah, cut off the lights. I perform better at night. Ayy, cut off the lights. Yeah, cut off the lights. Ayy, cut off the lights. I perform better at night. I perform better at night.
Please do not get in my way. You cannot drive in my lane. Tires is burning the paint. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. That I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving slow when it's speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Bringing the fire. I just been bringing the. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the. I got the fuel in my veins. Trust me, I'm making a name. We are not one and the same. I am on top of the game. I cut out the line on my brakes, and that's why the driver's insane. Heart of a champ, adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. I'm too competitive, I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving slow when it's speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the. They thought I was underdog. I did not fear not one of y'all. They thought I was underdog. I did not fear not one of y'all. They thought I was underdog. I do not fear not one of y'all. They thought I was underdog. I did not fear not one of y'all. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. That I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving slow when it's speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. We're bringing the fire. And they can't stop me. We're bringing the fire. We're bringing the fire. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back in. We have none other than Alucard, the manager for Komai Esports, with us today. How are you doing today, buddy?
Hey, hello, everybody. How are you? I'm good on my side. Hope you're enjoying the moments of the tournament. I saw good plays, good game today. Nice to see it. So hope you enjoy it.
Yeah, it has been very exciting. So let's have a little bit of a conversation about Komai Esports. Now, I was in the crowd at EUIC, Alucard, and it was incredible to see people get behind your team, especially going up against Luminosity Esports, and you were so close to defeating them, just a basic hit away from getting that win. But how incredible was it to see the community come together in that event behind your team?
Awesome, honestly, awesome. We was not expecting a lot of support, not as so much of support. It was a very good surprise. We enjoyed the moment so much with all the players, all the fans, all the support we received during this tournament, and we now hope everybody will be still behind us for World Campaign.
That's it, isn't it? So you've qualified for Worlds, and of course you were here in the Master Series. Now, bit of a disappointing result for you guys, but of course you put up some amazing fights. But how interesting is it as the manager really trying to support your team as they go up against that international competition? Because it's kind of different from regional competition. You know those teams, you get to know them quite well in weekly tournaments. But how different is it for international competition?
Yeah, it's a new experience for everybody, especially for me, because it's the first time for me I have to organize such experience for a team, considering we have minors players. So it's such a responsibility for us also to be sure that they will travel in security and have all they need to compete in good condition. So that's what we are trying to do for the team and for the players, and we hope that we'll be able to make it through.
All right, Alucard. I mean, it's got to feel good to be qualified for Worlds. It's a big stage. Komai Esports, if any other team has made a big splash this season, it's got to be Komai Esports. So leading up to Worlds, what is something that the team behind the scenes has been kind of struggling with, maybe challenging? Are there hard conversations that need to be had? Because now it's not just the EU region. This is the entire world in one stage moving forward. Are there any difficulties within the team at this moment?
I think a lot of stress because for some player it will be the first time they have to compete at such level. We are talking about the best player in the world, so it's a massive experience with a lot of things, and we have to deal with, to talk, to discuss, and try to solve all the problem and issue we have during the scrim trainings to be able and to be ready when the moment will come.
Exciting. So is there any team in that world stage that your team is so excited to go up against? Is there one team that I cannot wait to go up against these guys in Worlds?
I think we are probably excited to fight again with LG to try to have revenge on the next game because we are sure it will be a good game again. Also Orange Juicer because we lost them also in the little final of the UAC. So I think we have some revenge to take, but every other team will be good experience because we don't have so much luck so much chance to fight with teams from other continents. So we have to learn and to enjoy the moment and try to improve every time. So any team is welcome to fight.
Love to hear. I mean, with the recent announcement that Fennel, which is the former world champions from last year's Worlds, not going to be attending this Worlds, does that motivate your team knowing hey, you know what? There's going to be a new champion, and that champion could be us? Is that any little bit of motivation for the squad?
Yeah, that's the begin. That's the end from the beginning. So all of the players who are playing to aim this title to be the world champion. So every month past, every month we play together and realize that we are approaching the possibility to go to the world. So now we are sure that we are going to the world because that's the objective. So we qualified and we will make all we can to go to the world and make all we can to win the title. So we will see. But at this time, we really think that we have something to do in the world campaign.
So talking about that then, Alucard, how can, we've got the huge community here watching Master Series, we've got the huge community there at the Red Bull Gaming Sphere in London. How can people get behind your team and support you to try and hit that goal of going to Worlds? You've qualified already, but I believe there's stuff that we can do to help you get there.
Yeah, there's a many way to support, to help. Honestly, we try to give a lot of offers to the how to say the Unite community to try to help us. So you can just simply follow us on social network. X especially. We also are communicating some new events to try to make some fundraising for the team. At this time, we'll launch a GoFundMe that you can make some donation if you want to participate to this support. We will also communicate on some events during the June and July months. So in the 2 next months, to try to also get some donation from people to try to help us to go to the world because it's quite expensive. Los Angeles is not
Yeah.
it's a expensive destination. So considering we have 6 players because the sub is considered 2, and we have to also have 2 the one staff and one portal guardian because we have 2 minors. So that means we have to be 8 people traveling. So that's a lot of money, and we will make a lot of things to try to make some.
Love it.
All
And
right.
so just follow the team at Komai Esport,
Yeah.
or what is the @ to follow you to make sure that, again, we are live on Twitch. We're also live at the Red Bull Gaming Sphere in London. So again, just to re-announce it, where can we find you? Where can we donate? Where can we support Komai Esports to make sure you guys make it to Anaheim and get to Worlds on the big stage?
Yeah, we are sharing some links on X, so you can just follow the Komai account on X. There is a GoFundMe links you can click on, just support. We will give all the news on the X account. That's our main channel to communicate with the community. So don't hesitate to follow to keep notified by the news, and we will thank you for the support for the future also. And a lot of things are coming. Stay connected with Komai. You will enjoy it because we are acting for the community and for the players.
All righty, exciting, buddy. So we will try and drop some links into the Twitch chat as well so that you can go follow Komai Esports on X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it. But just so that you can follow this incredible team here in the EU region. Thank you so much for being here, Alucard. We really appreciate having a conversation with you, and good luck to Komai Esports in the quest to the World Championships.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Engage, and thank you to all the casters for the event, and good luck for the players for the rest of the tournament. Thank you, everybody.
Wow. Thank you, Alucard, for your time. I mean, Tano, as we're turning the page, I mean, you, of all people, know how impressive Komai Esport has been. And, I mean, moving forward, Tano, as we'll hopefully be able to get Steel Agent Kyle in as we're setting up for the next game. But, Tano, I mean, you've seen Komai perform live. And, I mean, can you give us a little bit more on, like, Tano, of what you experienced watching a team like Komai play on stage?
I can't really put it into words how incredible it was at EUIC, Alex. It was just something else. Esports for Pokemon Unite is electric when you are sat there watching it in the event. Everybody was screaming and cheering for Komai Esports anytime they were on the screen. They ended up being the last EU team that were in the tournament, so everybody got behind them. They were up against the world champions, the past 2 world champions in Luminosity, and it was just electric. It's one of the most exciting places I've ever been and ever seen live. I've seen the NFL live. I've seen concerts. I've seen so many things live. It was the most exciting thing that I ever saw. So I'm so excited for Komai managing to get qualified for the World Championships. Hopefully they do raise enough to get their team there. Kyle, welcome in, buddy. How exciting has it been for a journey for Komai Esports so far?
I mean, it's always exciting seeing a team that kind of puts in a lot of hard work, grinds their way through the UCS season, ends up qualifying, and there's a lot of good teams out there. I'm really excited to see what Komai can do. Hopefully we can help get them and support them on their journey to Anaheim. But we have another game set up here. Orange Juicers from North America and Stamina Esports from LATAM North. We already have some bands, Blissey, Absol, and Psyduck. Not going to get
along with Suicune. Thank you, Tano, for being here. But Kyle, it's time we take over. And again, we've talked about this. It's been kind of the thing here for the Engage Master Series. Will the blessing / curse continue as the Juicers continue to kind of squeeze out the pulp against their opponents? They have been undefeated. They don't even drop a game. But very quickly, Stamina Esports, we just saw how good they were against Yatagarasu. So the question is, we're getting deeper and deeper into this bracket. Again, this is the winner side, and it's going to show again how powerful these two teams are. Already, though, taking away some very powerful weapons away from the Juicers.
Yeah, whenever not only you could get yourself on something comfortable like Frank has with that Inteleon, you're also taking it away from a player that is quite proficient on that Pokemon as well in Flareons. However, they do pick up the Mew, something that is quite powerful, has a high skill ceiling. Flareon's an excellent pilot of that attacker.
Absolutely, and we saw it earlier in with the set that they had earlier that they were going with the full attacker build of Mew. I know Asia has been kind of prioritizing that EXP share Mew, which Mew is a perfect Pokemon to have the EXP share, but something I'm excited about that we were not able to see in the first set for the Juicers was seeing Roland it on the Sableye. Sableye was 100% target banned each time because they know how good Roland is on the Sableye, on top of the fact of how much disruption you get with Sableye.
I love this pseudo score composition that the Orange Juicers love to go ahead and run. Sableye, it's going to stay on the map a lot on the enemy side of the map. So look for it to either invade or just put a lot of pressure on the goal zones of Stamina Esports. And Dodrio has a passive ability that essentially allows it to score small pockets very quickly. So this type of composition that the Orange Juicers likes to run puts a lot of strain on the opposing side. So Stamina Esports is not only going to need to be ready for it, but they're also going to need to man their goal zones and be very diligent on making sure that they're not leaving them wide open, because that's how Orange Juicers likes to play this composition that they run very frequently.
I mean, we talked about this before, how consistent OJ is. Their whole meta is to be ahead, and again, they're not always making the flashiest of plays. And Draco and I talked about it earlier. It always feels like they're playing this giant game of chess while all their opponents, they force them to be playing checkers. They are thinking way ahead. They like to stay a score ahead. They like to have that early game aggression and in the end, in the late game, they control positioning. And from there on out, Orange Juicers has been able to do this not only here in the INGAGE Master Series, but that's kind of been their formula to success.
Yeah, that's why you saw teams earlier in the bracket ban that Sableye, because that's a Pokemon that Roland just excels at, and it's just so tough to deal with. And when we were talking about like what our favorite bans were, what we thought would be the most banned Pokemon today, I gave 3 picks, and then the fourth one I felt is always kind of up in the air with a lot of teams allowing a lot of target bans, and we've seen it a couple of times here today. But we have game number 1, Orange Juicers, Stamina Esports taking this Dodrio in the central area, but look at Roland going for an invade.
Go, little Roland, go. Little Invasion trying to get a little bit of vision. Stamina Esports, though, also has had that success of being very aggressive, and they might have caught in a little Torchic, Roland, getting a little chicken wing on the way back home as Clefairy is trying to just stay alive. That's Ranma on the support for Stamina Esports, and Roland is not leaving their side, just on top of it to try to get KO. Nobody actually else is here other than Roland bashing away at this Clefairy.
Finally chips it down, sends him back to the Pokemon Center, and that's going to allow Roland, along with Kratos, to maybe put a little bit of pressure on this T1 goal zone. They already have a KO in their sights, and they take it down, finding some points in this T1 path, and this is already looking pretty good for OJ.
OJ looking very strong, very good aggression. They have this, and there you see Kratos is already on top of this poor little Swinub. It's going to be taken down. Clefairy gets pushed all the way back. They're X-speeding. They at least want to evolve, get a little bit of a score, and Roland picks up the berry saying, I've seen this tail one too many times. You need to go back to the Pokemon Center.
Seemed like Clefairy knew that they were likely going to be going down there, so they burn their X speed, and then they try to ensure that they're able to get some points and work that special attack items to help their late game healing numbers, and then they get evolved. And look at this. This is that pressure that we talked about in the pregame. Orange Juicers putting a lot of pressure on the enemy side of the map.
This is what they are known to do. They put that pressure, they apply it, and the stuns that you're getting. I mean, mind you, this is still Holmes, who has not become a Combuskin yet. We're at 755. Middle birds are up. Team Stamina's here, but Zugrug's going to try to disrupt this a little bit along with OG, trying to do a little bit of the Dragon Claw combo, but Frank has fully evolved into this Inteleon, and poor Holmes is just taking a beating still. 7.5 minutes, Kyle, and there's still not a Combuskin.
Big Brave Bird engage from this Talonflame is going to help find a KO onto Kratos, which is massive. That was a level 8 Dodrio, so a lot of catch-up experience over into the pocket of Stamina Esports. That might have been the catch that they were looking for. They also are able to find that Sableye maybe not as valuable, but still, you love to get KOs when you can get them.
All of a sudden, Stamina Esports trying to regain consciousness as we have Blaziken in a blink of an eye in 30 seconds. Went from a little chick and an Ice Fang. Good disposition, able to grab OG and get the KO. This is how you do it, but Kratos is here on the job. Look at the stun combo from the both Kratos and Roland triple trample, but then you see Holmes able to get the secure. Kratos able to get at least a little bit of a KO and a little bit of a score, but they are caught a little bit pushed up against the wall, and a Brave Bird knocks him out.
It's a big play here for Stamina Esports. They win that first objective of the game, and it's that Regieleki. So trying to take away the scoring potential from Orange Juicers. Regieleki is able to walk into the T1 goal zone, and so points for Stamina Esports are going to be inevitable.
The points are inevitable, and potentially a KO is also inevitable. We talked about this before, how Talonflame has really good burst in your face type of damage, but being able to get out of those sticky situations is a lot harder. Resets are kind of happening all around. The basement Reggie is still alive and available for the taking. Kratos gonna dunk a nice 30. Reggie Rock taking a beating. Meanwhile, we see Holmes is going up against Zugrug. They're trying to reposition themselves. Big heavy slam, and luckily for OG, they're able to secure it as they're going to try to take Combs down. Combs get caught. Blaze kick into the wall. Overheat and a Zugrug big old slam, and Flareon's able to put the cherry on top for a KO.
Oh, Stamina Esports getting caught between a block and a hard plays. Zugrug putting in double time with those blocks from Snorlax, making sure Stamina stays put. And a lot of these objectives, if Zugrug can help zone out Stamina, it will be very tough for them to get those last hits of that Inteleon, of the Blaziken, and of that Brave Bird Talonflame. So Stamina Esports, a lot of secure tools in their pocket. So it's going to be up to Zugrug to make sure that they're not able to get in on top of those contested objectives.
201 to 96 is OG's going to be Brave Birded on, and Reggie going to go with a Flame Sweep, taking OG away from any help that they might have been able to have. Kratos does have a lot of AOs in their pocket. Again, 201 to 96. This is OJ's kind of forte. They're not going to allow Holmes to get any more points as Regieleki does spawn.
Seeing a 1v1 in the bottom path as well, and Stamina Esports, this top Reggie is up. It's a Regieleki, so if it is captured by the Orange Juicers, it will walk towards this T2 goal zone and act as almost a sixth member of the squad. It'll deal damage, and if it is able to go into that T2 goal zone, it'll leave that goal zone defenseless, allowing for scores to go in almost uncontested. But it looks like Stamina Esports is up here able to defend it. They have plenty of firepower. Orange Juicers looking at that bottom path, though.
Levels across the board are pretty even as Reggie does go in for a little bit of a Brave Bird. Kratos was able to get just a little bit more before they were sent back to the Pokemon Center. Big time power nap just to kind of stall things out for Zugrug. Great eject, and now Stamina looks to try to converge, but no, they're gonna try to fight another day. Roland it has been also applying great pressure as Reggie diving on OG. We've seen this play out again. Reggie each time goes in for the Brave Bird combo, aerial ace, boosted auto, flame sweep, takes OG out. OG not being able to scale the way they've been wanting to. I mean, you even look at Sableye and Snorlax, they're also level 10 just like OG.
Yeah, but look at the scoreline right now, 256-96. So despite the level disadvantage that the Orange Juicers have across the board, they've built up quite the significant score lead. And even with that, look at this, a little bit of a contested objective, but OG is able to take it, and there's the Unite move.
We see the Unite move, and that's something else I just noticed. Did you notice that Flareon's and OG both have Santa hats, and the enemy Mammoth? I didn't realize it was Christmas in the middle, at the beginning of June. Is that just me, Kyle?
I didn't notice it. I was hoping that Dodrio was wearing the kind of the present outfit. That would be kind of nice. Look at this. This is additional pressure here from the Orange Juicers. Another 26-point score shield is going to enable that score to go in. So over a 130-point advantage for the Orange Juicers. 30 seconds left until Rayquaza spawns. There is another Regieleki that they could potentially grab. It's Stamina Esports, though, pushing this T1 pad.
Wow, Reggie went really deep, predicting that Kratos would be in there, and in fact, they were. Here goes the Stamina Esports trying to converge on in. OG's not going to allow that to happen. Kratos is also there, but Kratos is trying to fight them off, but the big old Mammal Swine picks up OG, sets them down. Luckily, Roland able to get a KO, and now they're trying to be a sneaky little gremlin. A big Unite move, but it only catches the Inteleon, and now Roland's going to be able to go down, stalling as much as they can, but a great defense overall. 2 members of Stamina Esports are down, while only Roland is down for the side of the OJ.
A lot of healing from this Clefable, triple trample from Dojo. That takes out their healing from Stamina Esports. So a little bit of pressure already going on in. Oh, they find another. Dojo is able to take down the Blaziken, and Rayquaza starting to get hit. We're going to see some more Unite moves. Rayquaza contested.
Rayquaza being contested huge here. The Talonflame is still here. It's being ripped, but out of nowhere, it gets secured by the Juicers, and that is Flareon's able to get the secure set. I don't care. I know how to play Inteleon. I know how this works. 2 big KOs. Flareon's is looking for a third as a big boosted auto from afar from deep. Getting the KO. Steph Curry in the deep, pulling a 3.
That Musted auto locks onto the target, and despite how far away Mew was, still able to find the KO. So significant point lead here for the Juicers. Game's not over. Still a minute left on the clock, but they have a couple of shields. I believe Dodrio might still have theirs, so they could still potentially increase the score lead, but Stamina is going to try to push this T1 goal zone. There's the Brave Bird.
They did secure the Rayquaza, which means they do have that shield that allows them to score a little bit quicker. Honestly, Juicers are going to be able to give this up because you have 2 big scores.
Look at the scoring.
You have Dodrio, you have Sableye. These are big scores, but here comes Stamina Esports. They're trying to still converge in. Zugrog and Flareons are putting on the pressure. They're saying, hey, you know what? Give up that tower too.
Yeah, look
Roland
at that.
and I. Look at this. Roland and Kratos.
Yeah, they've got like 200 points already. Another 100 gonna go in, so I don't even know if Stamina is of the wiser. They're probably seeing the writing on the walls at this point, but Orange Juicers, with this pseudo score comp, does exactly what they needed to do. They got the Rayquaza, and they scored like 300 points after the second push, so Orange Juicers with a significant win here in game number 1. Final score, 692. To, I believe it was like 1. I couldn't see what that final was for Stamina, but either way, big win here for OJ.
I mean, like, that's how confident are you, right? Again, as a reminder, if you're able to capture Rayquaza, you're the team that last hits it. Your entire team gets these shields that allow you to score that much quicker. You also get a little bit of a buff to your stats as well. And with that being said, they had not only Sableye, who had an item called the Score Shield, which kind of creates a little shield which allows you to score. It gives you a little bit more of a window of an opportunity to score, along with, like Kyle explained, Dodrio's passive dunk those little pockets full. They didn't care that Stamina was going to be scoring on them. I can almost imagine Kratos calling it out, like, let them have it. You know, if you guys can survive, fine, but Roland and Kratos were all about the scoring. And of course, you had to give it. We need to see the final score, Kyle, but 419 of those points were from Roland alone.
Yeah, massive. I mean, damage dealt kind of secondary to the amount of disruption that this Pokemon allows and enables. Don't be surprised here in game number 2 if you look to see Stamina end up taking it away or banning it from Orange Juicers. So that is quite the play here. I love watching Roland on this Pokemon. Probably one of the best, if not the best, Sableye in the West.
Okay, and as we're coming back and looking at the stats, let's take a live look, because apparently we're hearing from production. We have a live look at the Red Bull Arena out in London, so we can take a quick sneak peek of, for all the viewers that are not there, again, this is also available offline. Obviously, we have the stream on Twitch, but if we can, shout out again to Red Bull for being a part of this and giving us the space at the Red Bull Arena in London. And please, production, give me a live look, because I would love to see this live look into what everything looks like here at the Red Bull Arena. Wow. I mean, Kyle, what a time to be there, right? I mean, being able to see just like the Red Bull gaming sphere, this is the place to be. And this is a big moment for the INGAGE Master Series.
Yeah, it's kind of coming to its closure. We've had almost 2 months worth of events here through the INGAGE Master Series, whether it was the open qualifiers, whether it was the group stages, today the finals. But even before that, some of these teams were able to play through the qualifiers, the weekly qualifiers in both North America, LATAM, through Underdunk, which is a bi-weekly tournament. We did it weekly through this through the engagement with INGAGE. It's like 6 weeks of these teams competing, trying to qualify, getting points, and then on the EU side doing the exact same. So excited to see like all the hard work pay off of not only the teams, the players, but how this production has also evolved over the last couple months.
Exactly. I mean, and I don't know about you, Kyle, but you and I look pretty handsome on the big screen. And that might be, maybe just a little bit. We're pretty handsome. We look pretty good. And with all these INGAGE graphics, I think we look absolutely stunning. But yes, again, thank you to Red Bull for giving us this space in the gaming sphere in London. It has been an amazing time. And for all you people who have not joined, Pokemon Unite is a free-to-play game. That is a free 99, no cost down, just a free download, Nintendo Switch or any mobile device, and you get to play some of your favorite Pokemon. And it's a MOBA. It's a multiplayer online battle arena, like other games. Like I think League of Legends is kind of a big one. Maybe you've heard of it. But yes, play with your friends. It's an amazing time. And again, this is such a big moment for INGAGE, Kyle.
Yeah, and there's so many grassroots competitions. So depending on where you're watching, if you're watching in EU, there's always EU competitions going on. There's a bunch of North America grassroots stuff. So it's always pretty easy to get involved. So make sure to stay tuned. But staying tuned is game number 2. We're already getting back into the ban phase. And already, Orange Juicer's going to go ahead and ban that Blissey. Stamina Esports going to ban the Psyduck. And then already, man, it's seeming very similar to game 1.
Very similar to game 1. Bans are going to be very similar. The question is, will they decide to get rid of the Sableye? And no, Stamina Esports, not afraid. So could this be you want to run it back? Because they are still available. Snorlax, Zugrug, picking it up very easily.
I love this play. It is likely going to be the same composition from the Juicers, depending on what Stamina Esports wants to throw out. But Snorlax, a very safe Pokemon, regardless of what Stamina wants to throw out. So Zugrug grabbing that first is usually the play. And then Stamina Esports, they're going to grab their core of this Clefable along with the Inteleon. So again, going with those heavy sustainability with that Clefable healing. You see the items on it. The Rescue Hood boosts the amount of healing, and then the stacking item. We talked about it a little bit. The more times Clefable is able to get a score into an enemy goal zone, up to 6 times, it will increase the amount of healing that it does each time. Like I said, up to 6 times. So look for that Pokemon to get some stacks in early.
Yeah, especially because the healing is a ratio to Clefable's special attack, and though that item will just keep boosting it to the moon. But I don't know about you, everything looks pretty similar to the Juicer side, but for the side of Stamina Esports, they look to be changing it up. We don't see the Mamoswine. They swapped that out for a Lapras this time, but they are going to be running it back with the Talonflame, which again, Reggie on the Talonflame was able to do so much damage, but they did swap out the Lapras for they swapped out the Lapras for the Mamoswine, and they also got rid of their Blaziken, and instead they're bringing in a Serena, a material girl, if you will.
I love this pickup from Stamina. So Serena has a pretty significant game-changing Unite move. It targets a single Pokemon, and it's essentially a delete button. It lifts them off of the map, makes themselves untargetable, and it does a considerable amount of damage. So they're likely going to try to utilize that on the Dodrio to kind of keep it from chaining KOs in that late game, or potentially the Blaze or the Garchomp if they're able to follow up with additional damage, likely from a Brave Bird Talonflame, or that Inteleon Snipe Shot, because just the Serena Unite move, probably not enough to take down the Garchomp by itself, so it will likely need a little bit of help.
Yeah, I mean, the Queen's Ascendant is what makes it good. It's able to target them out. And, like, again, if you're able to catch Kratos, that's a single delete button. You could do that to Flareon's. If Flareon's is not quick enough, you can double dash into it, Queen's Ascendant, and that takes care of a big problem. Again, Blaziken is one of those Pokemon that can switch around. So to take that out and get rid of the confirmation tool, what you're bringing in for Serena is still an all-arounder. It's a melee-type Pokemon, but its Unite move is the key feature. Its ultimate Unite move, Queen's Ascendant, to be able to pick up a Pokemon and do massive amounts of damage. If not to get the KO, at least your team will then be able to follow up, which we've seen Reggie do excellently well.
And game number 2 of your upper bracket semis. Orange Juicers on your left side, Stamina Esports on your right side. 2 birds heading into the central area, 1 on each side. Dodrio for the Orange Juicers. Stamina taking this Talonflame, and once again, another invade from Roland on this Sableye.
I mean, he has been trying to invade, once again, unsuccessful, but last time they were able to get a good KO, and Holmes, though, is going to try to get some stacks, and this is the good thing about Sableye's early game. We talked about earlier how these items, like the attack weight or the special attack specs, each time you score for a total of 6 times, it increases your stats. In this case, the attack weight does increase your physical attack, which Serena is, and if you can score up to 6 times, you get that damage. The good thing about Sableye, though, is it can actually remove some of those points that you have to score.
And looking to remove a couple Pokemon is this Dodrio once again, able to find a KO 1, looking for a KO number 2. Snorlax closes that one out. 850 birds are going to be spawning in both sides of this central path. And it looks like Zugrug is going to zone out this Sobble from trying to be able to do any last hitting. There is a good attempt there from Stamina, but with a little bit of an odd man advantage, Orange Juicer is able to clear them out.
Yeah, Frank unable to get a good amount of this. And they, excuse me? Did I could have sworn that was Dig that I just saw come out of OG. Do I need to get my eyes checked, or is that production? What's that? Yeah, it was. Oh, I'm not blind. Oh, I am blind. Okay, well, I'm still thinking, Kyle, that was Dig.
Yeah, Dig ability is a little bit of a different play here from this Garchomp. A lot of the times, if you've been watching all day, you've been seeing like this dragon combo. So Dragon Rush, Dragon Claw, which essentially is kind of able to scoop up an opposing Pokemon if you combo it right. The Dig Earthquake set is a little bit more of a sustain ability. It's a recently buffed moveset, but it's very less frequently utilized. So I'm excited to see OG take it here.
I mean, I think the only way I have to respond to this move is I kind of dig it. Thank you, everybody. I will be here all day. And so now we see Flareons and Kratos working together with the coaching to kind of block some of the damage coming out. And Patchy's in a little bit of trouble as Kratos is able to get the KO. Kratos is looking hungry, though. They have Flareons. Again, Flareons is the full damage Mew build, but they can be supported with the coaching as Kratos was on the prowl and they got their prey. And now they might be looking for more on Frank.
This is looking rough for Stamina Esports. They were able to break that T1 goal zone in the top path and then put a considerable amount of points into this basement path as well. So Orange Juicers off to a quick start. And off screen, you're finding additional KOs from OG, able to survive along with the vision that this Sableye has been able to provide. So 163-17 in both sets of objectives are hitting the map. Did find a little bit of a KO here, a little bit of revenge for Stamina Esports as they take out that Garchomp.
Garchomp does get taken down. Ramna's taking a lot of HP, and Roland was able to just kind of stall a little bit. Reggie is on the prowl, though, sticking nearby. Objectives are not the main focus for either of these teams right now. It's been kind of the duke it out method. Confuse Ray goes in, does get the KO, and then the Brave Bird gets canceled by Kratos' try attack. Kratos gonna put their onto the Regieleki. Meanwhile, the rest of Stamina Esports and the rest of the squad is looking at a Registeel. OG is dropping down an Earthquake, going in. I don't know how much I like this ground set, but you know, it could work. But it's Flareon from deep again with a Solar Beam this time to get the secure.
Not as good of a secure tool as something like Electro Ball because it does more of like tick damage, but it still got the job done. And now Kratos taking that top objective is going to put more pressure for additional scores as, oh man, that's a nice overcap too on that T1 goal zone. They're going to make a little bit of a dent in this T2 goal zone. And Alex, this is looking like deja vu all over again, but maybe even worse for the side of Stamina, who do not have the levels like they did in Game 1.
Yeah, game one, they were able to kind of stay on par, but Reggie does get a good KO on the Kratos, and look at Flareon's using the Mystical Mirage to say, I'm sorry, did you take my friend's EXP? I would like some of that back. And just the Mystical Mirage, that Unite move from you not only turns yourself invisible and untargetable, it also makes your teammates also. So they were able to avoid some of that damage, and then they burst out, do some damage of their own, and just a great job and great macro play from Flareon's.
So what you're seeing here too is the support Pokemon. So the Snorlax and the Sableye, who are wearing those XP shares, higher level than anybody on Stamina, or some of the carry Pokemon on Stamina Esports, excuse me. Something like that Serena does not have as much experience as these bigger targets. Serena trying to salvage some of that experience, taking that Unite move onto the Snorlax, and still unable to take down that Pokemon because of its significant, quite large HP pool.
Oh, just doing such a great job looking around here. Again, level-wise, it does feel like Stamina Esports is kind of slowly creeping back in. But, I mean, when you look at the points here, 268 to 33, this is typical OJ. Just looking very powerful, very healthy, and just keeping that strength in the lead as Kratos and OG are going to be ripping this Regirock off the map while Zugrug has to be giving vision on the top.
Zugrug's grabbing vision, and Roland also grabbing vision. Roland really wants to score their points in the T2 goal zone in the bottom, but Lapras is guarding it almost like a hawk. 4 members looking to take the Regieleki, able to converge, able to grab that first objective for Stamina Esports. It's going to try to walk into this T1 goal zone, but a nice block from Zugrug is going to prevent that from going on in. It's going to be really tough. And look at that on the bottom side of the map, away, off screen. Their orange juicers adding insult to injury by putting in a ton of points in that T2 goal zone.
And Zugrug, all the meanwhile, just taking a nap, just, you know, just holding it down. Regieleki could not be bothered by any of it. Zugrug's skin must be looking so good. They're so unbothered. They're probably tanning in the sun. And 342 to 38, that is an over 300-point lead for the side of the Juicers. And right now, Stamina Esports needs to find an opening if they want to come out of this as a victorious and not be sent to the loser side.
Under a little bit of a push here for members of Stamina trying to push this T1 goal zone. Maybe a little bit apprehensive, but no, the Brave Bird's not that crazy about it. They're going to just go and try to break it, but good defensive stand here so far for the Juicers.
The Juicers are looking good. Defense, though, coming out from Zugrug. Again, Stamina Esports are finally getting some scores in, but Zugrug has been this impenetrable wall. Flareon's unable to get that last-minute KO before 20 to 140. Once again, the story repeats itself. OJ have a lead in scoring, and they kind of control everything right now. Stamina Esports needs to come up with a plan to be able to converge, capture this Ray, and force a Game 3.
Over 250 points separate these two squads, so this is exactly what the Orange Juicer wanted. The only way for Stamina to get this game victory is going to be through Rayquaza, so they have a little bit of ways to get this last hit, specifically that Inteleon, also the Brave Bird. They're going to immediately try to rip here.
The rev is going in, though. Flareon's unable to secure. This does go to Stamina. They went for the ribbon flip tactic, and they do have scores to they do have points to score. And just as quickly, though, OJ trying to pull a reverse Uno. They're trying to still score 614 to 268. I don't think Stamina has enough points in their pockets, Kyle.
That is the struggle and the way that Orange Juicers likes to play this game. They found that they had a massive lead, and they knew that they could probably just break a few shields, and that would probably put the game on ice. And that is likely going to put the game on ice. There still needs to be about 200 plus points that goes in from Stamina Esports, and they're not holding too many shields. 47 from this Lapras. If they're able to break that, that will put a dent in, but that still won't put them in the lead.
This is what OJ does. They keep the success going. Points are going to still be raining in. Stamina's looking for anything and everything. But even with all the pads, Kyle, even if the Juicers gave up their tier 2 on bottom, it would not matter. I just don't think that Stamina has the points in their pocket to be able to make a comeback. There are 30 seconds, so anything is possible, and they're going to try to make something happen here as Lapper's trying to get a big old score, unable to do so. Here comes the rest of Stamina Esports trying to get some KOs, but Zugrug does not move, Kyle.
Oh, they're gonna try as they might. The defensive stand is on for the Juicers. They just need to hold on a little bit. 10 seconds. Here comes some points, but a good stop here. Kratos was able to stop a little bit, and here comes OG with their Unite move. That is gonna prevent some of these points from going on in. I think the defensive stand was successful.
I think it might have been enough. Oh my, I'm holding my breath right now because at one point, it looked like 350s were about to be dropped in, and that's a lot closer, I think, than we all anticipated this to be. If you're talking about 2 more scores, if Reggie's able to get off that 50 and you get maybe a little chunk here, a little chunk there, all of a sudden you're talking about a different game. But yes, the Orange Juicers are able to stay alive.
Oh man, what an incredible finish here from the Juicers. Playing their game, doing exactly what they wanted to do, what they wanted to accomplish with that team composition. Heavy pressure on the enemy side of the map. Lots of scores before Rayquaza, so that Rayquaza wasn't as big of a deal, and they accomplished it perfectly. They executed on all cylinders, and then they just needed to make that one final defensive stand, and they were able to just hang on by the skin of their teeth. MVP honors going to go over to Kratos this time. 152 points scored, 67k damage dealt, 4 assists to boot. The captain, the central area Pokemon, and man, Orange Juicers looking really good in tip-top form.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the Juicers, and I didn't want to say it, but you know, that curse is still staying strong. Well, I wanted to put it out there that this curse for the Juicers, or blessing, depending on who you are, has been around since March, and it has not stopped. So yeah, the Juicers are looking prime. They're looking strong. And when you look at this, yeah, Kratos got 10 KOs. That's big. But I think more importantly, Stamina Esports, I got to give credit where credit is due. And they really erupted near the end. And there was a moment of, wait a minute. So you're saying there's a chance, and the Juicers were like, well, just because we're giving you a chance doesn't mean we're going to let that happen. And the Juicers able to hold on. OG, surprisingly, though, with the ground, the dig earthquake combo, still did 111k damage, which I think, in my opinion, pretty impressive.
Yeah, very impressive, right? I mean, it's a moveset that not as many people are comfortable with because it hasn't really been good for quite a while. I still think the dragon combination for Garchomp is what a lot of people end up picking, but I love seeing a little bit of spice. Maybe it's a little bit less spicy after getting some buffs, not only to that part of the ability, but also just Garchomp in general, getting some buffs to its self-sustain ability with those boosted autos, and you saw how quickly that Pokemon could get online and how much of a pest it can be. 114k damage. So those big, long, prolonged fights really went in Orange Juicers' favor.
They were looking great right now. Again, we're going to take a quick timeout. We still have a lot more here at the INGAGE Master Series, which again, if you're watching on Twitch, hello, I hope you're having a great time. Go get yourself a snack. If you're over at the Red Bull Gaming Sphere in London, please stick around, learn some more about Pokemon Unite, join some of the fun. It's a lot of great fun, especially when you have it with your friends. But we're going to take a quick timeout. We'll be right back with some more amazing Pokemon Unite games here at the INGAGE Master Series.
Hey, yeah, hey. Flipping the script from my old ways. Flick up the switch, I'm in flow state. Commas, I'm going through growing pains. I wasn't used to being so gross. I tighten the threads at a crochet. I wake up the cushion, some OJ. The last tape I dropped was a rollway. It's yellow, I swear it's a Coldplay. Viva la vida, I'm swiping the visa. We working, I'm taking off no days. Cause we throwing shots like a gun range. So we finally make it to front page. A head full of dreams, some breath for the schemes. A heart that been feeling like it's a machine. I'm pushing extreme, cause I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees. Yeah, stay on my P's, get hate off my body like it's a disease. I'm walking off after we taking the lead. She call me Big Papi, I'm David Ortiz. It's what you've been waiting to see. There's moments where you gotta take it or leave. And I'm taking everything, some call it greed, but I call it living out what you believe. And I've been believing since no one was seeing the vision board. Racing with fate all my life, a collision course. Fighting with snakes, I'm a lion like Gryffindor. I be asking permission for it. This type of shit what we breaking tradition for. Clearing the mission, don't care who the victim. I'm dying for all that I'm living for. Flipping the script from my old ways. Flick up the switch, I'm in flow state. Commas, I'm going through growing pains. I wasn't used to being so gross. I tighten the threads at a crochet. I wake up the cushion, some OJ. The last tape I dropped was a rollway. It's yellow, I swear it's a Coldplay. Viva la vida, I'm swiping the visa. We working, I'm taking off no days. Cause we throwing shots like a gun range. So we finally make it to front page. A head full of dreams, some breath for the schemes. A heart that been feeling like it's a machine. I'm pushing extreme, cause I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees. Yeah.
Desafortunadamente, mientras peleamos en el party, te tengo que no puedo hacerme el inocente. Desafortunadamente, dicen que pertenezco a la calle y la verdad que se te pone caliente. A ti no puedo ser fiel, I'm sorry. Ya, no puedo hacerme el inocente. Todavía tengo planes con otra chori. Mira, te quiero hacer una propuesta indecente. Quisiera complacer esos dos cuerpos, esos bodies. Eso es lo que tengo yo en la mente. Quisiera complacer esas dos bodies. Eso es lo que tengo yo en la mente. Desafortunadamente, mientras peleamos en el party, te tengo que no puedo hacerme el inocente. Desafortunadamente. Dicen que pertenezco a la calle y la verdad que se te pone caliente. Desafortunadamente, mientras peleamos en el party y te digo que no puedo hacerme el inocente. Desafortunadamente, dicen que pertenezco a la calle y la verdad que se te pone caliente. Tocándote el punto, mami, sé que a ti te encanta la sensei. Quiere que Bambi te compre doble C.
Un par de chancletitas, coco, on vacation.
Sabe que no puedo ser ni tu novio ni marido, pero definitivamente estoy entregado. Por esos labios, esos besos, lo tuyo. Pero te juro que desafortunadamente, mientras peleamos en el party, te tengo que no puedo hacerme el inocente. Desafortunadamente, dice que se para la calle y la verdad que se te pone caliente. Desafortunadamente. Hey, cut off the lights. Cut off the lights. Yeah, I perform better at night. I've been outside with the mice. Yeah, eating that chicken and rice. Right, while it was filled with the mites. Okay, now it's an infinite price. If they wasn't living your life, then they shouldn't give you advice. How can we honor your words? Yeah, if we see you missing your stripes, we get it. You've been in the game for a minute, but it's time to kick it. We know that you finished. The future is coming. Let's stick to the mission and aim for the target with deadly precision. We pissing them off and pitching the victims. Yeah, we call them victims cause they're demolition. I'm changing the rules and breaking tradition and make it cause nobody making a difference. I see it. Nobody gonna go hard for me like I go for me. That's why I gotta take mine, try and get milestones for me. I'm ready for it all, say the word and it's up on sight. Cut off the lights, yeah, I perform better at night. I've been outside with the mice, yeah, eating that chicken and rice. Right, while it was filled with the mites. Okay, now it's an infinite price. If they wasn't living your life.
You know, sometimes it feels like I'm amongst celebrities here as we are bringing in some powerhouse talent. Hi, I'm zeroing on Alex, one of your amazing casters for today. Kyle has been with me, but we are bringing in the lovely, the always sensational Kilosaurus. And of course, we have to have somebody pretty on here, so we brought Lobo on too for a 4cam. But welcome in, Kello. How are you doing today?
Good morning to you, actually, all the way from Australia. I know Lobo's been here trucking it throughout the evening, whereas, well, I at least had to have a little bit of beauty sleep, a little bit of a nap beforehand. So, I mean, I know Lobo, he doesn't need that beauty sleep after all, does he?
No. I mean, he's always dazzling. He might as well. You might as well start calling him a Pokemon move because he truly is a dazzling gleam to look at.
Stop it! You're gonna give me a complex. You're gonna give me a complex. You know,
my camera died, but my camera died. That's on me. I can see my camera died. That's because it's hot in California. So my camera overheated. I am sorry, production, but you can hear my voice. But you know, who needs to hear my voice when you can listen to Lobo, who has been here from the start. Lobo, how are you feeling above all else?
I'm excited. I mean, it might be 6 o'clock in the morning. Keely's gotten a nap. I'm about to go take a nap. It's been such a fantastic event. And Kyle, Keely, you guys are going to take away with our next match that you guys are going to get to cast. Any predictions, anything that you guys have had that's just standing out to you? Because such an amazing event coming up right before Worlds, right before NAIC. Seeing these international teams go up against each other so far has been such a privilege to watch. And I don't know, for me, I'm just happy to be here. I'm so happy to be here. But I want to get your guys' thoughts on what you guys have seen so far from the Engage Master Series. Keela, I'm going to start with you.
Look, after watching that last set, if we do not end up seeing a Sableye ban against Orange Juices, Bannis, what are you doing? Clearly, Roland is just on an absolute roll, but even then, just watching Orange Juices, they just seem as strong as ever. The fact that they haven't even dropped a match at all today, and I was even having a look at the group stage results, they have not dropped a match, a single match, which is absolutely wild.
I know, they're just on form right now. All these teams are on form that are plowing through. All these teams want their position, their place in that grand finals. Kyle, I'll ask you the same question before we load into our match. Predictions, your most exciting thing that you've seen. I mean, just the international teams coming together on this stage for the Engage Master Series 2025. Give me your thoughts.
I mean, I'm an Orange Juicers fanboy at this point. They're back-to-back NA regional final champions. People love to talk about Luminosity, obviously winning Worlds 2 times, both in 2022 and then 2023. But people forget about the Orange Juicers and some of the domination that they've had in some very important tournaments. So last year's regional champions, this year's regional champions, taking down Luminosity in the winner's side of the bracket. And then I believe it was, can't recall who took them down. So Orange Juicers kind of hitting their stride at the right time. It's obviously a large tournament coming up in UCS, the final stretch, a lot of money on the line. I'm not sure 100% sure if they'll be playing, but it'll be a fantastic event for them to practice for Worlds. Either way, this event is a good indicator on performance as well, right? A lot of Worlds qualified teams have already played, and like Kello said, they haven't lost a map in this event. So they are in perfect stride. They just need to keep trucking along, but probably one of the best teams in North America, if not the best team currently.
I mean, that's exactly what you want from especially tournaments like this. Give yourself a chance to go up against those international threats that you're going to face on that international stage as well. So World's qualified teams, best teams in their region, this is where they're all going to duke it out. Zero and Alex, mi hermano, mi amigo, your final thoughts before we head on in to this final match.
Well, I do think we're going to hopefully have the graphics up, but before we get into any of the graphics of like the groups or the bracket, Lobo, can we be in a Alolan Ninetales in Pokemon Unite? I'll be the Aurora Veil because you're already a Dazzling Gleam. Bam!
Oh my god.
Bam! 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 But
can I be the double slap?
Double slap.
Wigglytuff up double slap.
Give him that double slap into the sing. I mean, we gotta love.
Kyle is a singer.
I'm not singing.
Kyle,
I'm not singing. Please
you are
don't.
singing now. Kyle's taking the lead.
Yeah.
But production, do we have the graphics for the group stage? I think that's what we wanted to show off, just to kind of see how we actually got here. Well, if you look at the groups, we did have Stamina Esports get out of the group stage along with Revelation. Revelation, we will talk about them in a second. Orange Juicers went undefeated in the group stage. They haven't dropped anything, and has nothing to do with the blessing that Zero in on Alex has maybe cursed / them with. Has nothing to do with that, and me and Flareon's talking about that. But anywho, T3 also made it out along with Bani and Los Caducados, along with Yatagarasu and Aegis Flame. But if we take a look now at the bracket, where we've been and where we are at in terms of the bracket, in terms of like who's on the winner side, who's on the loser side, production, do we have the bracket, please, up on stage so we can look at it? And this is where we're at today. We have seen Stamina Esports take on Yatagarasu, knocking them into losers. Orange Juicers has just been the powerhouse that has not been stopped. So you are looking at potentially your top 4 right now is Orange Juicers and Bani. Revelation is waiting in the losers semi, which also probably means Stamina Esports is also going to be there between Stamina or Team 3, or T3, I should say. And that'll be our top 4, Orange Juicers, Bani, and Revelation. And very soon, we will see who's going to be heading into the grand finals. But that being
Nice.
said, I mean, Kello, obviously looking at how this has been broken down, I mean, anything unexpected that you're seeing here?
Not really. I mean, the fact that we have Bannis coming on in this far, looking at the EU weeklies that they've participated in, I mean, that's how they qualified after all. They were the top seed, the team that had the most points. They came top 4 throughout all of those EU weeklies. So they're in quite strong form here as well. It's a matter of going up against the NA invited team, Orange Juices, as we mentioned earlier, being the regional champions. But you know what? After all of this yapping, we have our match ready to go.
And thank you, Zero in on Alex. Thank you, Lobo. We will check back with you very shortly after this match. So me and Kello are going to be taking you home throughout this. And already, bans Kello. You already talked about it. That Sableye ban along with this Snorlax ban. So Banny really wants to target both Zugrug and Roland. Keep them off of their strong picks.
It's interesting to say that they've decided to ban this Blaziken this time round, which means they have that opportunity to pick up that Suicune. And we know how much of a nuisance it can be. And pairing it up with its ice companion, the Lapras. So going in with double ice, I'm interested to see how this composition goes.
I love the Lapras pick into this Inteleon. Look for Zugrug really to absorb up a lot of those snipe shots. That's what Lapras does the best. Not only does it have a massive health pool, and then they're also sporting that assault vest, which will negate some of the special attack damage from those snipe shots, but its passive ability also negates some of that special attack damage. So the Inteleon is going to struggle at times into this composition of the Orange Juicers.
Ooh, I can see Zoro on this Crustle here. I don't know if this is going to be their final build, but if we are actually going to see Amulet, Coin, Score, Shield, no, it's switched on out and Gold Getter. I am so glad we are not. Well, I mean, I'm not. I would have actually loved to see a Score Comp Crustle on the field.
It would have been fun. It definitely would have been fun. It would have been maybe something to try to slow down or at least match what Orange Juicers likes to do with this Dodrio pick of theirs. Kratos on it for the third straight match. They did it in both of the semifinal matches that they were able to win, and they're doing it here in the upper bracket finals. Last pick, though, for Banny, that Garchomp along with this carry build for Nachos on this Talonflame. Could be really tough to deal with if you're the Orange Juicers.
Yeah, one thing I actually notice about the builds on the side of Bannis is they don't have any of the Accel braces or the drive lenses. The only stacking item they have is going to be that attack weight on Nacho. So that is where they're going to have to get, rather than prioritizing those KOs or assists, looking to get in those dunks early. That way you can maximize Talonflame's potentials. Where I guess on Orange Juice's side, we know they like to play an aggressive game from the get-go, but they have no point stacking items equipped on their Pokemon.
They don't have any point stacking items, but that doesn't mean they're not going to try to dunk. This Dodrio, it's the name of its game. The passive ability allows it to score quite a bit faster, 3 times to empty its pockets. You're going to see birds in the central area, 1 for each side. The Dodrio for Orange Juicers. Banny is going to have the Talonflame in the central area.
It's all about the bird here today. Who can fly the furthest? I don't even think a Dodrio can actually fly here. But you know what? We have our first dunks coming on in Zugrug. Being able to get 5 points and just keep this pressure on with this AoE of the Whirlpool.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to deal with once Flareon gets to level 4. Zugrug sporting the XP share will allow Flareon to play a little bit more of this carry style Lapras that we don't see as frequently. OG on this Buzzwall is going to try to prevent a lot of pressure from this Talonflame early on, who is looking to maybe see if they could get those stacks in them.
Yeah, well, at the moment they have 19 points, so you can't really risk going in unless you are able to pick up these KOs. But there's already 3 members, soon to be a 4th, as Suicune is also making its way through that central area. Birds have spawned on in. Nobody's really trying to actually full-on take them out. Bannis decided to back on up instead of diving for them, so playing a little bit safe this round.
It's very smart because that Psyduck headache would have probably put that Talonflame into harm's way, but some points go on in for the Juicers. Probably not as much as they would have liked. And now you're going to see Kratos do what they do after a little bit of a push here in the central area, is look for an invade, and they found it, and they're going to send and force out the eject button from this Fletchender.
Gotta give it to Nachos for some good weaving and dodging there, not giving their KO over to Kratos and being able to pick up that red buff as well. Question is, can they make it in time for the blue buff? No, that means Kratos is gonna take it as we do get ready for these 8-minute burns.
Oh, and they're going to also find this poor Umbreon that has not been able to find their own evolution. I think there was a focus band that procced from that little Eevee, and it's Flareon on the Suicune, able to take out that Drizzile that was invading. So, smart play from Banny to kind of counter-invade, but it didn't quite pay off for them.
No, as we pivot up into the top path, we can already see that Boswell has reached that level 6, looking for that level 7. That way they can get their secondary movement. I'd say it'll be that smackdown to just grab them and throw them all about. But 5 seconds until the next lot of birds spawn on up. It's 3 members versus 2 in that bottom path.
Nice little rocks to separate out the Orange Juicers. Fly is going to converge onto those birds and help secure a lot of that wild Pokemon XP for this Talonflame. But up top, away from the screen, you saw this Dodrio get a double KO, and that is the score composition that you might start seeing come online for Orange Juicers. As this Dodrio and the Buzzwole, they're breaking that T1 goal zone. They've starved out some experience from this Gibble, who is not online yet.
Zagra taking an absolute hammering there, is needing to retreat from the fight and just replenish their HP with the berries. This does give time for Kratos to come on in, dive into that backline of the Inteleon, and go and dunk in some points, because why not when you're a Dodrio?
That's the name of the game for that Pokemon. Another double KO as this Talonflame is looking to try to steal away the last hit on this Reg Ice in the bottom path. But a good zoning from this side, a good zoning from Flareon's on the Suicune is preventing that. Unite move might be a tad late for this level 10 Talonflame, but they should be able to get out of dodge with that fly.
Yeah, they do manage to make their escape there as the Snarl's going to come in from Suzuro, trying to foul play them back and defend this pad with all of their might. But Orange Juices aren't interested in actually going and dunking. They just want to soak up all of the wild Pokemon that is available, as there's so many yellow dots, and we can actually see the Regieleki ended up pushing its way towards that tier 2 pad.
Eject button to ensure that 30 points goes on in, and that T2 goal zone is down. That is a massive play here for the Orange Juicers. This means that there will be potentially 2 additional Regielekis that could walk all the way to the home goal zone of Banny. And that is exactly the game that Orange Juicers has been playing all tournament long, and it's working out to perfection here in Game 1 of your Winners Finals.
You get enough points earlier on, it doesn't really matter what ends up happening at that Rayquaza fight. Just like we witnessed in that previous match, it's 238 to 2 points as we are reaching this halfway point.
Lapras trying to zone, keep the points from going on in. Yeah, only 2 so far. And look at this sneaky mission here from Kratos. Looking for this home goal zone score. Garchomp sees the writing on the walls. Only 14 goes in, and Kratos gets out of dodge like nothing happened.
14 points in a home base is still better than nothing, and this is going to provide a distraction for Orange Juicers to try and push this tier 1 pad. But Manners is aware of this. They're going to send all of those members, besides that Garchomp, to defend it with all of their might. Zugrug does end up getting taken down amongst the mix. 13 seconds left to go until the second basement Reggie spawns.
And Kratos still trying to score points in this home base. And Talonflame does finally take them out, but the fight has been stalled up long enough. Registeel is the southern Reggie down in this bottom path. Buzzwole looking to engage. Superpower smackdown combo into the Unite move. Shield stolen from this Umbreon, but Suicune freezes them solid, and Orange Juicers gets a bit of an advantage. Flame Sweep comes in for the Talonflame, that met with a mountain of crowd control, and they're unable to get anything done. This Buzzwole, OG, getting it done. 3 KOs, make it, 3 KOs for them.
Yeah, that is a triple KO for OJ, and what better way than to just use their allies against each other and get that damage off. Otherwise, we do have that Reggie still left standing as Bannis is coming in for a second refight.
Yeah, 2 members now down for the Orange Juicers. So Banny looking to make a move onto this Registeel. 3, 4 members down here. Umbreon's going to refresh their HP bar at the home base. Zugrug trying to keep the damage away from the Registeel. Nacho's looking for a last hit. They're going to throw up the fly, land down, secures the Registeel for Banny.
Yeah, that is actually huge for them to just give them the level gain that they need, but they end up getting taken down amongst the mix. Still no further dunks scored by them, but at least they have 3 level 12s over on their side.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty rough here for Banny. However, they did stall out that Regieleki long enough so that there's not going to be another Regieleki for the taking that will push the goal zone at Rayquaza. So they've at least got that going for them, but look at the scoreline, Kello. 40 seconds until Rayquaza. Nearly a 300-point deficit that Banny needs to make up. And we were talking about it earlier. They had some of those score stacking items. They have not been able to do that at all this entire match. And the scoreline shows exactly that point.
Yeah, I don't even think that 2 points is from Nachos on the Talonflame, who is running that attack weight. So not going to be outputting as much damage as you would like going into this team fight. But you know what? It's just going to come down to whether they can get an isolation. Qatar on this Crustle is going to be a key player in this, whether they can place those rock tombs perfectly.
They're going to try a frozen solid by the double ice combo from the Orange Juicers. Snipe shots trying to find their mark, but they're a little bit wide. Orange Juicers has sectioned off this Rayquaza pit, unable to advance his Banny. Oh, the play through the wall. They take down the Inteleon. That's a crucial piece for Banny down.
Yeah, talking about isolations, that was such a good isolation onto that backline. Now 2 members of Banny are down. Unite moves are flying here as Umbreon is going to turn and take some shields. But Suicune has been taken out of the mix for Orange Juicers. That nuisance is no longer a nuisance to them as Sazuro is just weaving their way over the walls so swiftly. But I mean, Rayquaza's at half HP here, Kyle.
Yeah, weaving through is this Dodrio as well, finding multiple KOs. Now going to look to go onto this Inteleon. That's a massive amount of damage. Lapras Express is going to help close the door. It's just this Talonflame trying to fly, but the bird's wings have been clipped. Rayquaza dangerously low. Looking for his steal with the guard shot, but they're unable to do it. Orange Juicers likely taking game 1.
They were definitely rushing towards that Rayquaza, but it just wasn't fast enough, and this is just going to provide the opportunity for Orange Juicers to balloon that lead. And with 35 seconds left to go, Banny are going to wave that white flag with a surrender, knowing there is no coming back with only 2 points on the board.
There's that GG. Orange Juicers taking game 1 of your upper bracket finals. 498-2 is your final, with more points likely inevitable with so many shields in tow. But Kello, what an incredible show for Orange Juicers in the probably the toughest match that they on paper should have against this Banny squad, who has also run through this bracket, obviously through the upper side, but Orange Juicers didn't look like they missed a single beat.
No, they didn't. They pretty much dominated that map. No singular tier 1 pad ended up getting broken from them. And that tier 2 pad up in the top path ended up getting broken so early for Banny. So such a massive risk, especially when Orange Juicers were running that Dodrio. They did end up getting a score earlier on in that match. But being able to win that team fight, gotta give it up to that Buzzwole OG with the isolation on the Inteleon was absolutely
so
an
cool.
insane engagement. But you know what? Kratos is going to be the player of the game, being able to dunk in 173 points during that match.
They didn't even need the Sableye. The Sableye was the ban of choice for Banny, thinking that the Sableye was that score enabler, but Dodrio, it's Kratos coming out from that central area, putting in, like you said, 173 points themselves. But I'm looking at those KO numbers, 9 KOs from them, and they found some big ones at that Rayquaza fight when you thought Banny probably had a couple members of the Orange Juicers down. I think you called it out. It was, I think, Flareon's that was KO'd, but Kratos staying upright, finding multiple KOs of their own. And when you have a massive score lead, you just need to find KOs, and what a better Pokemon to do it than that Dodrio.
Oh, 100%. It's ability, I mean, the speed really, but it's relying on your teammates to chip away as much damage as possible and then allow that Dodrio to come and land those finishing blows. It is that speedster after all, so it is quite that squishy HP pool. So they played really well for a melee-based character, and I guess that's where that tri-attack really comes on in, because it allows it to at least play from that range a little bit further rather than diving all in with say a drill peck, which puts them at risk. So Dodrio is a speedster that we don't really see very often, but if you know how to operate this character, it can be such a nuisance to deal with. Getting those KOs, the damage, but also the scoring on top, can do it all.
It really can. And Kratos, watching as much North America as one does, living in the region, you watch a lot of players play this Pokemon, and I honestly don't think that there's a better player on Dodrio than Kratos on Orange Juicers. Yeah, there are a couple other players. I've seen Overlord play it. I've seen Trainer play it a little bit, but Kratos, it not only does it play well, like he play well on it, but I think just the way that Orange Juicers as a squad synergizes around that pick works very well for their play style. Zugrug loves to play very forward. Roland loves to play those disruptor Pokemon. And with that comes a lot of vision. So it really enables Kratos to just kind of roam around the map, find value where he can. And man, Kello, he finds the maximum amount of value on that Pokemon.
I think that is such a great point. Being able to focus on each other's individual strengths, but the way that they also complement each other's strengths and enable that. It's just so synergistic the way that they all, I guess it's just pieces of a puzzle coming together. This is what OJ have really demonstrated in this tournament so far. As we mentioned, they haven't dropped a single game today or in group stage, but also, being those NA representatives as those regional champions, they are that invited team, and we can see why they are currently at the top of their region. I mean, obviously, bar some of the teams that are, in this competition, they are at the top of their region.
Yeah, so you have Orange Juicers as a entire squad, back-to-back regional champions. And then you have Zugrug. 3 times in a row, this player has won the regional champions. Twice with the Orange Juicers, and then the previous with TTV in Columbus, Ohio, my hometown. Man, so it just very cool for this player to not only get to Worlds 3 straight times, but to be crowned a 3-time North America regional champion in a quite stacked region. Obviously, Luminosity, preventing Luminosity from being a regional champion 3 times. I think you got to feel pretty good if you're that player, that Zugrug, the defender player for the Orange Juicers. But game number 2 on deck here, Kello. Already seeing some bans. We're going to see this Blissey along with this Snorlax ban once again.
Yeah, Blaziken is going to be selected on up for Orange Juicers along with the Sableye. So if Kratos does want to select that Dodrio, they are able to. And it looks like, are they actually going to go first pick Dodrio here? Okay, no, they are not. I was going to say first pick Dodrio would be really risky because, well, that's where you can actually go and get those counters. I mean, what even counters Dodrio these days? Ooh, maybe an Umbreon?
Maybe potentially an Umbreon. There's a few things you may just want to try to lock onto it. I think the Umbreon pick would be smart. I don't know if you'll even go Mean Look because of how tough it is to just nail down the Dodrio. There's not a whole lot of things that you could do to counter it, though.
Yeah, we did have the Umbreon last round, but it was the Snarl foul play build, and I'd say that Snarl build is likely to combat the amount of crowd control that Orange Juicers also boast on their team, as we can see them picking up the 3 same Pokemon, Psyduck, Suicune, and Lapras, all boasting CC type maneuvers there, but a bit of a switch up here from Banny. They've decided to opt for the Eldegoss and take away OG's Buzzwole.
I do like this. I do like this play from them, because if you do pick this Buzzwole and you have the Umbreon along with the Eldegoss, there is a lot of crowd control, which in theory is going to slow down a potential Dodrio pick and maybe force Kratos onto another Pokemon. It does. It forces them to pick this Talon. And knowing what I know there's a certain person that might be observing that might be like, oh, Kratos on the Talonflame, and she's shaking her head.
Oh, look, Talonflame's available. You've got to pick it up for yourself, right? So, different bird look for Kratos this time round. Not going to go with the triple heads, but we do have another all-rounder joining the mix. Yang has decided to select up this Urshifu. Now, looking at this team composition that Banny have, would you say this is a Wicked Blow Dark Bear, or would you say they're going to go for more that Surging Strikes, Rapid Strike, Charge and Atom, Water Bear moveset?
I'm not sure. Right now, at least with what it looks like, you have the eject button. So for those that don't know, eject button, kind of like a flash, repositions. And that does lead me to believe it will be this Dark Urshifu, which has a single strike, which allows for a great last hitting ability, typically with that other moveset, which is the Rapid Strike Urshifu, the Water Bear. Usually you see teams pair that with a full heal to allow those combinations of its abilities to help chain, and so it doesn't get stunned out of them. So likely going to be seeing that single striker Shifu. I imagine that's what Banny's going to play here, which I think when you look at those two compositions, Banny has a lot of last hitting ability. You have that Inteleon, which will likely go Snipe Shot, and then potentially, like we said, the Urshifu with that Wicked Blow. Allows for contested objectives to, for Banny's sake, hopefully go in their way.
Yeah, I mean, that's when you're going into that Garchomp that is expected to do the shred. So as long as you let OG on the Garchomp do that work, well, Yang just has to come in at the perfect time to try and snipe it away. But we are headed on into our second game of the upper bracket final. It is a best of 3. So if Orange Juicers are able to take this win, they are going to progress on through to the grand finals.
They're definitely looking for it, and looking for it is rolling on this Psyduck. Look for a little bit of a last hit to try to steal away that red buff. Was a little bit unsuccessful. Psyduck doesn't have the best last hitting ability, but look, this Headache Gauge procs is going to keep this Gibble relatively safe, and they're going to try to put some damage on this Buzzwole Eldegoss.
Yeah, try to put some damage on there as Psyduck is unable to handle that damage back. Suzuro still at full HP there, but it is going to allow Nachos to just creep ever closer to that much needed level 5.
Look at Yang heading towards the top. It is a Wicked Blow Dark Bear. You see it with that little red icon around that level gauge. You're going to see these 850 birds spawn. It is going to be 4v3 in the top path with a little bit of an advantage towards the Orange Juicers. Wicked to close out a lot of them, but Orange Juicers was able to close out a little bit. They're also going to find a KO onto the Buzzwole, so that means they're going to press forward in this T1.
Yeah, this is going to give them a bit of an advantage here as they're coming on in with the freezes from Flareons, dunking in 25 points. But now we have OG and Roland who are at a quarter HP, so needing to back on up. They got in some dunks, so it is still better than nothing moving forward.
Buzzwole looking to press on forward, might be stacking. They see that there are 2 members of Orange Juicers here. Dig Garchomp once again from OG. A lot of damage already found. Eldegoss is going to try to keep them healed up with those Pollen Puffs, but man, that is a lot of basic attack pressure from this Gabite early on.
It really is. It fares in well against a Buzzwole, especially one that hasn't been able to get in many dunks earlier on. It does have that attack weight stack, but Nachos needs to try and get that level 7 ASAB. That way they can just maximize the amount of disruption and isolation tools that they need over on their side for this Inteleon and a Shifu to really work.
Look at this, 4 people looking to push this T1 goal zone for Banny. Buzzwole gonna engage onto OG. Oh, the combination play! Inteleon gets the KO. Now it's just Roland trying to hold this T1 goal zone, but it is a tall task. Banny leaves this point on 3 HP, setting themselves up for a pretty significant overdunk if they're able to.
About 10 seconds left to go until first objectives do spawn on in. We have no Unite moves available on either side, but we can see that Talonflame is close to it, already at level 8. Inteleon also at level 8. They're able to pick up this Indeedee that should just tick them over the mark, but it's a 4v2 down in that bottom path as Regirock is getting worked on.
Looking for a secure. It is Urshifu. The wicked blow closes the door. Here comes the flame sweep from Talonflame. Is able to take out the Umbreon. We have a Unite move out from this Inteleon now, but they're going back to the Pokemon Center. So Banny may have won the war, won the objective, but Orange Juicers finding some KOs, finding some experience at the hands of these KOs.
Yeah, it's just a matter of whether they can pick up any further KOs and get in some dunks. They're able to take down that Eldegoss, but Umbreon has decided to come back and join the party, warding them off once again. So it looks like matters are going to be prioritized elsewhere as we have another set of mid-bird spawning. But oh my gosh, the freezes, the stuns out onto Yang instantly takes that Urshifu out.
That was a massive freeze there from Flareon's, and that's a big bit of catch-up experience as well, because I believe Urshifu was like a level ahead of Flareon, so that enabled Flareon's to get an additional level and kind of help scale a little bit farther into this endgame. That'll be very massive, especially if they're able to find some additional value, maybe something like this Inteleon. And look at this, a little bit of a push here. Zugrug trying to keep this Suicune relatively healthy, but look at this push up top.
Woo. Yeah, great push up top. Gotta try and do that quick math. Roland does have 29. They're trying to stall it out. Roland is able to figure it out and finally get in their dunk. That way they are able to maximize that overcap potential. So now they're leading at 165 to 91.
Unfortunately, I think Roland was in the headache mode, so he's kind of stuck being able to not do anything. It's the worst. As someone who's played a decent amount of Psyduck, that's like the worst feeling. The team's like, oh, score. I can't. I have a headache, guys. But yeah, very unfortunate. But they got it right. They had enough time. But look at this objective spawning. Basement Reggie is already on the books. It is a Regirock.
Regirock again, as we have the members of Batters doing a great job of zoning. It's only the Inteleon solo working on this Regirock as Qatar is trying to keep Roland at bay.
Gonna try to get the secure, and good job, Kratos, not only securing the objective, but finding a double KO. And look at this push. All 5 members of Orange Juicers gonna go ahead and break this T1 goal zone, find a massive overcap as well, 308 to 91. They have a pretty significant score lead in all of their goal zones up.
I've got to say, in comparison to the last game that we had, Banny is keeping up with Orange Juices a lot better this time around. They already have a level 12 Inteleon over their side, and well, you know what, 91 points is definitely better than the 2 that they had at this point. But another Regieleki here. It's just a matter of whether we can have this Inteleon snipe and chip away some damage, but Orange Juices aren't even going to give him the chance here.
Yeah, no chipping necessary, especially when you're going to go ahead and now look to break this goal zone, and they do just at the nick of time. Buzzwole tried to respond, but was just a sliver too late from being able to prevent that score from going in, and now you have a home goal zone open on the side of Banny, which is going to spell a little bit of trouble. Kratos might be in a little bit of trouble now, caught in a blender, and that's a massive catch here for Banny.
just got to admire that whole strategy from Orange Juices. Send 2 members to go and break that tier 2 pad while the other 2 members go and shred up that Reggie Alecki. And because Banny were on the chase, they weren't able to actually go and contest it. So thinking ahead, you really got to give it up to Orange Juices for demonstrating that.
Yeah, 349.91, so kind of in the same spot Banny is of game 1. They find themselves in the same in game number 2. Basement objective is going to be up. Banny's way to victory is going to be through Rayquaza, likely again. Snipe shot connects on Zugrug, but he's able to absorb a ton of that damage. You have your Shifu trying to get in on this objective. A lot of damage falling. Big surfs up from this and then into the Brave Bird, sending 2 members of Banny packing. Snipe shot's not going to do the trick. Registeel, a massive objective here for the Juicers.
Yeah, Banny recognizing there is no point in sending more members to get taken down. They're just going to prioritize whatever wild Pokemon is available over on their side, but it is quite scarce. We have Qatar circling about, hoping to potentially get a bait out. They do have that surf coming in from that Suicune, but backing on up that way, they don't succumb to the freeze.
20 points goes on in from Eldegoss, but they pay for it with a KO of their own. Urshifu's now going to be contesting Kratos on this Talonflame. They do find it off screen, so that is a big play for Banny. Rayquaza starting to get chipped here. Inteleon, along with Urshifu, a little bit frozen solid. Lapras Express is going to go in. We have Garchomp looking to take down the Urshifu. That's a 2 KO streak for OG. Well, we have Zugrug zoning out Banny from the Ray.
Yeah, but OG is quite low here. They need to be wary of these snipe shots that are shooting across the map. But 2 of them have missed, which allows them to go and retreat, replenish their HP pool, as Rayquaza has also decided to reset itself too.
Urshifu is also back in the mix. We have Buzzwole looking to take down Zugrug. OG looking to go on in. Flareon's with that massive freeze. Unite move from the Buzzwole is going to help take down Flareon's on the Suicune. Looking to be going on in is Kratos. Looking to hunt down this Umbreon. They're able to. That's a double KO. OG trying to find the Eldegoss, but they're able to eject through the wall to safety. Buzzwole caught in a blender. Kratos looking to take him down, but Buzzwole picks them up. Kratos does find the KO and able to get to safety. Brave Bird, not brave enough. They're back in the Pokemon Center with 3 members down for Banny.
How is Nacho still left standing after all that is being thrown at him? I mean, Nachos is definitely trying to throw it back, but Yang is the last one in this pit, as Inteleon is also going to come and join the mix, trying to shred it down, looking for a potential way to make a comeback, but then it's 10 seconds left. Can they get these dunks in time?
They need to. They're trying to eject through. 50 points likely going on in. 23 not. Oh, it does. It does go through. We're going to have to go to the scoreboard. I don't know if that was enough, though, Kello.
Oh, my gosh. Right down to the wire. Banny had played there, but it isn't enough. In the end, Orange Juices is the one to have the most points dunk, 349 to 200 and something. And Orange Juices, they are your winners of this upper bracket final, which means they're your team progressing through to the grand finals.
Banny is not done yet, though. They will be going down to that lower side of the bracket to have an opportunity to come back up and win the grand finals still. But they are going to do it, and they are going to have to climb up a little bit of a wall because, like we said, Orange Juicers going to be your winners of the winners finals, go into your grand finals, and well-deserved another 2-0 victory for the North America squad.
Yeah, not a single game lost from Orange Juices just yet, but player of the game is going to be Kratos on that Talonflame, being able to deal at 68k damage, scoring 154, but they were just able to sustain that fight in the Rayquaza pit for so long, picking them off one after the other. Eventually, they did end up getting taken down, but that wasn't without putting up a fight.
Yeah, look at these KO numbers. 15 from Kratos. Oh, massive plays on the bird. So played a bird in game 1. Flightless bird. Flightful bird this time. It worked quite well. 68k damage done, 32 taken. I just loved the target priority that Kratos had in the entire match. Always was trying to find that back line, trying to make sure that this Inteleon was not able to land the snipes the way that they wanted to. And man, they did it so well. And I loved once again seeing OG also on that ground guard chomp build. The Dig Earthquake looked quite good here in game 2.
Yeah, it worked out so well for them. And we were talking about this, just pieces of the puzzles fitting together. And I think Orange Juices were able to demonstrate that. You know, they have been in this competition for quite some time, but you got to give it to Banny. They are only a new squad that have formed for those weeklies. So they definitely gave Orange Juices a run for their money during that second game.
They really did. Yeah, congratulations to the Orange Juicers heading through on the winner's side of the bracket to the grand finals. Banny going to be facing that lower side bracket. But with that said, folks, we are going to take a quick break while we get the next round matchup set up for y'all. So don't go too far, folks. More INGAGE Master Series. We'll be back very shortly.
They shouldn't give you advice. How can we honor your words? Yeah. If we see you missing your stripes, hey, cut off the lights. Hey, cut off the lights. Yeah, cut off the lights. I perform better at night. Hey, cut off the lights. Yeah, cut off the lights. Hey, cut off the lights. I perform better at night. Yeah, better at night. Just get up and fight wherever it takes to level the field. We breaking the rules, remeasuring heights that they try to tell us that we couldn't reach. No matter how hard that we worked, when we got this out of the dirt, pull up and lurk, pull up and make it a seam. Only till they bleed and they hurt. I've been outside with the mice. Yeah. Eating that chicken and rice, right? While it was filled with the mites. Okay, now it's an infinite price. If they wasn't living your life, then they shouldn't give you advice. How can we honor your words? Yeah, if we see you missing your stripes. Hey, cut off the lights. Hey, cut off the lights. Yeah, cut off the lights. I perform better at night. Hey, cut off the lights. Yeah, cut off the lights. Hey, cut off the lights. I perform better at night. I perform better at night.
Please do not get in my way. You cannot drive in my lane. Tires is burning the paint. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Bringing the fire. I just been bringing the. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the. I got the fuel in my veins. Trust me, I'm making a name. We are not one and the same. I am on top of the game. I cut out the line on my brakes, and that's why the drive is insane. Heart of a champ, adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. I'm too competitive, I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the. They thought I was underdog. I did not fear not one of y'all. They thought I was underdog. I did not fear not one of y'all. They thought I was underdog. I do not fear not one of y'all. They thought I was underdog. I did not fear not one of y'all. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. We're bringing the fire. And they can't stop me. We're bringing the fire.
Ayy, yeah. Flipping the script from my old ways. Flick up the switch, I'm in flow state. Commas, I'm going through growing pains. I wasn't used to being so gross. I tighten the threads at a crochet. I wake up the cushion, some OJ. The last tape I dropped was a rollway. It's yellow, I swear it's a Coldplay. Viva la vida, I'm swiping the visa. We working, I'm taking off no days. Cause we throwing shots like a gun range. So we finally make it to front page. A head full of dreams, some breath for the schemes. A heart that been feeling like it's a machine. I'm pushing extreme, cause I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees. Yeah, stay on my P's, get hate off my body like it's a disease. I'm walking off after we taking the lead. She call me Big Papi, I'm David Ortiz. It's what you've been waiting to see. There's moments where you gotta take it or leave. And I'm taking everything, some call it greed, but I call it living out what you believe. And I've been believing since no one was seeing the vision board. Racing with fate all my life, a collision course. Fighting with snakes, I'm a lion like Gryffindor. I be asking permission for it. This type of shit what we breaking tradition for. Clearing the mission, don't care who the victim. I'm dying for all that I'm living for. Flipping the script from my old ways. Flick up the switch, I'm in flow state. Commas, I'm going through growing pains. I wasn't used to being so gross. I tighten the threads at a crochet. I wake up the cushion, some OJ. The last tape I dropped was a rollway. It's yellow, I swear it's a Coldplay. Viva la vida, I'm swiping the visa. We working, I'm taking off no days. Cause we throwing shots like a gun range. So we finally make it to front page. A head full of dreams, some breath for the schemes. A heart that been feeling like it's a machine. I'm pushing extreme, cause I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees. Yeah.
Desafortunadamente, mientras peleamos en el party, te tengo que no puedo hacerme el inocente. Desafortunadamente, dicen que pertenezco a la calle y la verdad que se te pone caliente. A ti no puedo ser fiel, I'm sorry. Ya, no puedo hacerme el inocente. Todavía tengo planes con otra chori. Mira, te quiero hacer una propuesta innecesaria. decente. Quisiera complacer esos dos cuerpos, esos bodies. Eso es lo que tengo yo en la mente. Quisiera complacer esas dos oris. Eso es lo que tengo yo. Desafortunadamente, mientras peleamos en el party, te tengo que no puedo hacerme el inocente. Desafortunadamente, dicen que pertenezco a la calle y la verdad que se te pone caliente. Desafortunadamente, mientras peleamos en el party y te tengo que no puedo hacerme el inocente. Desafortunadamente, dicen que pertenezco a la calle y la verdad que se te pone caliente. Tocándote el punto, mami, sé que a ti te encanta la sensei. Quiere que Bambi te compre doble C.
Un par de chancletitas, coco, on vacation.
Sabe que no puedo ser ni tu novio ni marido, pero definitivamente estoy entregado. Por esos labios, esos besos, lo tuyo. Pero seguro que desafortunadamente, mientras peleamos en el party, te tengo que no puedo hacerme el inocente.
We have bonus Pokemon Unite for everybody. Welcome back, trainers. INGAGE Master Series Finals. We thought we were going to be going to the lower bracket finals. Instead, we have a bonus round for you all. It is going to be the lower bracket semifinals, where we are going to see Revelation take on T3. Battle of North America. Should be a really good one. Potential matchups for North America International Championships, the final stretch. Both teams have not qualified for Worlds, so they are gearing up for a good one. Casting this next match is going to be Kelosaurus along with Zero in on Alex. So we brought Alex back. Alex, what are your thoughts on this next round matchup?
I mean, when you talk about some NA clash, not only does it break my heart because it's North America, the region that I reside in, but also for the simple fact that it is T3 versus Revelation. Yeah. Now, listen, as a caster, I got to stay unbiased, but both teams, I am friends with certain players on each team. So this, as the middle person who now has to cast this game, it shatters my heart a little bit, but also I think it also makes my heart race because this is going to be exciting. T3 has made a name for themselves in North America, but so has Revelation. So to have both of these teams going at it in the semifinals, in the loser side, it's going to be intense.
So for those that don't know, in North America, we had 4 qualifying teams. Luminosity, who qualified via the AOS Cup. We have the Orange Juicers, who qualified via winning the North America Regional Finals. And then we also had You Need Coaching, which qualified via the Regional Finals placement. And then the final qualifier was Version 1. So neither of these two teams, despite performing very well in the regular season, fell a little bit short in the regional finals. So they are still finding their way to potentially get to the to Worlds in Anaheim. And the last chance is going to be in a couple of weeks at the North America International Champions. So this is going to be potentially a matchup for these two squads in preparation for exactly that. So let's take a look, Kelo, at the bracket and how we've gotten here today so far.
Yeah, well, we can see that Revelation have been knocked on down. So they have managed to beat Yatagarasu from Latin America South. So they are knocked out of their squad. Otherwise, T3 have managed to defeat the Latin American North team, Stamina Esports. There. So they're out of the competition, and now, both of these NA teams are going up against each other. Whoever does end up winning this match is going to go up into Banny, who we just witnessed being taken down by the NA team Orange Juices.
And we just saw the EU qualifier through the weeklies of Banny. And this is the North America qualifier through the weeklies of Underdung. The top placing team was T3. So this team, very hot at times, but they've had some inconsistency problems here, Alex.
Honestly, when it comes to inconsistency, that's the part that's key. Because as a team, I mean, we talked about it earlier when it came to the Juicers, right? Like, we talked about consistency. Maybe it's not the flashiest, but if you can perform consistently with a game plan and then execute that game plan, you're gonna see the results. And Orange Juicers is a perfect example like that. But again, we've even seen T3 not have the most consistent of things go their way. Sometimes they're on top of the world, and other times things just do not click together. I don't know if that is necessarily maybe a mistake one of the players makes, or maybe it's a little too aggressive, but they need to find themselves. I think T3 is kind of in those early stages of, listen, you are really, really good, but you are on the cusp. There's this one thing that is stopping you from total, complete greatness. And that's what T3 needs. That spice, that consistency, that game plan, and then to be able to execute that game plan.
They can win against any team. I'm very confident of their abilities as a team. We've seen them take down incredible squads. They can beat anybody they match up against. And unfortunately, we didn't get to see them do that against Stamina, but that is the LATAM qualifier for Worlds. So not a small feat to take down that team. So very exciting stuff for them to be in this position to potentially get to your lower bracket finals and potentially back and maybe up into that winner side bracket into the grand final. So Kello, let's talk about these two teams, right? We've seen both of them today. What are you expecting for kind of how this draft is going to go? Any maybe spicy picks you could see come through the draft?
I don't know if we're going to end up getting any spicy picks. I feel like we're going to end up falling into the safer picks of just banning away those supporters and defenders. They seem to be ruling that meta, and I mean, they are in limited supply, so you cut them off at the source. There isn't really much to select from. I mean, obviously, last match we ended up seeing that Sableye ban, but, well, do we actually have any decent Sableye players? Like, it depends on their play style moving forward. I guess you two are probably more familiar in terms of these players' play style, but I think what's interesting is both of these teams, as you said, they have won their respective competitions. Underdunk for T3, the Open Qualifiers winner for Revelation, but both of them actually came out of the group stage at second seed. Yeah. So I guess this is where those inconsistencies that you were mentioning earlier, Zero, are starting to demonstrate. So they seem to be on this equal territory. It's just, well, which of these teams are able to just find that step above the other?
This has been an incredible tournament series. We started, I believe it was April when we started a lot of this engagement with the weeklies, and then now all the way to the finals. And we've seen a lot of great teams come and go. I think T3 is absolutely one of them. I think Revelation, while they didn't participate in the Underdunk weeklies frequently, when they did, they always play well. It's a very good team. They played very well in UCS, and so does T3. T3 was almost a perennial top 8 team, sometimes making it to top 4. Alex, I'm going to hand it over to you. What is your player to watch in this match? And I'm going to log out and say goodbye for the Master Series.
Adios, Kyle. Enjoy that quesadilla for me. I will miss you. But Kello, to answer what Kyle left me with, the player to watch on each side, I think I might have to pick 2 per side, because I don't think I can settle for 1. For the side of T3, you got to keep an eye out for Sobi and Pure. These two in combination, in tandem. Sobi, one of the best attackers North America has to offer. She is so high skilled. In tandem with Pure being the defender, causing these engagements is just a recipe for success. And for the side of Revelation, I am going to put a little bit of my own favoritism here is Dispenza and Boro Reach. Dispenza, when picking a Pokemon in support, they are doing some of the most amazing work with the supports, especially if Psyduck is available, even though it's not. And Bora just does damage. They are always in the fray, they secure, and they have a lot to offer as we're getting into this draft.
Yeah, we can see that Blaziken has been first pick for Team T3 here. Otherwise, Leafeon, a speedster we haven't really seen very often. And it's very unusual, I think, to see it being first pick position as well. Usually comes in later on in the draft, but this does give opportunity for Sobi to go and pick up that Inteleon, which can do a fair bit of damage from long range. So that does outrange, say, a Solar Beam from Leafeon, but does have that ability to get into the backline, so it could be a bit risky for them.
And here we go. We see the little gremlin dispense locking in that support. They have played the Sableye before here in the Master Series. They did it during the group stage, and they were so good, Kello, that they managed to go through my computer and disconnect me from VMix. And that totally was not my fault whatsoever. It was 100% Dispensa's fault. But yeah, I do like the idea of we've seen this before where they're picking these all-rounders in first, and they're really taking priority. But Sobi on the Inteleon, that is where she shines. So allowing that to get through is very, very interesting. No defender, but is that a support Darkrai that we might be seeing, Kello?
Yeah, it does have that experience share equipped onto Darkrai. This is something that isn't unusual. I guess it's just that replacement for Wigglytuff has that same ability to put your opponents to sleep, but also it's Unite move, that ability to get an isolation on a single character and put him into a nightmare realm. It's just, well, which is going to be the target on the side of Revelation now that they have locked in that final Pokemon being Miraidon.
Yeah, Miraidon, not a Pokemon that we see too often, but when you have good damage, and Bora being one of those players who can play this Pokemon exceptionally well. So I'm interested to see how this is going to work out. I don't know if I've seen a support Darkrai before, so this is a little bit of a first for me. I haven't seen it. EXP share, it was EXP share, Assault Vest, but I understand the logic behind it. It can put enemies to sleep, it can set up a lot of great plays, but not having that defender to engage is the part that really is going to bother me a little bit, especially because Pure primarily is the player who kind of starts the engagement, pulls people out if they're using Trevenant or a Mamoswine or any defender of that nature. So to not see it is a little something I did not expect.
It definitely plays different from a traditional defender, especially with that nasty plot. It plays more at that range to get the sleep and allow that front line being Zealot on the Zarina to go in and just do their thing. But Zero, we're heading on into our first match of our bonus set here. On the purple side, Revelation on the orange side for our losers round 3.
Round 3, let's go. And is that an Urshifu in lane with Lunir? Again, not something you see, but I gotta imagine this Leafeon is going to be doing an early flank, but Anon gets a little caught out, taking some damage. Kufu doesn't have a lot, but the Sableye causes just enough disruption to be able to get a good amount of EXP for Lunir. And is that Celestial invading against the Serena?
Yeah, this is the power that Leafeon demonstrates, being able to just take one buff from their own central area, reaching that level 4 to just go and put that early pressure onto the opposing team. They managed to pick up a KO and take away this blue buff, so they don't even need to go and take their own because they're already at level 5.
They are at level 5, which again, this is great, and they're gonna go in with the boosted auto, go for the Razor Leaf, and Anon, poor Anon is gonna be stuck here taking a wicked blow from Lunir. This is where Revelation is quite literally unraveling before our eyes, allowing these teammates to get stacks, and all of a sudden, Revelation is getting a very powerful early lead.
Yeah, a very powerful early lead that we had. Tie-Dye try and stop, but they instantly get taken down amongst the mix. Serena has decided not even to go back into that central area. They've decided to go into the opposite side, as we can see on that mini-map, knowing that there's nobody taking the buffs there.
I mean, you know, it's not something you normally always see, but I guess when you're not taking your own, well, why don't you take the opponents? Because they don't need it whatsoever. As we do see, though, Zealot has made their way to the central area. They want to take it on. They do have a little bit of a backup, but we do see Dispenza try to disperse this, but tie-dye and Zealot able to do massive amounts of damage. And Zealot, I think this is your central area now, even though you're on the purple side, but hey, it's yours now. You can have it.
Sharing is caring, I suppose. Yours is mine, as Zealot says. I'm taking their own. But you know what? Despite the rocky beginning for Zealot, being able to reach level 7, close to ticking over to level 8 is huge. Unable to dodge the Emerald 2-step from that Leafeon. So they have been sent back to the Pokemon Center for the time being.
A great job using those tap dancing shoes. The Celestial's going to be going in for a little bit more. Wish they had it now. Bora and Celestial are still very aggressively positioned. Sobi, though, with those shots, with one shot, did almost enough damage to take out Celestial in the later game. That is when Sobi's really going to shine. She is positioning herself, though, as they are going on to try to converge on a Regirock. Sobi trying to find a space to get her snipe shot off, but no! Is the Wicked Blow that's able to get the success, and Revelation is trying to go on the converge.
Yeah, Dispenser knowing that Sobi was a risk to their team, especially with that snipe shot secure, doing a great job of getting that disruption. Otherwise, we do have some dunks going on in. Urshifu does end up getting taken down amongst the mixes as Zealot is trying to look for a pick, but unable to find anybody in that tall grass.
Celestial took advantage of this, though, went to the top path, secured the Regieleki, managed to allow it to crash into tier 1, and right now it's 175 to 19. We see Pure trying to use the Dark Void, but Dispenza disrupting all of Pure's strats, but Sobi is once again there to help the team stay alive. I talked about it in the pre and the draft, how Sobi and Pure tend to work really well together as the Ebon Fist shuts Sobi down.
Yeah, the lock on that Lunia had onto Sobi, there was just no escape, even in that flux zone. Being able to dunk in 30 points despite Tie-Dye's effort to try and defend. So both of those T1 pads have been eliminated on the side of T3. They're only at 19 points here. But you know what? Despite the points discrepancy, they are keeping up in levels pretty well.
Queen's Ascendant does land on Lunar, combined with Pure. They are going to try to strike a little bit, but the Thunder that Bora releases stops them from scoring. Zealot's going to get trapped out, gets taken out, and now they're on the converge to try to get Pure. Pure needs some pure luck and skill to get out of this. Sobi right there has a little bit of a backup. Meanwhile, Oblivion going to try to body block, because as a reminder, if the Inteleon shoots a snipe shot, you can actually body block it and take the damage for your team. And that is what Oblivion was all about, as Anon has pivoted down here as this next objective is about to spawn onto Thea Sky Ruins.
But you can see T3 have the positional advantage here as Regirock does end up spawning in. But Revelation, they're not going to give up without a fight, as they're also going to dive on in as Hooper comes in with their rings unbound. It is able to get the secure for T3.
Great job by T3. Now Bora's gonna unleash some of the charge beams, though, to do as much damage as they can. Zealot is a little bit trapped. Sobi, though, has 2 KOs to her own, almost a third, and now T3 is trying to stay on top. They're able to take down 3 members of Revelation. Quick math is hard, but they're gonna allow 50 to go in and see where they can do the rest. Pure's gonna... well,
no!
I think there was a little bit of miscommunication there, because I did the quick math. Pure should have scored, and then... you would have had 25 more points. If the difference is 25 points, then we know who to blame.
Oh, well, we'll have to see towards the end. It's 109 to 217, so T3 have managed to bridge that gap even closer. Blaziken up in that top path was able to soul down that Regieleki, and it looks like it's going to instantly crash into that tier 1 pad, which means they're able to instantly get a dunk of 48 off.
I'm not trying to, drive salt in the wound, but if they did that right, they would have been like less than 15 points off. But who cares? As Revelation able to defend, but all of a sudden, Kello, this game is that much closer. This is now a game of inches, not feet or yards. This is now that much closer between these two teams, but they do have a little gremlin in Dispenza, so if they need to apply pressure to keep that lead up, Dispenza's gonna be the teammate to do that.
It's really going to come down to these final moments. What decisions each of these teams decide. We have another basement Reggie that does spawn in 20 seconds. So more than enough time to go and secure it. Zealot almost taken down that Urshifu, but a great eject button over the wall to land themselves back to safety.
Look how far Zealot has come, Kello. From the invasion and slow start to being the highest level Pokemon on the field, tied with only Celestial. Zealot's gonna dive on in though, trying to get to Bora. They are sliding away, getting the shield. The mean look does come out from Oblivion, and a big overheat is set up in case Revelation got a little too greedy. Meanwhile, Registeel is on the map.
Yeah, this is going to be a juicy objective for whichever team is able to secure. Overheat does end up charging, but a non fails at the secure. It ends up going over to Revelation thanks to Lunia on that Urshifu. But you know what? We have 15 seconds left to go. The Meteors are going to rain on down and try to take down Revelation.
Wow, Zealot did use their Unite move. 3 members of Revelation are down though. Celestial is still up. Anon is fighting, trying to use those Fire Fists to stay alive. The rings are unbound again to try to call the teammates in, but nobody's here other than these two. They need a reset a little bit. Unite moves were burned, but they still have Sobe's Unite move and Darkrai's Unite move. But I do believe that Hoopa ring might have been a little premature.
Look, it ended up saving one of their Anon on the Blaziken, so they were able to go and retreat, get full HP. Dispenser is getting attacked at, instantly gets taken down as Umbreon is caught in a Dark Nightmare.
The Nightmare is being unfolded, but Bora from behind enemy lines is just doing tons of damage. Zealot is trapped. Zealot needs to be the target, and Zealot is trying to stay alive using those shields, that passive ability to get some shields. 2 members of T3 are down. The focus is turned on to Rayquaza. Sobe's hitting away at it. Azure Spy Vision is unlocked. Pure is trying to look at everything on the top side. Sobe gets knocked out. That is 3 members down. Revelation. A new prophet is here. Zealot is the last ditch hope, unable to do so. Revelation captures the Rayquaza. But I will say that boosted auto from Serena looked awfully close.
Yeah, that was so close. Utilizing their passive as well to get that shielding and try to prevent some of the CC that was going to come their way. But when you are at such little HP and, well, outnumbered by the opposite team, it would have just been an absolute miracle. But multiple members of T3 down, even with those shields, don't know whether they would have had enough power to go and make up the difference.
That's the thing. You might have not even had enough points in your pocket to be able to make this come alive. Dispenza, though, look at little Dispenza. I told you this was going to be a thing. But with the last couple seconds to go, the rings are unbound again from T3. And this, unfortunately, goes back to what Kyle and you and I were talking about. It's the inconsistency, because T3 was able to battle it back. But I think some of the decisions made might have cost them. I did see Zealot use their Unite move, the Queen's Ascendant, maybe right before the Ray fight, which I can understand, but I think the rest of the team wanted to back off. But from there, and yes, Tie-Dye did use the Rings Unbound to save the Blaziken, but your team was down, so it's one of those things where you might have saved one team, but you could have also brought the team that was coming back in, and there's so many ways you could look at this, and it's those small decisions that add up over time. But T3 played out of their mind. Revelation just caught them on a bad moment.
Yeah, I guess it was a trade-off in terms of Unite moves. You had Zarina also using the Unite move and Miraidon on the opposite end, utilizing their Unite move. So that's where, you know, when you're in game, it's these decisions, it's that pressure, and it's, you know, obviously when you go back and you look at this, yes, this could have been done, that could have been done, but I guess in that moment, it's all about, well, I've got to stay up and alive, and I'd say Tie-Dye going and using their Unite move at that time, whether it was the pinnacle of what ended up going wrong for T3, it also provided them that little bit of sustain going on forward, going into that Unbound form. But you know what? Player of the game there, it is going to be Celeste on that Leafeon, being able to dish out 76k damage, and that's just the early game presence that they had earlier on, especially with that invade onto Zealot.
I mean, yeah, that was something I did not expect to see, a Leafeon invading, and then we had this whole like swapping of central areas, but they were both like okay with it, so it was a weird time. But
Sharing
yeah,
is
no,
caring.
Celeste really, you know what? Sharing is caring. So Celeste was just like, hey, you want my central area? Fine, but you can have mine too. And they 100% shook hands and frolicked in a field of flowers. I guarantee it.
Did
I
they?
am not lying or exaggerating. Maybe just a little bit, just un poquito, just maybe the whole story.
Sometimes the grass isn't greener on the other side, is all I'm saying.
All I'm saying is this Leafeon was a little greener on one side than the other because they were the player of the game. So maybe that's where we can settle it. That being said, though, there is going to be a game number 2 between these teams. Is there anything you would change? Because I know one thing I would change, but that's just because of my personal preference when it comes to Pokemon. Yana, is there anything you would have changed for T3?
I'm wondering. I'm kind of guessing. I'm going to make a read here. Looking at their composition, I'm going to say you weren't a fan of the Darkrai as the supporter that round. Am I correct? Have I read you correctly?
All I'm saying is I need to be renamed as a New York Times bestseller because you read me that easily. Yes, that is in fact. But that's also because I've seen Pure play. And listen, I will say this, I will die on this hill. Defenders and supporters are the backbone of this game. To not have that, it just left a sour taste in my mouth. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Well, we'll have to see whether they opt for something else or whether they go back into the Darkrai supporter type selection again. And I think Pure picking up the Darkrai, I don't think it was I'm not going to say it was bad. Like, I actually don't mind supportive Darkrai, but it's also Revelation's ability to answer back with that by selecting Miraidon as their final pick, because it does end up preventing itself and its allies with its passive, that Hadron engine. So I think it was a great call by Revelation, a great answer back. But you know what, it is a brand new draft pick phase after all, so we'll have to see whether we're going to see the same things over again, or whether we're going to see a little bit of stealing happening. I mean, I know Sableye is the one with Thief, but it looks like it's gone and Dispenser swapped over to Hooper instead, which actually has a thief-like ability as well. Magician, steal the berries.
And that, you know what, Dispenza, you have stolen some Pokemon, but most importantly, you stole my heart. Wow, pause.
I knew you were going to say that.
It's like, it's almost as if you and I have casted enough that you know my shenanigans to a T, and you're just like, he's going for it, isn't he? Well, there he goes. And he waddled away, waddle, because that's what I feel like I do. I drop a really bad joke or pun, and I just waddle away, and I'm like, ha.
Well, no waddling here because Psyduck is banned on outs, but it does give opportunity for other Pokemon to be picked up. We have a Mewtwo Y. I feel like this is an attacker that we saw quite a lot in the previous meta. It's always just kind of been there. So I'm excited to see how Sobi goes on this, because it is a very different play style to an Inteleon Snipe Shot. It does provide that stun if they do end up opting for that Psy Strike, I think that's what it's called. I can't even remember.
Yeah.
The damage over time move, along with that big stun at the end. But to tie it all off, Anon and Tie-Dye, Zoroark and Comfey, there's one word for this composition, and that is disgusting.
I know. I was like, is it disgusting? Disgusting.
Now you're reading me.
Yo, it's almost as if we've worked together before.
Whoa.
This is to what? Yes, it is a very disgusting comp, but it's also a very common thing that we see. And when you're up against the wall, remember, this is the loser semifinal, so your backs are up against the wall. There is no such thing as like, well, you gotta bring out all the stops, because this is the final stop. This is the final destination. If you can't stay alive here, it is all but Jover for you.
Bajova. that is a word I have never ever heard before.
It's Jover. It's like over, but adding a little Joe, you know.
Bora is going to be the one bringing the Bajovas here. We'll have to wait and see how their snipe shots go. But I mean, you look at the Zoroark and Comfey composition going into what Revelation has brought to the table. Having Buzzwole, Metagross, and a Blastoise over their team, that is going to be a very hefty front line that Anon and Tie-Dye are going to have to break through in order to get to Burrow on the Inteleon in the back line.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to get there, but I mean, Anon and Tie-Dye have been able to prove that they pop off when they are together, and I think the biggest key piece for me is actually going to be Lumiere on the Metagross, being able to get those shields against what is primarily, because like, yes, Mewtwo Y is an attacker, but it doesn't have the range that like an Inteleon does have. But or reach to their name, they need to reach for the skies. Here we go. Revelation versus T3 in game number 2. Losers semifinals. Revelation on your orange team and T3 on your purple team. Yeehaw. I hope Spraggles is proud of me.
You did fantastic, Zero, I'm gonna say. But up in the top half, we have Zealot on this Torchic getting an absolute beating, is able to make an escape and not give an early KO over to the side of Revelation. But it looks like they're going in for some more action here.
Oh, they are. Zealot and the Hoopa, thanks to Dispenza, trying to keep Lumiere alive. And that was actually the Buzzwole that headed into the central area, which it does seem a little peculiar at first. But when you realize that at level 5, Buzzwole is going to have access to its very super power, it's going to throw out the birds. It is ready to punch and throw. And here they go. And they do throw them around.
That's definitely what a Buzzwole would sound like if it could speak. And you can see that it is definitely paying off, being able to keep the members of T3 distracted while the rest of them go and secure those Bunnelbees. But Hooper ends up getting taken down. Pure is on the chase towards this Meat Tank, able to get a Gyro Ball up to provide them some shields and 2 KOs, which is huge. But Anon and that Comfey able to land those blows back.
Disgusting is what Zoroark and Comfey. Disgusting! It's so bad, but I mean, the way that they waited out that Gyro Ball to be able to get 2 KOs is actually very pivotal, because you need to be able to get that Metagross online and then the survivability. But that was a great job by Zealot. The way they used their Blaze Kick to keep everybody there for Anon, and now the Bluebirds are standing in the middle as the big superpower does come out. Big combo! Celeste is going to be in a little bit of trouble as they get slapped, and Anon is just looking like the fox looking for a wounded animal, going in and just slashing all around. Dispenza gonna need to run away while the rest of the members of T3 are looking to take on Tier 1 on the top back.
Well, we know what a Buzzwole sounds like, but what does a fox say, Zero?
That's what it says. What does the fox say?
Well, I'll have to see whether they're going to be saying after this round if they're able to pick up these KOs. Almost at level 9, Tie-Dye doing a fantastic job of keeping a non-sustained, while Revelation are trying to fight back, secure some birds, and tick on over to higher levels. But even with the Nightfall days leaving Bora region a days, they are still able to make an escape with a slither of HP.
Listen, I think that was like negative 10 HP because there was nothing in that bar. It had to be. I just don't understand how it survived a Nightfall days to the face. Meanwhile, though, it looks like Blaziken and Zealot able to take down this Lumiere, being able to get a good amount of scores done, get their stacks off, and now the pressure is really looking real well for T3. This team composition is working out a lot better for this disgusting Zoroark.
Oh, this goal is left on 20 points, but they're able to break it before that Reggie Alecki ends up crushing, which would have been an even break. So great timing from T3 to go and stand on those pads. That way they could increase that scoring speed. And because we have Revelation preoccupied destroying the Reggie Alecki up at the top up, they're able to just maneuver their way down and get in some more into this bottom tier 1 pad.
T3, this is the consistency sauce that I was talking about. When they are on fire, there is nothing that can stop them. But when they make those decisions, it can be a little hard sometimes because, like you said, in the moment, one answer seems to fit all. But in hindsight, maybe it isn't. Maybe it was. Maybe in the moment, it seemed like the right answer as the Computing Crush is trying to catch someone. But the Nightfall Death says, "Nah, I don't think so, girlfriend. That is not gonna settle down here."
I'm actually very surprised that Metagross was not able to build its walls around the 3 members of T3 there. Is it because Comfey is attached to the Zoroark that it doesn't end up counting?
Listen, I'm no mathematologist, but that sounds about like something that would happen in Pokemon Unite. We need to have some professional research done, aka I will try this later and come back probably never for this. But I'm sure. Okay, we'll figure it out. The question is, will Engage bring us back at that point? Who knows? They might have already. What's that? Production says I'm fired because I did the Arnold voice. Well, I guess I'm fired. So there you go.
Oh, bring it back, bring it back. But you know what? Back to the matches. We are at that halfway mark, 199 to 55 points. We already have a level 12 Blaziken on the field. The highest level on the side of Revelation are these 2 level 10s being the Buzzwole and the Metagross. So they need to try and find some experience stat. And I mean, hey, what better way to do it than to try and pick up some KOs if they can actually manage to do it?
Rings are unbound as Pure swept in here with the Lapras Express dispenser trying to put on a clinic here. 2 pivotal members of T3 are already down. Some scores are going in. Meanwhile, Sobi and Pure once again sticking together like glue and just trying to do everything that they can. And all of a sudden, Revelation is starting to get some levels, trying to get some scores. They might not be out of it just yet. Revelation wants to make some noise. The Zealot is going to try to take on Oblivion.
Oh, a great eject button coming out from that Blastoise to go and dodge them, but it just wasn't enough as they ended up getting taken down along with that Hooper. It's only the Zoroark and Comfey trying to take on the world against Revelation here, picking up 2 KOs, 3 KOs with their Nightfall Days, but now that Gyro Ball has chipped away a lot of damage, so not able to get that Quadra KO there.
Almost went for the 4-piece, only gonna have to settle for 3, which that's not too bad as Anon is level 13. I mean, hey, I don't know about you, but I'd take 3 KOs. I can barely get a KO with Zoroark. This is also me confessing that I'm really bad with Zoroark. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
It's hard to play. It is so hard to play. So
maybe I'm just too small brain.
Gotta admire the mechanical skill that Anon brings, and they pair that up with the Comfey as well. It's just their ability to weave in and out. They've almost reached that level 14 mark, but speaking of level 14s, Blaziken has just ticked on over as Revelation, they're looking for more. Hooper instantly gets taken down amongst the mix.
So there we see Sobi doing as much damage as they can. Bora has finally cut up the Azure Spy Vision. Gets a proc a little early there, it seems, and it goes to Anon anyways. Sobi's able to go Mega Evolve with the Comfey around them, and boy, this is bringing back nightmares. And the way Sobi is chasing, trying to get to Bora, but Bora strategically stayed near the wall to turn invisible, so they were not a target pressing. And look at this combination. I mean, peanut butter jelly goes great. Tim Tams and coffee, I imagine, go really well together. But Pure and Sobi together is also a match made that they just work so well together for T3.
Oh, it's just a matter of whether they can come together and create the perfect sandwich going into this final stretch. Surf went in from that Blastoise, but because they had that trick, they were able to Phantom Force their way back to safety. So just trying to create a bit of vision for Revelation as we have a huge isolation onto Zealot here.
That's what they wanted to get. They needed to get their KO. They finally are able to do it, but Anon's going to be able to go in. They might be stunned up. The Nightfall Days finally does land. Anon's going to need to be able to escape. They got the Metagross, though. Pure is just taking all the damage right now for Sobi, so Sobi doesn't go down. Bora's trying to find a way. Anon might have found Bora. Bora might have been caught out. They moved Bora away, and now Bora's able to stay alive. They are called the Bee Gees because he is staying alive.
Bora is out of reach, out of sight, sniping away from that backline. Otherwise, we have the members from T3 returning on back. Sobi already below half HP, but able to take down this Buzzwole.
Oh, Buzzwole gets taken down. Zealot is back into the fray, gets sent right back to the Pokemon Center just as quickly as they came. Sobe's using the strike as much as they can. Rayquaza's looking really low. Callow, somebody is gonna go for anybody, and it's Oblivion. Oblivion is bringing the pain with that Blastoise, getting the secure for the side of Revelation, and they are going Duncan. Come on and slam. Welcome to the AO Space Jam on Thea Sky Ruins.
You may call it peanut butter and jelly, but I call it peanut butter and jam here in Australia. But you know what? They were able to make up the difference. They're now in the lead at 339 points to 252. We do have Lapras, who has just respawned, does have their Lapras Express on hand, but Oblivion still has 19 points with that Rayquaza shield to go and get an insta-dunk.
Oh man, 252 to 377. Lapras Express is bringing the whole party here. They're gonna get a little bit of a score thanks to the Comfey, but it's not gonna be enough. They still need to find a way to dunk 100 more. Zealot's trying as much as they can. Ultra Soul Slam's gonna go off. Bora has unleashed the Azure Spy Vision once again, and the defense coming out on top is gonna be Revelation.
Wow, what an absolute comeback from Revelation. Really got to give it to T3. You could see as that graph shoots on up, they were pretty much in the lead for the majority of that match, but Revelation coming in with a great team fight during that Rayquaza pit was absolutely insane. And there you go, your winners, Revelation with a dark and sinister Ho-Oh staring deep into your soul.
My soul has been taken away, and what's that? Dispensa's not going to mess up my setup this time. Thanks, Dispensa. I truly appreciate that. I know you like to be a little evil gremlin, but yeah, Revelation, quite literally, the darkness came out of them, even up against the disgusting Zoro Comfey combo. It was not enough, and Lunar just did a great job, not only being a tank, but also doing damage. I mean, we saw some of those plays early on to be able to get to a Metagross, but I mean, we saw early on that Zealot was caught out by the Buzzwole, and then shortly after, Bora's ability to be able to use the Fell Stinger to move out of the way of danger really was pivotal to be able to take down Zoroark.
The struggle earlier on definitely pays off in that late game, and I guess that's the thing that Metagross does end up boasting. Once you're able to get to that level 9, I mean, even then it was once you get that gyro ball to provide those shields, that's where they really got the ball rolling. But even then, I think it was great isolation from Celeste on the Buzzwole. They ended up isolating Zealot on the Blaziken earlier on, right before that Rayquaza pit, and that was just where things started to fall into place for Revelation, despite the amount of prowess that Teeth were bringing throughout that match. Zoroark and Comfey is such a hard composition to go into, but when you're one member down, I mean, it's just where the rest of them start to stack on to the next target.
Yeah, it's incredible what they were able to accomplish. Unfortunately, this is the end for T3, but Revelation still lives on in the losers bracket, where I think they are going to be taking on, I always forget how to pronounce this name, Bani? It's just Bani. There's no S, right?
Bani?
It's just Bani.
There is,
I'm pretty
there
sure
is an S. Is it silent?
Well, there's an S. It's a silent S.
It's a silent S. Okay. Shh. Silent S. We take a break, right?
Okay, I think that's a great idea, Kello. So we're gonna just be very quiet, but don't go anywhere because we're gonna bring more Pokemon Unite action. Hey, oh boy. We will be right back here at the Master Engage Series.
Desafortunadamente dice que se para la calle y la verdad que se te pone caliente. Desafortunadamente. Hey, cut off the lights. Yeah, I perform better at night. I've been outside with the mice, yeah, eating that chicken and rice, right, while it was filled with the mites, okay, now it's an infinite price, if they wasn't living your life, then they shouldn't give you advice, how can we honor your words, yeah, if we see you missing your stripes, we get it, you've been in the game for a minute, but it's time to kick it, we know that you finished, the future is coming, let's stick to the mission, and aim for the target with deadly precision, we pissing them off and pitching the victims, yeah, we call them victims cause they're demolition, I'm changing the rules and breaking tradition and make it, cause nobody making a difference, I see it. Nobody gonna go hard for me like I go for me. That's why I gotta take mine, try and get milestones for me. I'm ready for it all, say the word and it's up on sight. Cut off the lights, yeah, I perform better at night. I've been outside with the mice, yeah, eating that chicken and rice, right, while it was filled with the mites, okay, now it's an infinite price, if they wasn't living your life, then they shouldn't give you advice, how can we honor your words, yeah, if we see you missing your stripes, ayy, cut off the lights, ayy, cut off the lights, yeah, cut off the lights, I perform better at night, ayy, cut off the lights, yeah, cut off the lights, ayy, cut off the lights, I perform better at night. Yeah, better at night, just get up and fight wherever it takes to level the field. We breaking the rules, remeasuring heights that they try to tell us that we couldn't reach. No matter how hard that we worked, when we got this out of the dirt, pull up and lurk, pull up and make it a seem. Only till they bleed and they hurt. I've been outside with the mice, yeah, eating that chicken and rice, right, while it was filled with the mites, okay, now it's an infinite price, if they wasn't living your life, then they shouldn't give you advice, how can we honor your words, yeah, if we see you missing your stripes, ayy, cut off the lights, ayy, cut off the lights, yeah, cut off the lights, I perform better at night, ayy, cut off the lights, yeah, cut off the lights, ayy, cut off the lights, I perform better at night. I perform better at night.
Welcome back to the INGAGE Master Series. Short time out. Kello and I are still here, but we got the man with the plan, the dazzling to my gleam. That would be Lobo has joined the fray. Lobo, how are you doing? I know you've been up since 7 hours ago since this started. So how are you feeling right now? They have been nothing but thrilling, exciting, and just an absolute ball. But I mean, Kello, you have joined us, and obviously you and I got to cast that last set, but talk about just exciting Unite matches with just all these little pivotal plays.
I love Pokemon Unite. That's all I have to say.
I mean, I think we all do.
I think that speaks for itself.
It's why we're here, right? We love this game. It's very a passionate game of ours. It's something that we have put a lot of time ourselves in. Now, granted, we still need to do our research, Kello, so we'll find out if Metagross and if Comfey counts as a Pokemon or not, if it's attached, not attached. Don't really know how that works. But when it comes to this game, there are so many skill expressions, and it's been able to show off. I think that was production showing off the graphics. Do we have any of the graphics to show off? I think we are going to be first taking a look at the bracket of the day. Obviously, Kello, you joined us a little bit later, but I mean, seeing Orange Juicers on top and now seeing where teams like T3, Aegis Flames, Yatagarasu, they're not here anymore. I mean, what kind of crazy shenanigans are here? But I will say the fact that Orange Juicers has been, on top, kind of understandable, right?
Well, they are outnumbering EU there. 3 NA teams in the top 4 there. Banny is EU's last chance here if they are able to go and defeat Revelation. But it is time to say adios to Zero in on Alex. So thank you
Goodbye,
so
friends.
much for being here with us today and providing your voice, your laughter, and your joy. But, well, Lobo, we're heading on into this match for the losers finals.
Okay, I'm so excited. I miss him already. It is my hermano Alex. But check out these bands that we've got going on. Snorlax, Blizzy, Suicune, and Leafeon. Pretty typical bands that I expect seeing, especially how this tournament's gone off so far. But Lunia gonna lock in that Blaziken. The Fire Chicken is so ever important in Pokemon Unite. But on the side of Banny, we've got Katar on that Umbreon. And a little goofy Psyduck is gonna be picked up by Sazura.
Yeah, interesting to see that Psyduck has been able to make his way through this round with Leafeon being banned. It's not really something that you see very often, but I guess this is just a little bit of respect towards Celeste, who ended up playing it in that previous set. But Mamo has popped out into the party, which I love to see. So we'll have to see whether they end up switching out their items here, because they do have the Assault Vest, which I guess is a great counter into this Mewtwo Y.
No, I agree with you 100%. And it also looks like Bora is going to actually take that Inteleon away from Hanzaki, who did such a wonderful job on it before, getting a total of 4 KO streak and then a penta KO streak in the previous match that we saw them play. Yang is going to possibly round this off with a Dark Urshifu. So we're going to get double Gods of Secure on this side, between Blaziken and the Urshifu. But Celeste with that Garchomp, that Rapid Fire Scarf, as well as possibly... could we see a trick come out from the Hooper to just give that Garchomp a little bit more firepower? Not that it needs any more firepower, because that Scary Dragon, it's a hard one to deal with, especially when it's got that ability to rip.
Oh, I think Trick would be the play. I mean, Trick is definitely gained popularity over that hyperspace hole. Yes, it does provide that healing by returning him back to base, but it's just the maneuvers that you're able to provide with it. Not only does it pair well with a Garchomp diving on in with, say, a Dragon Rush or a Dig combination there, but it also pairs well with a Mamoswine who's diving in with an Earthquake.
Yeah, look, that Mamoswine is so good for that disruption ability, Killer. Like, just again with the ability to Ice Fang and then Earthquake in, just cause all of that disruption, as well as the Mammoth Mash Unite move is going to be there. It's going to be very difficult for Nachos on that Buzzwole to try and really get his little bug grips onto anything. Don't ask me to do the Arnie voice, because I can't do it as well as Alex does, because it's just not in my vocal range. But Nachos on that Buzzwole is going to be a problem to deal with. But Haizaki on that Mewtwo Y, also something we got to play into consideration, because having access to Side Strike as well as that Mega Evolution, they might not have access to that Inteleon, but they still have the ability to shred down and A-press any person that they put on. But we are not going to have to wait for much longer. This is our lower bracket finals, best of 3. Revelation going to be on your orange side, Banny going to be on, all the way around. Revelation going to be on your purple side, Banny going to be on your orange side.
We are seeing the Gibble into area for a Revelation here. You can see Qatar is making their way straight to that goal because they are running Aeos Cooking. Another stacking item that we have available. This increases the Pokemon's HP pool with every stack that they gain.
No, it's super important here, but just look at the pressure that Mewtwo is able to put on, especially compared with this Umbreon inside that bottom path. Unfortunately, Killer, we're used to seeing a little bit of invade action happening whenever we have an Urshifu inside that central lane, but Revelation says, no, we're not going to bother them this time. Let them have it. But Swinub almost picking up a nice little damage, stuns up the Eevee, but just manages to get out with the suppressive fire of Mewtwo. But where is Celeste going?
They're going on a little trip, but there is just nothing left for them to pick out. But this is great positioning coming in from the back line. Whether Yang is aware of it, I do not know. But they have gone and exposed themselves and going in with a huge Dragon Rush to push those Swabblers and Altara towards their side. That is massive for Revelation there.
No, agreed. I mean, that's a nice little bit of routing that Celeste did do with Dragon Run inside that top path. Look at that Holloway on Sazura. We got super side up with that headache, just pushing Combusken away, making sure that Nachos gets as much free farm as possible. Has to get Try to just push Dispenser away, but again, we do see that trick come through, and now it looks like Nachos wants to take that farm, stop that Combustion evolving into a big fire chicken that is Blaziken.
Oh, but some weaving from Nachos there in that tall grass to avoid getting KO'd. Able to make their way back to pad and safety, grab themselves a berry, but it does mean they give up their ally, that Psyduck, and the positioning for these birds. So Revelation are able to just go and take these for free.
Yeah, look, getting as much experience as you can, also getting that Garchomp back online is super important. Gabite is so very close, but now inside that bottom path killer, we do have Umbreon on a line as well, which is going to be nice to defend this pad. But at least seems like Revelation is going to try and push on here, where they've got 4 members, but possibly waiting for those Altarios to spawn, get a much more experience, get that Inteleon online.
Yeah, and there we go. As we mentioned, that it has ticked over to level 7, so does have their secondary movement on hand. And say it'll likely be the snipe shot move over liquidation, but I guess we'll have to see it later on when we pivot back down there. But oh, we had that Combustion getting interrupted by that Buzzwole, so not able to empty out their pockets of 30.
Yeah, I know, but again, they're going to try and do as much as they can. Gabite is going to do a nice little Dragon Claw to pull them away, get the evolution to Garchomp as well. Super Psyduck is all they're here to defend, but with those Surskiller, they're doing a fantastic job. But unfortunately, that tier 1 is going to go bye-bye for the side of Balance, but they're doing a great job keeping those scores nice and level in that top half with 99 to 73.
Yeah, but that just created so much space for Revelation to secure a Regirock uncontested. So going into this next fight with increased defense and special defense, but it's just a matter of whether they can get an isolation. Zero able to get an isolation on Dispenser, but no follow-up there from Banny just yet.
No, and again, looking into this, they're all just circling each other around. 6 minutes on the clock. This is probably going to be the first big team fight that we have for this Regieleki. It's going to be Revelation that's going to start the push with Garchomp. Urshifu's in there, powering up that single strike. It does manage to get it with the wicked blow. But now the fight is on. Limit Outbreak's going to go out from the Garchomp. It's going to take Urshifu back to Nurse Joy. It's scooped on in, going behind the Mew to get the side strike in as well. And Revelation seem to be pushing the pressure on this one real fast, Killer.
Yeah, putting the pressure on, but it looks like it's getting thrown back in their faces as Garchomp does end up getting taken down. Dispenser ends up getting taken down by the Side Strike, along with that Pylo Swine as well. So 3 KOs for this Mewtwo here is huge, now at a level 10, but Regieleki ended up crashing into that goal. So some Insta-Dunks leaving it on 53 is massive. Oh, it's gone. Oh, we have Lobo out of the mix for the moment as 2 KOs for this Urshifu. Home pad broken. Banny now leading at 260 to 153, reaching that halfway point mark. Looks like the scores aren't going to stop, with Buzzwole being able to get in another dunk. But we'll have to recoup, retreat, see what is going to happen for Banny here. Considering we have another objective coming out onto the field, it is going to be a Regi steal this time round, and Revelation, they're not going to delay, shredding that instantly. Considering Banny are nowhere in sight, they're going to prioritize the wild Pokemon that is available over on their side. But that does mean going into this next fight, they're going to have to be wary of the extra power that Revelation are bringing. And well, hey, what better way to try and gain some experience back is to take down a level 11 Garchomp.
I mean, Keela, I do apologize. My phone was messing up a little bit there. Not getting that Registeel, but here the fight is breaking out all over the map. Umbreon just has to run away from Blaziken to make sure that it does not get taken out. But Banners have to be very careful here because they want this Regieleki, because it's going to march right on into home pad. Blaziken's getting pulled by Super Psyduck Azuro as the Azure Spyfish is going to pop out as well. But a nice side strike, well-timed side strike, does manage to take down Blaziken, send it back. But in the bottom path, we've got fights happening all over the place, Kilo.
Yeah, it's just left, right, and center action in this round so far. Banny able to come out on top, picking up multiple KOs, allowing Qatar to go in and getting a nice overdunk with the lead at 306 to 153. So it's not over for Revelation just yet. They now have the 2 level 11s and the 1 level 12 being Celeste on this Garchomp, just trying to hyper farm and get whatever their experience and tick on over to that level 13. That way they have both of their plus movements available.
As we got the 3-minute mark on the clock, Unite was usually off the start here, but Banners might want to make that adjustment as we get a nice snipe shot coming out from Bora Reach to send Versatile right back to the Pokemon Center. And looks like Revelation are going to take this one. Could they push the fight going on? It looks like they are. Garchomp is going to try and scoop slam in with the snipe shots, hitting their targets as well. Red is about a foot away from entering into that top pad, and Revelation just going to keep it up. It's bought in. Are they going to get the scores now? A nice 32 overcap to take them into this final stretch kill with 30 seconds left on the clock until Rayquaza decides to show its face. We got 207 to 306 between these two incredible teams.
That means Revelation are only 1 dunk away during that final stretch when it is double points. So whether they're actually going to be able to make up that difference, but before all of that, they need to set their sides on this Registeel first, but 9 seconds are only left. Do they have enough shred in them to be able to secure it?
Oh, between the Mewtwo and the Urshifu, they definitely do. So Banner's going to have a lovely little buff. But Keeler, the fight's going to start straight away with the Hooper going upbound.
Oh.
Azure Spiving has been covered. It is Buzzswole from out of nowhere that manages to secure the Rayquaza for Team Banny.
Banny securing a Registeel, not being there in time. So Revelation gone and tried to risk the flip, but it ended up failing in their faces as they were able to get the secure. It's now 207 to 514. A minute 30 still left on the clock, but look at this. We have 2 members still with their shields marching on forward to go and balloon this lead even further.
Isaac is going to get that Hondo Burger on completely uncontested as we go. Now they just want to get the points in as Umbreon does. Take a quick trip back to Nurse Joy. I think this is just about stalling it now. Super Cesaro is coming through with Psyduck. That disable pulling Garchomp back, but wait, where is Yang going? Another Hondo Burger is going to make its way into that home pad. We're looking at a 207 to 720 scoreline right now, Kilo.
Yeah, and this is usually the point of no return. To make up 500 points, especially when you look at Revelation's Chaos Energy currently on hand, they don't have full pockets, but even then, 3 members are down and some more points are going to rain on 4th. So I guess this is just a moment that Revelation can take to just sit back, observe and rethink, well, what do they need to do moving on into this next match if they want to have a chance at securing themselves a grand final spot?
I think Revelation did a fantastic job. I thought their idea was there for them. They knew that Banny was inside that bottom pallet trying to secure that Registeel. They also knew that they had the buff coming in from the Registeel, so their only kind of recourse here in this match was to go for that flip. They might have been outgunned. They might have been almost out strengthened in that Rayquaza due to that Registeel buff. But then pulling the Hooper Unite, getting those stuns up as well. I mean, they went for it, and unfortunately this time around, it just didn't pay off for them. But you can appreciate the kind of, oh, let's just catch them off the guard kind of thing. And they almost did. They almost got the Rayquaza, but where there's a Ray, there's a way. It is that most important objective right now as we go through some of these lovely highlights.
Yeah, I guess that's why they call it a flip. You gotta risk it for the biscuit sometimes, but sometimes the biscuit just ends up crumbling in your hand and you're not able to eat it. So, sorry, no dessert for Revelation for that match there. But yeah, Banny coming on in. I mean, even then, they also risked it. Opting to give up their positioning by having 3 members shred on down that Registeel, relying on those 2 other members to just stall, like that provides a lot of trust to your other team members as they are outnumbered.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess this is when you get to this point in the game, Kilo, where you're currently you're fighting for who's going to go back up into that grand final spot to take on the Juices. The trust you place in your teammates has got to be sky high. As we have a look at this Rayquaza fight once again, I believe it was Buzzsaw that got it amidst the Super Swole Slam. It got it on that initial hit, and that's what took the Rayquaza, which is kind of crazy to me as well. But again, that was only game one. We still got another game to go. So Revelation can turn this around. They can take it to a game three situation. I know you love a game three situation. I definitely love a game three situation. But take us through some of these stats, because look at Hayazaki with those 10 KOs on Mewtwo Y.
Any excuse for more Pokemon Unite action after all. But yeah, Mewtwo Y, we were mentioning a little bit earlier, it is a Pokemon that's just been there constantly in the meta, just I guess being in that backline unawares. But I think really got to give it to them. They had some really great timed Unite moves during that match. There was a moment where they ended up utilizing the Unite move and taking down two members instantly because they were really low. So that's the power that a global Unite move brings to the table. Is if you time it correctly, you can get those KOs from anywhere on the map.
I mean, Infinite Cyber is such a great Unite move because I've seen it steal objectives as well. As you see someone ripping it, and then the Infinite Cyber comes down, and boom, I mean, I still am yet to see a Mewtwo Y steal a Rayquaza with Infinite Cyber, but fingers crossed, Kayla, fingers crossed to see something exciting. But mate, I mean, we're seeing exciting stuff happen all over the map. And I want to talk to you a little bit about these bans coming out from both of these teams. Let's talk specifically about a Pokemon that you and I really, really enjoy watching, but might not enjoy playing against, and that is that Psyduck, causing a lot of problems for Garchomp, especially with that ability disable, just pushing away a Garchomp when it tries to scoop slam you, and those surfs are just so hindrance inducing. So is it a Pokemon worth a ban, or are they gonna let it out this time around?
I guess that's the benefit that Psyche does provide. You can use it defensively or aggressively. You can push them away when an opposing member is trying to chase you down, but then you can also scoop them towards your allies when you're trying to get that isolation. So there's just so much potential that moveset ends up providing, but it's also its headache. Once that purple bar underneath its health bar is filled on up, it scoops and pushes your opponents back, and it creates a space not only for yourself but those allies that you're surrounded with as well. So it's just that extra disruption tool, the kit that Psyduck has. And why we actually end up seeing it banned so often is because it is such a nuisance going up against it in the field. So whether we're going to end up seeing a replacement from Revelation, I guess it depends on who's on which side. We had Revelation in that first pick position, so banning away that Snorlax and that Blissey. But if Banny ends up having this first pick position, well, maybe that's something they're going to have to try and rethink, because, well, I'd say if Psyduck isn't banned, Psyduck's likely to be picked up first. So, I mean, Revelation could also end up picking Psyduck up themselves first if that's the case too.
I mean, we can yap all the live long day to try and figure out what these pro players want to think about, but it's what we all love to do. That's why we sit behind the desk and they play this incredible game. But Psyduck, unfortunately for us, Kilo, is actually going to be banned up straight away. So no Super Psyduck for us. But Suicune is also going to join on the ban list. Now, I saw it was very interesting with the OJ team. They were playing that combination of Suicune and Lapras, which is kind of crazy because the amount of stun and crowd control that you get is just too nonsensical with Blaziken and Leafeon joining those bans up.
Yeah, interesting that we have Revelation banning away their own Blaziken, because it was Lumiere that played it in this last round, but I guess they have other priorities on the table, picking up that Snorlax first pick, considering that was the one they banned last time. So a little bit of a different strategy moving on forth for Revelation, but also Suzuro. Well, Psyduck's banned, so you've got to take away Dispenser's Hooper, right?
Oh, absolutely. You gotta take the trickster away from the tricky one himself. But Lunia is actually gonna pick up Buzzwole as well. And Bora's gonna stay on that Inteleon, taking it away from Hanzaki once again, who's actually gonna go right back onto the Mewtwo Y. It did well for him in that first game, so I don't think he's too upset about having to be playing the Mewtwo Y. But Nachos was hovering over a possible Venusaur pick. Killer, that could have been interesting to see, but I mean, Caster's Curse, he's just going to go over, and it is going to be a Machamp coming out to play.
Switching on muscles for other muscles. I mean, it ends up being a Pokemon with 4 arms instead of 2. So a battle of, well, who can get the better power lift, as we have Lunia on the Buzzwole this time round. But once again, it's just steals from either side, as Celeste has decided to pick up the Urshifu this time round away from Yang. And that means we have another Pokemon coming into the mix, the Cerulege.
I'd really like to see it. Cerulege is a very interesting Pokemon as well. That Revenant Ren Unite was just able to hit so many targets as well. So it was able to hop into its little hidey hole as well to avoid any kind of damage. So I want to say his items are a little bit interesting. A lot of the time we see when it is a single strike Urshifu, which I mean the Dark Bear Urshifu, we do see it run Eject. This time around, we are seeing a full heal come onto now, and this just might be my little theorizing, but are we going to see a Water Bear come into play now here, Kilo? A Water Bear is a very niche pick, but I would love to see the Rapid Strike Urshifu come into play. Give us something new, because Revelation, if they are not able to take the victory in this one, they are out, and there's Banny that's going to go through to those grand finals. So you got to pull out all the stops here right now, huh?
That would be really interesting to see. I guess it does provide that extra maneuverability, but also shielding with that liquidation maneuver, considering there are those 3 melee Pokemon on the side of Banny. So going into those team fights when they are bunched up together, it could potentially work. And I guess, we were talking about this earlier, you don't really need a full healed on a Wicked Blow Urshifu because it goes into that Unstoppable when it charges it on up. So guess we'll have to wait and see as it is heading into that central area, but this potentially might be the final match for our losers bracket finals if Banny are able to take the win. But Revelation on the purple side, Banny on the orange.
Dispenser found its opposite Trickster in Suzura, and now these supports are just going to have a battle on in. But where is Qatar coming from? Qatar managing to steal a red buff away from Celeste, and now this Urshifu, this little Kubfu, has got a problem here, Kilo.
Oh, yeah. A very big problem, and I guess that's the problem that Kubfu has early game. It is not that good, so having a double invade is a really interesting option from Banny, recognizing the strengths that they have with their choices of Pokemon.
But in the opposite end, Yang is just going to be here trying to get a 14 stack in front of a big beefy Buzzwole. Is ambitious, but there we see Celeste as we rotate back into that central lane. Did manage to get away with one of their buffs, and Qatar might pay the price this time around. That poor little Eevee on a sliver of health being chased down by Dispenser, and I think that is going to be a nice quick trip back to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, you just gotta get the reset as we have the birds already spawned on in. It looks like Revelation aren't gonna bother with those just yet. They want to go and empty out those Aeos energy. That way they can get in some much needed stacks where, actually no, neither of them were stacking, but still, you gotta empty up their Aeos energy. That way they have level up the scoreboard at 30 to 30.
Oh, dude, we are seeing a Water Bear come into the fray as those Surging Strikes are coming on through and picking up the damage, as Mewtwo is going to go into that Mega Form and put the damage on down, but it does not matter. That Thick Boy Snorlax is just going to take a nap in its way, Killer, but the Side Strike is going to hit its mark, and Celeste is on an HP and a dream. I don't know if Mewtwo wants to go searching for this character because there's a lot there that can send it back to Nurse Joy.
Well, especially Snorlax Heavy Slam, landing that final blow. That is going to give them that reset. Yang is just going to try and level up with these buffs. Celeste is still at level 7 here, but you know what? We have our answer. It is actually going to be the Rapid Strike Urshifu build this time round. So not as trusty as a secure, more just going in for those big team fights against Banny.
It's almost like a pseudo speedster with just the amount of speed that it has and the damage it's able to do. But now we've got 4 members inside this top path. All of that experience from the Altaris is going to go to the side of Revelation. It's going to be a 2v4 situation inside this pop up. We're going to have Submission Machamp alongside that Trick, but it's just not going to be enough, Kilo. Are they going to leave? I mean, they're going to completely decimate that tier 1 on the top side. Banny trying to get some of their own back inside the bottom part, as we do have a Reggie Rock, and that seems that's going to go all to their side. Revelation going to settle for the Reggie Lecky in the top part.
Yeah, they did only break that top tier 1 pad by 2 points, but this just allows Reggie Alecki to march on freely towards this T2. You can see that Revelation are coming on here looking to defend, but the block is going to try and push away this Umbreon as Revenant Red is coming in for some extra defense and backup.
I mean, it's Rule Edge to get a chunk bit of health, does hop into that hidey hole, but gets taken down by the Urshifu with those searching strikes. My goodness! Sorry, the rapid strikes. My goodness, here we go. Reggie Lecky. Oh,
no way! I think that ended up being the foul play from the Umbreon that pushed the Reggie Alecki into the goal. So very unfortunate for Banny there, because this has left this goal at 39 points. But nonetheless, they were still able to pick up some KOs, and it isn't completely broken, so home base isn't at risk. But still, that is not something that you want to see happening on your side of the team.
No, absolutely. They were doing a good job defending there, but managed to pick up some nice KOs as well with Machamp. Now, fully being online, access to all those fully masters with the barrage blow to take out the muscly bug. That was a statement coming out, as the submission is now going to hunt down this Elder Ghost and into the side strike combination as well. Does cross chop to try and pull up a Citrus Berry, and Mewtwo's going to get a nice dunk in, but Machamp is proving to be sneaky with those submissions, Kilo.
Yeah, having that unstoppable to just rush on straight past that block was incredible. Another Revenant Ren has set its mark onto Celeste, looking for a KO. Tried to get the knockout themselves with the Flux Zone, but I guess that's just going to slow them down in their tracks. So they're out of the mix as we have the Spaceman Reggie scoring on up.
And it is a Reggie steal. The RNG gods are on the side of both of these members. Big, heavy slam into the block coming in from Snorlax. Mewtwo is in its Mega Form and gets picked up, put down by Buzzsaw into the Ultra Soul Slam. Hooper is going to try and stun everybody up. Umbreon has to pop into Night Move as well. Who's going to secure this one? It is going to be Buzzsaw in all of that madness that manages to secure that, gets sent back to the Pokemon Center. And Revelation are doing a brilliant job of pushing the pressure onto this basement pad, and they get rid of it in quick time.
Yeah, 226 to 165. This is going to create so much space for Revelation to just take over the map. Able to take away that blue buff from Banny is just going to starve them even more. But even then, you look at the mini-map, there's so much yellow dots. Over on the side of Revelation, not much on the side of Banny. There's another barrage blow is going to come out from that Machamp.
I think Machamp is specifically targeting that Buzzsaw with those barrage blows. That one felt personal to me, but Urshifu's been found inside a bush as well. The side strike into the Infinite Cyber, it does miss absolutely everything, but gets caught in the submission. Heavy slam coming in from the Snorlax as well. They're going for a fight out of absolutely nowhere right now, Kilo. So Rule Edge is here as well. Can they target the Inteleon? But no, the Inteleon misses as it tries to get its way out with a Fell Stinger, but does not avoid the Umbreon or the Mewtwo.
Look, why farm wild Pokemon when you can just farm each other for some experience? Gotta keep the action rolling here, but this goal is left on 18 points as we have Yang trying to empty out 50, but Celeste able to make their way forth, and I guess that's the prowess that water bear is able to demonstrate with its maneuverability.
I mean, they were trying to get that 50 in there, but Mewtwo just settled for a 20. Instead, with 3 minutes now, we are close to that final stretch. Snorlax with these heavy slams looking very threatening right now, Flo. That's the last thing I want coming towards me when I'm just trying to farm it up. 226 to 185. A relatively close game, 40 points between it. But a Reggie could spawn, could turn the tides either which way. All of these teams are gathering in that bottom part. It is going to be a Reggie Rock before we head into Rayquaza. Not bad for a defense buff heading on into that final stretch.
Yeah, but 30 seconds left to go. Regirock is already at half HP. You have the Urshifu getting taken on down as the rest of them are trying to scramble. You have Eldegoss actually popping their Unite just to go and sustain that Buzzwell from getting taken down, which means they end up letting Banny take that Regirock going into the final stretch.
And into that final stretch, they're not going to have their Snorlax anymore. Look at where Yang is. They're going to try and sort anyone out, but our Banny's going to go for the rip. They have to sort them out. There gets the submission, finds the Inteleon, and now that is another big member out, but the Urshifu is back here, uses its Unite move to get its way back in. Umbreon going to allow a little bit of survive, but Mewtwo gets taken down by the Urshifu Kilo, and Revelation don't want to give this one up just yet, but 3 members down, 4 members down. Banny looking strong with only Snorlax left in the mix.
Oblivion is your only hope, trying to go in with a well-timed heavy slam and power nap. They can just get the steal in their sleep quite literally, but multiple members of Revelation were down, which means not all of them have shields, but 3 shields is still better than none, and they do have the point advantage, so taking away Banny's chance at a potential comeback here. It's just a matter of retreating and getting some Unite moves back before pushing within this last minute.
I know there's still about 40 points in between these two teams. Shields are plenty. I think, like you said, 3 shields is enough to really defend a pad from going. Let's have a look at the Unite move counter for the side of Bannis. There's no Unite moves on deck for them, but there is the Cotton Cloud Crash coming out from the side of Revelation. But Kilo, this could be it. Here we go. They're gonna make a play for it. There's only 40 points needed. Snorlax is gonna block everybody away. Urshifu is here as well. There goes the Revenant Ren. Are they gonna manage to get 40 points in? I'm not sure. Urshifu's causing enough of a scene, but Urshifu goes down, Kilo.
Urshifu goes down. You end up having more dunks coming in from the Eldegoss and the Inteleon just to make it even harder for Banny to try and make a comeback. Their HP pools aren't exactly the best as they have the Ultra Swell Slam coming on in, finishing off that Umbreon, the tank, to try and take the heat that Revelation are bringing, and that means without a defender, the rest of the backline members are gonna get taken on down, and that is a complete team wipe. 3 KO streak for Bora there, and a great defense from Revelation, which means we are heading on into a round 3.
Oh my god, we love more Pokemon Unite everywhere we go, but Kilo, when was the last time that you saw a Rayquaza taken by the power nap of a Snorlax? Wow, Oblivion doing a fantastic job there.
I would have $1 for each of those moves. I think I'd probably have $2, maybe $3. Who knows? Not much. I wouldn't be rich. Is what I'm getting at.
We could get ourselves a bunning sausage for the amount of times we've seen a Snorlax. Maybe. I mean, it's the first time. It's the first time I've seen it. It's the first time I've seen a Snorlax take a Rayquaza with a power nap. So, I mean,
I feel like our folks in London are probably unaware as to what a bunning sausage is.
What's a bunning sausage? That's some OCE inner circle talk for you guys.
What's the equivalent? Maybe a sausage roll.
A sausage roll.
That's completely different.
I mean, same. It is what it is. But let's have a look at this power nap, managing to secure a beautiful Rayquaza. Banny got the team wipe, Keller, and on the back of the Snorlax, on Oblivion, the Snorlax, you said it yourself. What a fantastic play. But there is your player of the match coming from the side of Revelation with Bora. Those Inteleon snipe shots were hitting their mark.
Yeah, 100%. I'm really keen to see what these stats are looking like for the rest of the team. But yeah, 63k damage in the end. They ended up having 2 assists. I don't know how many KOs they ended up picking up that match, but there we go. Switch on over 11 KOs for the Inteleon. But you've got to look at these stats all around. Dispenser with the 10 assists. So just showing how much they were there amongst the mix, trying to heal up their members, provide some much needed shielding for whenever that front line dove on in.
I mean, it was such a great game from back to front, especially what we saw in that early game with I believe it was Celeste just having their central area pretty much just taken away from them with that double invade. Dispenser did come back and actually get the knockout on Qatar on that Umbreon, which meant again just being able to distract for that long. But Killer, it had to have been the Surging Strike Urshifu that was the surprise pick here. Again, such a I want to say pseudo speedster because it has that movement ability. It has that damage. You pointed out the shields that you get from liquidation. It was a problem to deal with because even getting to that back line of the Mewtwo that's usually safe, Mewtwo had to pop that side strike, and I believe it was teleport that they were using as well to just keep their distance. But Oblivion doing a fantastic job with those heavy slams. Again, great switch up in what they decided to do this time around Revelation, taking it to a game 3.
Yeah, it's very exciting stuff that we have a game 3 after that play from Oblivion. So whether we're actually going to see some switch ups, I'm unsure whether we'll end up seeing this Water Bear or Shifu come out to play once again. I feel like whenever we see that, it's usually a one and done, demonstrated and then tuck it away for next time round. But I guess it really comes down onto what these bans are going to be. Revelation did end up banning their own Blaziken, so whether they're going to ban that Blaziken this time round again and prioritize the Snorlax, or whether they're going to tuck away the Snorlax instead, we'll have to wait and see.
But what we do not have to wait for is that Psyduck and Suicune. It seems to be those bans are going to be classic no matter what. But it is going to be business as usual this time around, Killer, with the same bans that I believe we had in the previous game. Psyduck, Blaziken, Suicune, and Leafeon. They really don't want that little Leafeon out to play. It doesn't bother me. I think I've made my stance on Leafeon very, very clear. But Oblivion going to pick up that Snorlax considering it was probably the highlight play in that previous game.
Yeah, definitely the highlight play, considering it was the one that secured the Rayquaza with their power nap. So you got to prioritize that over Blaziken, and they played it fantastically. But Suzuro and Qatar are going to look in this Umbreon and Hooper once again. So Revelation, whether they're going to prioritize getting this Eldegoss over on their side, but I guess that doesn't need to come down till later. Wait a minute. Okay, this is a completely different look then. Eldegoss in comparison to Sableye, well, Eldegoss provides the shields. Sableye provides the nuisance.
The nuisance, I love it. I mean,
what's the word?
the gremlining. We'll call it. He provides the gremlining effect.
Okay.
I'm not as good as words as Alex is. I don't know what it is. It's Sableye. It's a little gremlin. It does its thing. But Revelation have been subject to a few invades so far, Kilo. So maybe they're trying to induce a little bit of chaos of their own. And we know Dispenser is very, very good on that Sableye, but Nachos bringing out the hot ones with the Talonflame, as well as Hayazaki is going to go back on that Mewtwo. Linear is looking at that Urshifu once again, but this time it has that eject button instead of full heal, so it could be a wicked blow coming out, but Absol coming out to play for Celeste.
Yeah, Absol, interesting choice here. And I think this is likely just to go and match Nachos, considering they have selected that Talonflame. Now, what better threat, predator to a lizard, aka the Inteleon, than at a Talonflame that can dive into that backline? So it's really going to have to be down to Lumiere and Oblivion to protect this Inteleon, while Celeste is also just going to be taking down this Talon or their backline being that the Mewtwo Y.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Celeste does decide to do. If they're going to prioritize attacking and really getting those KOs, we're probably going to see, it's going to be interesting to see actually, Killer, who's going to go into that central area. Is it going to be the Urshifu or is it going to be the Absol? Because we know Absol is so good at coming out of the central area, especially at level 5. We know Urshifu does need that central area at level 5 to get its levels. But again, I mean, we could have a double invade. We could have Dispenser going in. We saw Nacho swap to go. I think Nachos was going to go with the Machamp, and then I believe the Talonflame was going to go with the other laner. Yeah. So there's so much already chaos going on inside this game, and the matchups are going to be real interesting to watch because I'm kind of predicting we're going to see a double invade from either team because Dispenser's not going to let that one go. He definitely wants to cause some chaos.
You've just got to give them a taste of their own medicine back, especially when they dished it hard the previous round. But folks, we are heading on into our final match of the losers bracket final. Whoever ends up winning this game is going to progress on through to the grand finals and verse Orange Juices from the NA region.
Orange Juice is sitting pretty in that grand finals position. We've got Talonflame and Absol both taking those central laners for either teams, but we've got Mewtwo White putting on the pressure and is also putting on the pressure. No wins this time around, Killer. So everybody not good on their best behavior. No sneaky business from either of these teams. It's game 3. It's gut check time. It's serious time over here on Thea Sky Ruins.
Got to save the chaos for just a little bit later, knowing that there was just too much risk earlier game. So I want to try and prioritize those levels. And I think that is a smart move to go and send that Absol into that central area if there was that potential for an invade, because we know that an Absol can take care of itself a lot better than a Comfu can.
Yeah, absolutely. But Machoke is already online looking for Dispenser. Did not manage. But I think he was looking for the Comfu instead. Absol gets caught. Does decide to go in. Snorlax is here to help out as well. Comfu gets the KO on the Talonflame. The little Fletchinder. Not a full Talonflame just yet. But Dispenser causing the chaos. Machoke just has to turn and face and just pick up a Citrus Berry.
Dispenser causing the chaos. Nacho's causing the chaos with these submissions. Being able to get the isolations, but now they're the ones that are isolated, trying to defend this pad 1v4 as they do have some backup from Yang, but unable to pick up some KOs just yet as a double stun coming out from Dispenser. Well played from Revelation there.
I mean, oh my god, Nachos has gone back on to Lunia, but there's Dispenser once again to assist the central lane. Dispenser's showing people how Sableye should be played. It's not just a Chaos Engine. It's there to help out. It's there to support. Talonflame going to use Acrobatics to secure a lot of these middle Altarias. Nachos finally picking up a KO on Dispenser. I felt like that one was a little bit personal, Kilo.
I could say maybe well-deserved, maybe. You know, when you have a Sableye running at you, it's the most annoying thing in the world. But yes, this boasts submission, right? Not only can you get the isolations, but it's that also ability to go unstoppable when you are in that submission. So a great counter when you have a Sableye trying to stun you out. But you know what? You cannot counter getting died by 3 opponents.
Oh, I mean, Nacho's going to send right back to the Pokemon Center. Fly is going to be the move that Talonflame is going to use, but Dispenser's not going to let him use it, as we do have Talonflame is now looking for Sableye, misses hits Fly, and Sableye does get taken back to the Pokemon Center with the pressure coming in from Haizaki on that Mewtwo. But here we go. Nachos is here with that submission. They're going to prioritize this top Regieleki as Qatar is just going to dunk some points across from Snorlax here as well. Hooper's going to trick out Urshifu, and which means that's going to be a Regieleki to the side of Banny.
Yeah, interesting that Banny ended up prioritizing this Regieleki, but with some great defense there, they were able to ward off Revelation, escorting this Regieleki straight towards that tier 1 pad. It is left on 3 points, but I mean, you look at the Aeos energy that Banny have, they're not able to maximize on their overdunk, so just veering on back towards their pad for safety.
Oh, look, there's the Flame Sweep managing to take out Dispenser and a big double KO. But where's this Reggie still going to go? Is it going to go to Qatar? Look at Snorlax. He's focusing on Qatar. Whoa. Oh,
I think they were potentially waiting for their Heavy Slam cooldown to come back. I'm guessing the timing. Yeah.
I thought Oblivion was going to take another objective from out of nowhere.
Oh, I mean, that would have been quite funny to see. Snorlax just come on in and then just slap the Registeel out from their hands. But we have another 5 points coming in from Nachos as the rest of them are going in with an engage. Absol has been taken on down. Qatar quite low, so does need to back on up. But they end up getting taken down from range. The large blow is going to finalize that Inteleon, and now the pressure is on for Revelation.
Yeah, look, Mewtwo is just putting that pressure on. There's a submission. We saw the Unite move come out from Urshifu, which sends Nachos back home to the Pokemon Center. But there's the block from Snorlax, which is going to isolate Haizaki. And now Revelation have a chance to crash on in to this tier 1 on that basement side. But Flame Sweep, where did the Flame Sweep come? I was expecting the Flame Sweep. I saw the Flame Sweep, but I didn't see a Talonflame.
Yeah, I saw the targeting move, thinking that it was going to come across the map. Whether it ended up going into a wall potentially, so blocked in their tracks. But 4 KOs for this Absol here, as they are looking for some more. But they end up getting taken down amongst the mix, along with the Sableye. So Inteleon is needing to go and save themselves, while Oblivion is just taking the rest of Banny for a trip.
Yeah, I mean, go follow the Snorlax, take a trip into the woods, make sure that this is not going to hinder you, which is Lunia is going to get a nice 22 inside that top path. But look at what is happening right here. It is Chase the Urshifu Day on Athea Sky Ruins right now, Keeler, because they just have to run away from that, and Banny going to turn their attention to this Regieleki. Going to go completely uncontested this time.
Yeah, and that is going to be marching its way towards that tier 2 pad. So that is a real threat for Revelation, especially considering there's another Reg Ice on the field that I'm sure they would like to have a hand at. But Zuzuro turning around, avoiding that Chaos Glower. That way they don't end up getting sent back home. Instead, bringing some members for some backup.
Yeah, roll call is called, but the Azure Spy Vision is also being called. Huge barrage blow! Does manage to hit the Absol, but Absol stays alive. Machamp's fists are just too powerful this time around. Submission onto the Inteleon, but inside that Azure Spy Vision, those boosted critical hits are going to be big. And now, oh, I thought that was going to be a takedown on the Inteleon as well, but actually managed to hit the snipe shot just as Talonflame landed from that fly.
Yeah, very well timed eject button from Bora just to go and trick that Talonflame, unable to land its mark. Otherwise, Reg Ice is going to go for free towards Revelations, as Banny have decided to surrender that fight and prioritize getting some wild Pokemon instead.
I mean, farming up is probably a really good idea here. It's ready. Look at all the yellow dots that are on the farm. They want that top pad to be broken because they'll get access to more NDDs. Look at that, just a level 12 Urshifu and a level 13 Absol for the side of Revelation, but level 12 Inteleon just coming up on the mark. Level 13 Talonflame, 12 and 13 Machamp and Mewtwo, as well as Machamp gets sent back to the Pokemon Center. That is not what you want right now to give the experience right back to Revelation. These teams, but Keelan, 28 seconds to go. This could be a win con for the side of Bannis, but that is not what you want to happen there.
No, look at this. Lunia trying to dunk in their 50. They quickly get interrupted by the Umbreon with that Snarl. They're trying to put all efforts into breaking this, creating some space. That way, Banny do not have the chance to go and secure this Regieleki. They're nowhere inside. I don't even think there's going to be enough time, as we already see Revelation getting their positioning in the Rayquaza pit.
This is a smart decision to go for that positioning over, as well as taking away that tier 1 180 to 311. But Killer, the Snorlax has decided to go in super quickly. Roll call's going to come out from Hooper into the Infinite Cyber, and that's going to take a bunch of HP away from Urshifu. The Hooper's going to start everyone out. Flame Sweep takes them away, and there are 2 members down, 3 members down for the side of Revelation. There is no way this is going to come down to Oblivion once again.
And X marks the spot for Yang, taking down that biggest threat. And now Rayquaza is full sights ahead, being able to be secured with no one from Revelation in sight. And it looks like Banny, they're looking to run away with the treasure this time round.
Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. And now they saw that Oblivion was available, the last member. The Deja Vu coming back to Banny, but they decided, let's take out the Snorlax first before we decide to rip the Rayquaza. But Revelation have actually come back in their own right, Kilo. 180 to 532. There's going to be another Hunderberg with 1 minute on the clock. 3 members alive for the side of Banny. They're going to have to look to defend right now, or just try and counter score, because there's a lot of points sitting in that top hat.
Yeah, an absolute gold mine, free for Yang to just go and balloon that lead even further while the rest of the members are looking to defend. Umbreon is the first to dive on in with their Snarl and Foul Play, and now those other 2 members are going to come and join them, as well as we have members quite low, still unable to get any dunks off.
No, and there we go. Umbreon's going to go down. There's the jump again from Talonflame. Talonflame's going to go for the fly. Hooper's going to call roll, going into its unbound form, make sure that no more points go in. 180 to 729. 2 members left alive for the side of Revelation. 1 member left aside. Oblivion is that member that just does not seem to get KO'd for the side of Revelation here.
Well, they did end up getting KO'd once again.
At the
So
very
it is
end.
a
At the very
complete
end.
team wipe. But my, oh my, what a final game for the losers finals. So intense, so much action. But after all of that, it ends up being Banny from the EU region, the last hope for them to make it on through to the grand finals and a rematch against Orange Juices.
Oh, that's the rematch that they wanted, Kilo. It was the Juices that sent Banny down to the losers rounds with a decisive 2-0 victory. And now Banny have fought their way out of the losers bracket. They're going to go and take them on inside that grand final. It's going to be NA versus EU. But for now, your winners in the NA-EU clash is going to be Banny.
Oh, that was such an intense match. I'm actually really keen to see the highlights and the stats for this one. I feel like there was just a lot of action all round. But even then, who do you think, before we see the MVP or player of the game, who do you think it was?
I
saw it! Yang! The guess was Yang! Yes, definitely. We got it right.
My guess was Yang. My guess was Yang. Getting 262, making sure they kept the pressure on, especially after the Rayquaza had taken. There were 3 members down for the side of Banny. So being able to actually get those points in and continue to score as well kept the pressure on. And then they returned back to home base and kept the pressure on by taking some of those KOs as well. So fantastic job. But look at Dispenser on those 14 assists, Kilo.
Yeah. Stabilize the nuisance. That's all I have to say with that. But yeah, just a lot of action all around. Definitely got to give it to Nachos on that Machamp as well. Those submissions were landed to a team, especially in that earlier game, to get the isolations. And as I said, it was such a great answer back towards the crowd control that Revelation were bringing in terms of that Snorlax and that Sableye. So it really just paired it in well for Heizaki and Yang on the Talonflame to come and do the job. But even then, that's not to discredit while we're highlighting, these attackers, Suzuro being able to trick the right members and get them out of the way. Even Qatar diving in with their snarls at the perfect time to just go and avoid and disrupt what Revelation we're bringing. It's, we're highlighting Batty, but Revelation also put up a pretty good fight matching this team.
I mean, they took it to a Game 3 situation, and that's what we love to see. We love to watch more Pokemon Unite. The viewers love to watch more Pokemon Unite. We get to see crazy things like a Snorlax taking the Rayquaza with a power nap, and he almost did it once again in game number 3 as well. But, I mean, all said and done, Banny are your winners. They have won the lower brackets finals, which means they are going to go up into the grand finals, which is what we are going to bring to you next, Killer. So we're going to take a little break. We're going to get our energy on. We're going to get a little bit of a snack. Guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with your INGAGE Master Series 2025 grand finals.
Please do not get in my way. You cannot drive in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. That I know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't fed them. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving slow on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Bringing the fire. I just been bringing the. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the. I got the fuel in my veins. Trust me, I'm making a name. We are not one and the same. I am on top of the game. I cut out the line on my brakes, and that's why the driver's insane. Heart of a champ, adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. I'm too competitive, I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't fed them. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving slow on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. I did not fear not one of y'all. They thought I was underdog. I did not fear not one of y'all. They thought I was underdog. I do not fear not one of y'all. They thought I was underdog. I did not fear not one of y'all. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't fed them. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the. Bringing the fire. We're bringing the fire. And they can't stop me. We're bringing the fire. We're bringing the fire. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the.
Hey, yeah, let's see how you do under pressure. Oh, yeah, I've been wanting this forever. I've been in the field with whatever they throw at me. Brush it off, pick myself up, moving on to the better. Hey, yeah, ain't no errors, baby, it's a new era. I wake up early, feeling rich like I'm Kesha. I get to the paper, boy. Extra, extra. Work with me, you know that I got it. Come with me, let's take a trip to the islands. We up on the jet, we'll do more than just fly on it. Stand on that hill, you gon' die on it. Boom, boom. Baby, I'm not one of them, you should try on it. Miss me with all that, I'm on to the next. Whip this up, I send you back to your ex. But good luck with that, this is big as it gets. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Yeah, oh shoot. They don't let me shoot a whole clip. Firepower in this coalition. We just turned the field into a demolition. It was desolate, but I had premonition. I was training for war, every exhibition, every extra mission, every enemy listening. Get off my dick, I got bad intentions. Make it right every wrong, and I'm back with a vengeance. I show you the ropes. Peace in my town, I can show you the coast. Up in the shots if they wanted to smoke. If you know, then you know. Suited up, my whole team do the same. Don't you forget who created the game. Ready for war, I was born with grenades. The trenches where soldiers are made. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Hey, yeah, let's see how you do under pressure. Oh, yeah, I've been wanting this forever. I've been in the field with whatever they throw at me. Brush it off, pick myself up, moving on to the better. Hey, yeah, ain't no errors, baby, it's a new era. I wake up early, feeling rich like I'm Kesha. I get to the paper, boy. Extra, extra. Work with me, you know that I got it. Come with me, let's take a trip to the islands. We up on the jet, we'll do more than just fly on it. Stand on that hill, you gon' die on it. Boom, boom. Baby, I'm not one of them, you should try on it. Miss me with all that, I'm on to the next. Whip this up, I send you back to your ex. But good luck with that, this is big as it gets. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Yeah, oh shoot. They don't let me shoot a whole clip. Firepower in this coalition. We just turned the field into a demolition. It was desolate, but I had premonition. I was training for war, every exhibition, every extra mission, every enemy listening. Get off my dick, I got bad intentions. Make it right every wrong, and I'm back with a vengeance. I show you the ropes. Peace in my town, I can show you the coast. Up in the shots if they wanted to smoke. If you know, then you know. Suited up, my whole team do the same. Don't you forget who created the game. Ready for war, I was born with grenades. The trenches where soldiers are made. Let's see how you do under pressure. pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Hey, yeah, let's see how you do under pressure. Oh, yeah, I've been wanting this forever. I've been in the field with whatever they throw at me. Brush it off, pick myself up, moving on to the better. Hey, ain't no errors, baby, it's a new era. I wake up early, feeling rich like I'm Kesha. I get to the paper, boy. Extra, extra. Work with me, you know that I got it. Come with me, let's take a trip to the islands. We up on the jet, we'll do more than just fly on it. Stand on that hill, you gon' die on it. Boom, boom. Baby, I'm not one of them, you should try on it. Miss me with all that, I'm on it and next. Whip this up, I send you back to your ex. But good luck with that, this is big as it gets. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Yeah. Oh shoot, they don't let me shoot a whole clip. Firepower in this coalition. We just turned the field into a demolition. It was desolate, but I had premonition. I was training for war, every exhibition, every extra mission, every enemy listening. Get off my dick, I got bad intentions. Make it right every wrong, and I'm back with a vengeance. I show you the ropes. Peace in my town, I can show you the coast. Up in the shots if they wanted to smoke. If you know, then you know. Suited up, my whole team do the same. Don't you forget who created the game. Ready for war, I was born with grenades. The trenches where soldiers are made. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Hey, yeah, let's see how you do under pressure. Oh, yeah, I've been wanting this forever. I've been in the field with whatever they throw at me. Brush it off, pick myself up, moving on to the better. Hey, ain't no errors, baby, it's a new era. I wake up early, feeling rich like I'm Kesha. I get to the paper, boy. Extra, extra. Work with me, you know that I got it. Come with me, let's take a trip to the islands. We up on the jet, we'll do more than just fly on it. Stand on that hill, you gon' die on it. Boom, boom. Baby, I'm not one of them, you should try on it. Miss me with all that, I'm on it and next. Whip this up, I send you back to your ex. But good luck with that, this is big as it gets. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Yeah. Oh shoot, they don't let me shoot a whole clip. Firepower in this coalition. We just turned the field into a demolition. It was desolate, but I had premonition. I was training for war, every exhibition, every extra mission, every enemy listening. Get off my dick, I got bad intentions. Make it right every wrong, and I'm back with a vengeance. I show you the ropes. Peace in my town, I can show you the coast. Up in the shots if they wanted to smoke. If you know, then you know. Suited up, my whole team do the same. Don't you forget who created the game. Ready for war, I was born with grenades. The trenches where soldiers are made. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Hey, yeah, let's see how you do under pressure. Oh, yeah, I've been wanting this forever. I've been in the field with whatever they throw at me. Brush it off, pick myself up, moving on to the better. Hey, yeah, ain't no errors, baby, it's a new era. I wake up early, feeling rich like I'm Kesha. I get to the paper, boy. Extra, extra. Work with me, you know that I got it. Come with me, let's take a trip to the islands. We up on the jet, we'll do more than just fly on it. Stand on that hill, you gon' die on it. Boom, boom. Baby, I'm not one of them, you should try on it. Miss me with all that, I'm on it index. Whip this up, I send you back to your ex. But good luck with that, this is big as it gets. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Yeah. Oh shoot, they don't let me shoot a whole clip. Firepower in this coalition. We just turned the field into a demolition. It was desolate, but I had premonition. I was training for war, every exhibition, every extra mission, every enemy listening. Get off my I got bad intentions, make it right every wrong, and I'm back with a vengeance. I show you the ropes. Peace in my town, I can show you the coast. Up in the shots if they wanted to smoke. If you know, then you know. Suited up, my whole team do the same. Don't you forget who created the game. Ready for war, I was born with grenades. The trenches where soldiers are made. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Hey, yeah, let's see how you do under pressure. Oh, yeah, I've been wanting this forever. I've been in the field with whatever they throw at me. Brush it off, pick myself up, moving on to the better. Hey, yeah, ain't no errors, baby, it's a new era. I wake up early, feeling rich like I'm Kesha. I get to the paper, boy. Extra, extra. Work with me, you know that I got it. Come with me, let's take a trip to the islands. We up on the jet, we'll do more than just fly on it. Stand on that hill, you gon' die on it. Boom, boom. Baby, I'm not one of them, you should try on it. Miss me with all that, I'm on it index. Whip this up, I send you back to your ex. But good luck with that, this is big as it gets. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Yeah. Oh shoot, they don't let me shoot a whole clip. Firepower in this coalition. We just turned the field into a demolition. It was desolate, but I had premonition. I was training for war, every exhibition, every extra mission, every enemy listening. Get off my I got bad intentions, make it right every wrong, and I'm back with a vengeance. I show you the ropes. Peace in my town, I can show you the coast. Up in the shots if they wanted to smoke. If you know, then you know. Suited up, my whole team do the same. Don't you forget who created the game. Ready for war, I was born with grenades. The trenches where soldiers are made. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. let's see how you do under pressure. Oh, yeah, I've been wanting this forever. I've been in the field with whatever they throw at me. Brush it off, pick myself up, moving on to the better. Hey, yeah, ain't no errors, baby, it's a new era. I wake up early, feeling rich like I'm Kesha. I get to the paper, boy. Extra, extra. Work with me, you know that I got it. Come with me, let's take a trip to the islands. We up on the jet, we'll do more than just fly on it. Stand on that hill, you gon' die on it. Boom, boom. Baby, I'm not one of them, you should try on it. Miss me with all that, I'm on it index. Whip this up, I send you back to your ex. But good luck with that, this is big as it gets. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Yeah, oh shoot. They don't let me shoot a whole clip. Firepower in this coalition. We just turned the field into a demolition. It was desolate, but I had premonition. I was training for war, every exhibition, every extra mission, every enemy listening. Get off my I got bad intentions, make it right every wrong, and I'm back with a vengeance. I show you the ropes. Peace in my town, I can show you the coast. Up in the shots if they wanted to smoke. If you know, then you know. Suited up, my whole team do the same. Don't you forget who created the game. Ready for war, I was born with grenades. The trenches where soldiers are made. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Hey, yeah, let's see how you do under pressure. Oh, yeah, I've been wanting this forever. I've been in the field with whatever they throw at me. Brush it off, pick myself up, moving on to the better. Hey, yeah, ain't no errors, baby, it's a new era. I wake up early, feeling rich like I'm Kesha. I get to the paper, boy. Extra, extra. Work with me, you know that I got it. Come with me, let's take a trip to the islands. We up on the jet, we'll do more than just fly on it. Stand on that hill, you gon' die on it. Boom, boom. Baby, I'm not one of them, you should try on it. Miss me with all that, I'm on it index. Whip this up, I send you back to your ex. But good luck with that, this is big as it gets. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Yeah, oh shoot. They don't let me shoot a whole clip. Firepower in this coalition. We just turned the field into a demolition. It was desolate, but I had premonition. I was training for war, every exhibition, every extra mission, every enemy listening. Get off my I got bad intentions, make it right every wrong, and I'm back with a vengeance. I show you the ropes. Peace in my town, I can show you the coast. Up in the shots if they wanted to smoke. If you know, then you know. Suited up, my whole team do the same. Don't you forget who created the game. Ready for war, I was born with grenades. The trenches where soldiers are made. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Hey, yeah, let's see how you do under pressure. Oh, yeah, I've been wanting this forever. I've been in the field with whatever they throw at me. Brush it off, pick myself up, moving on to the better. Hey, yeah, I get to the paper, boy. Extra, extra. Walk with me, you know that I got it. Come with me, let's take a trip to the islands. We up on the jet, we'll do more than just fly on it. Stand on that hill, you gon' die on it. Boom, boom. Baby, I'm not one of them, you should try on it. Miss me with all that, I'm on it index. Whip this up, I send you back to your ex. But good luck with that, this is big as it gets. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Yeah. Oh shoot, they don't let me shoot a whole clip. Firepower in this coalition. We just turned the field into a demolition. It was desolate, but I had premonition. I was training for war every exhibition, every extra mission, every enemy listening. Get off my dick, I got bad intentions. Make it right every wrong, and I'm back with a vengeance. I show you the ropes. Peace in my town, I can show you the coast. Up in the shots if they wanted to smoke. If you know, then you know. Suited up, my whole team do the same. Don't you forget who created the game. Ready for war, I was born with grenades. The trenches where soldiers are made. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Let's see how you do under pressure. Oh, yeah. I've been wanting this forever. I've been in the field with whatever they throw at me. Brush it off, pick myself up, moving on to the better. Okay. Hey. Yeah. Ain't no errors, baby, it's a new era. I wake up early, feeling rich like I'm Kesha. I get to the paper, boy. Extra, extra. Walk with me, you know that I got it. Come with me, let's take a trip to the islands. We up on the jet, we'll do more than just fly on it. Stand on that hill, you gon' die on it. Boom, boom. Baby, I'm not one of them, you should try on it. Miss me with all that, I'm on it index. Up, I send you back to your ex, but good luck with that, this is big as it gets. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Yeah. Oh shoot, they don't let me shoot a whole clip. Firepower in this coalition. We just turned the field into a demolition. It was desolate, but I had premonition. I was training for war every exhibition, every extra mission, every enemy listening. Get off my dick, I got bad intentions. Make it right every wrong, and I'm back with a vengeance. I show you the ropes. Peace in my town, I can show you the coast. Up in the shots if they wanted to smoke. If you know, then you know. Suited up, my whole team do the same. Don't you forget who created the game. Ready for war, I was born with grenades. The trenches where soldiers are made. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Let's see how you do under pressure. Oh, yeah. I've been wanting this forever. I've been in the field with whatever they throw at me. Brush it off, pick myself up, moving on to the better. Okay. Hey. Yeah. Ain't no errors, baby, it's a new era. I wake up early, feeling rich like I'm Kesha. I get to the paper, boy. Extra, extra. Walk with me, you know that I got it. Come with me, let's take a trip to the islands. We up on the jet, we'll do more than just fly on it. Stand on that hill, you gon' die on it. Boom, boom. Baby, I'm not one of them, you should try good luck with that, this is big as it gets. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Yeah. Oh shoot, they don't let me shoot a whole clip. Firepower in this coalition. We just turned the field into a demolition. It was desolate, but I had premonition. I was training for war, every exhibition, every extra mission, every enemy listening. Get off my d- I got bad intentions, make it right every wrong, and I'm back with a vengeance. I show you the ropes. Peace in my town, I can show you the coast. Up in the shots if they wanted to smoke. If you know, then you know. Suited up, my whole team do the same. Don't you forget who created the game. Ready for war, I was born with grenades. The trenches where soldiers are made. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Hey, yeah, let's see how you do under pressure. Oh, yeah, I've been wanting this forever. I've been in the field with whatever they throw at me. Brush it off, pick myself up, moving on to the better. Hey, yeah, ain't no errors, baby, it's a new era. I wake up early, feeling rich like I'm Kesha. I get to the paper, boy. Extra, extra. Work with me, you know that I got it. Come with me, let's take a trip to the islands. We up on the jet, we'll do more than just fly on it. Stand on that hill, you gon' die on it. Boom, boom. Baby, I'm not one of them, you should try on it. Miss me with all that, I'm on it and next. Whip this up, I send you back to your ex. But good luck with that, this is big as it gets. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Yeah, oh shoot, they don't let me shoot a whole clip. Firepower in this coalition. We just turned the field into a demolition. It was desolate, but I had premonition. I was training for war, every exhibition, every extra mission, every enemy listening. Get off my d- I got bad intentions, make it right every wrong, and I'm back with a vengeance. I show you the ropes. Peace in my town, I can show you the coast. Up in the shots if they wanted to smoke. If you know, then you know. Suited up, my whole team do the same. Don't you forget who created the game. Ready for war, I was born with grenades. The trenches where soldiers are made. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Hey, yeah, let's see how you do under pressure. Oh, yeah, I've been wanting this forever. I've been in the field with whatever they throw at me. Brush it off, pick myself up, moving on to the better. Hey, yeah, ain't no errors, baby, it's a new era. I wake up early, feeling rich like I'm Kesha. I get to the paper, boy. Extra, extra. Work with me, you know that I got it. Come with me, let's take a trip to the islands. We up on the jet, we'll do more than just fly on it. Stand on that hill, you gon' die on it. Boom, boom. Baby, I'm not one of them, you should try on it. Miss me with all that, I'm on it and next. Whip this up, I send you back to your ex. But good luck with that, this is big as it gets. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's Oh shoot, they don't let me shoot a whole clip. Firepower in this coalition. We just turned the field into a demolition. It was desolate, but I had premonition. I was training for war every exhibition, every extra mission, every enemy listening. Get off my dick, I got bad intentions. Make it right every wrong, and I'm back with a vengeance. I show you the ropes. Peace in my town, I can show you the coast. Up in the shots if they wanted to smoke. If you know, then you know. Suited up, my whole team do the same. Don't you forget who created the game. Ready for war, I was born with grenades. The trenches where soldiers are made. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Apologies on the extended break there. We had to make sure we had plenty of hydration because this is going to be a very exciting grand final. But before that, we have none other than Lel here with us. And I do apologize, Lel. I don't know how to pronounce your team's name. That was going to be one of my questions. How do we pronounce it, and what does your team name mean?
My team name actually mean it's Krias do Jake for you guys that speak English, and the meaning is would be like Jake's crew, and Jake Jake is the name of Sotos, my defender. Is Soto's dog.
Oh,
like
wait, it's Soto's dog.
Yes,
Is
Soto's
Jake.
dog.
His name's Jake. Okay. All right. Well, Tyler, we're gonna start off this interview. We got how to pronounce the name. We got the lore behind the name. Now we have to ask you guys. Now you guys have qualified for Worlds this year around. How excited are you guys to be back on that international stage? And actually, just watching the INGAGE Master Series at the moment, seeing all these international teams play against each other with the EU and the NA, and as well as LATAM North and South. Does this give you any ideas for your preparation coming up into Worlds?
Oh yeah, we are very excited indeed. Like it's for me, Falb and Soto. It's our fourth time in Worlds. We've been in all the others, and surely we like to watch it all. Like many teams, many different types to play the game, and we are actually surprised because the meta and the priority are very different from what we've been doing in the past months in Brazil. So surely we are enjoying a lot to watch this tournament.
And well, what goes into the preparation for the World Championships? Obviously, you do scrim against your own sort of region quite frequently throughout the season, but you're here back at the World Championships. What's so different about getting prepared for when that comes up?
Like right now, like we are like through a few weeks after regionals, so we are like more like preparing our on how we will manage to go. So we are doing fundraising, coaches to gather funds to be able to go to Anaheim. So we are quite like more of that, but we are also like screaming every day, but not as like we would scream in like real preparation time. But it's always like uh, for example, I think our biggest partner is DMX, DreamX Esports. They are going they're going to fly today to New Orleans to play NAIC, and we kind of lost they their them. We kind of lost them like for the next weeks because they were like our biggest screen partners. So it's like we have to manage here and there. It's a little bit hard to prepare it like right now, but we look for like closer to the tournament. We will go through it.
That's exciting having a team that's now participating they're on their way to participate, I believe, at NAIC right now. So what do you learn specifically by constantly going up against one of the best teams in your region? Are you constantly evolving? Is there a friendly rivalry between you guys? Are you on good terms with the players from your region? So tell me a little bit about the kind of the community that you've got over there in terms of just finding teams to play, as well as just being able to talk about the game with other pro players. How do you find that?
Oh, I think that's a reality. Like this year, surely I think DreamX was our biggest screen partner, but like I know for sure that DreamX has another teams in Brazil that they don't screen at all, and it's about that rivalry. Like this exists, and like I see the results. It's like it's really impact on how the team works. Like from the regional scenes here, the Brazilian preparation from DreamX for the NAIC, like I saw that team changing a lot, and I think it's mostly because of our screens. Like they changed like roles, they did swaps. So I think it's mostly because of our screens. So uh, it does a lot. Like it helps a lot. Like having a really good partner in your own region that can screen every day.
Yeah, 100%, buddy. Now, obviously, going to Worlds, you can tell us a little bit about your fundraising that's going on in a minute. But what I want to know is who is the number one team that you want to go up against when you hit that world stage?
It's not being uh, like not being too much of loving my country, but I really would love like to face Aegis Flames in a words like it never happened before. Like two Brazilians facing each other, it's hard to happen. It's like not easy. But I would really like to face the other Brazilian team. I think would be like a, a great entertainment for our community, and is and I would like this to happen like in at least top three.
I mean, Aegis Flame have put on a performance in the Engage Master Series. Tana, you and I got to witness them go through the group stages as well and cast a couple of them. I would love to have a chance to have a look at Aegis Flame versus Lel on the oh god, I can't even pronounce the
Korea's
name
the Jake
of
or
your team.
RJ's
Yeah,
crew.
that's it. Korea's the Jake. I would love to see Aegis Flame taking on them. So we talked about your fundraising. If you want to let us know, we're going to drop the links to anything that we can do to help that go. So if you want to tell us about your crowdfunding to help you get to that world stage, because we can help as much as we can. So give us a little bit of explanation just how you're managing to raise those funds to head on over to Worlds.
Thank you very much for the space, and I'm doing live streams on Twitch every day. My Twitch handle is LELZIKA Leozika, and there is like all the informations about fundraising, how people from overseas can donate to us, and we are doing this every day. So every day I'm on live, and Fob too, the jungler of my team. So I think that's the best way to do. And my Twitter handle, I also posted there. The details is LEL_unite.
So, are you playing Pokemon Unite every day on stream, Lel? Is that what you're doing?
Not every day. Like this weekend was all about streaming tournaments. All about
Okay.
like the Japanese tournament. I think in the past 20 hours I streamed 16 hours.
Ooh.
Oh damn.
Wow.
Damn.
To be fair, though, those Japanese tournaments have been incredible from what I've been hearing. I've not had a chance to watch them either. I've been quite busy this weekend, but from what I've been hearing, it has been so interesting to see what was going on there. I mean, Fennel are not going to be going to Worlds unless they go to NIC and win there, which is just incredible, right, Lel? How different does that make the World Championships? Not if the World Champions don't make it there.
Oh, that's really surprising. This will be the first time that happened, but I think it's the reality. I don't think like they will. I don't know yet if they will head to the last chance, but will be really really surprising.
I mean, that's why they call it last chance, right? Everyone has a chance to get to that world stage. We will drop all of those links in the chat as well as well. We'll retweet all of that kind of stuff for Lel to get them over, help that crowdfunding going on towards getting them over to the world stage. Tana, I believe we have one final question to ask, but it relates to our grand finals and to get Lel's opinion on that. You want to go ahead and ask him that little question?
Yeah, I mean, hey, well, we've got the Banny here going up against Orange Juices. Who do you think is going to win this one?
I think Orange Juice is gonna win. They are playing really well this tournament, so I've been watching since last week. So I think they'll just roll over 3-0
Interesting.
or 2-0. I don't know
Okay.
if it's in BO3.
That is true. Well, anyway, that is Lel from Jake's crew. Thank you so much for the interview here, buddy. We're gonna head on and bring back Kello because we need to say goodbye to the incredible caster there, and then we're gonna bring you the grand finals. I cannot wait for this action, Lobo. It's gonna be very exciting. And I just want to call it, as we bring Kello back, we were talking behind the scenes back before the semi-finals, and we were like, who's going to get into the grand finals here? I said Orange Juices and Banny from the get-go. I called it.
Bit of future sight there, I see. Equipping those powers and telling the future. So, yeah, the fact that we get to see a rematch between these two teams is pretty exciting. I gotta track back to that interview as well. I know they said that the name means Jake's crew, which is actually based on Suto's dog. Here I am thinking maybe they just really love Spraggles and they've named their team after him because his name is Jake too. But I mean, the disappointment. I know he'd be disappointed to hear that it's not actually named after him.
I mean, he's popular enough. We can't have everything named after him now, can we?
I mean, we could.
We could. We definitely could. But let's get a final look into this. Killer, before we get into, do you want to take us through the bracket? Give us a look at how these two teams that are sitting in our grand finals go with Banners and Orange Juices.
Well, Orange Juices, they haven't dropped a single game yet throughout this whole tournament. So whether they're going to be able to just do a whole full clean sweep through the group stage and through the bracket stage, that will definitely be an impressive performance, or whether Banners have learned a thing or two going up against them in that winners final. We'll have to wait and see. But you know what, folks? I am going to say ta-ta for now and hand you over to Tano and Lobo, who are going to cast this grand final. So thank you so much for having me. We'll catch you around.
I want to say bye-bye to the lovely Kilosaurus. Tano, it is you and me finishing it off again, my friend Blissey, Blaziken, Sableye, band off. Orange Juices on your purple side. Banners on your... Banners on your orange side. I got orange twice and I got messed up. But Sweet Green is going to be that final band, buddy.
I mean, that was the original name for the Orange Juicers, right? They went with Team Orange just to trip up Spraggles themselves. But no, here we go. It's all come down to this incredible fights that we've seen, buddy. And it's going to be a lock-in for Roland on the side up there from the get-go. And Qatar is going to take the Snorlax and Sazero here with the Hooper as well. So already getting the core of their teams locked down here for Banny.
I mean, it looks like OJ is probably going to go with that Garchomp, the original gangster, the original ground dragon type might come out to play. But Flareon is hovering over a Duraludon, and I know we don't say it because it's a caster's curse. Zogra's going to take that spot and take that Lapras. Lapras is an interesting pick. It seems almost like it sounds insulting, but it seems like a less effective Suicune with the ice and the bubble beam, as well as the Choo Choo Lapras Express. It's such a good alternative to Suicune, considering how often Suicune gets banned out.
No, 100%. I thought we were going to have a bit of Godzilla action there as well, but no, Nachos is going to lock in the Garchomp here for Bani, with Hasaiki grabbing the Zero Aura as well. So going back to those really dominant speedsters. Now, as a reminder, chat, so it is a best of 5 in this grand finals. Orange Juicers will have a 1-game advantage by getting here from the upper side of this bracket. Flareon's locks in the Inteleon. Kratos rounds it off with a Dodrio. Orange Juicers going back to what they know best here, Lobo.
I mean, I have watched Kratos on this Dodrio, and it's just masterful performance. Just way he's able to zip around that map and just be unhindered by anything. Flareon's that Inteleon. We've seen some incredible Inteleon performances so far tonight. Yang's going to round that up with a Sizzle. It shows Sizzle, but we see the full heal. We see the Razor. We see the Razor Claw. So that's definitely, most likely, I'm 98.8% sure that that's going to be a Scyther. With Nachos also opting for that Garchomp and the Rocky Helmet. It's interesting. Going to see how much damage Garchomp's going to be able to do. Haizaki, we have seen on the ranged attackers so far throughout their run in this competition so far, Tano, but to pick up a Zeora is very interesting. No real range damage coming out from the side of Bani.
No, and it does look like Bani want to go quite aggressive here, buddy. And I like it, to be honest. The difficulty is that they're up against Orange Juicers who managed to beat them. Some people felt more comfortably with that previous matchup. So they definitely need to change some things up, and they need to see if they can adjust to what Orange Juicers previously brought to them. They've been dominant in this Master Series, have Orange Juicers. Bani have as well, but they've not lost a single set yet. Orange Juicers just have the answer to everyone they come up against here, buddy.
No, I agree with you. I wanted to before. It just seems like a good stun technique tactic from the side of the juicy ones. They are going to be able to get those stuns, especially if they're playing Double Beam, as well as the two speedsters is interesting with Zeora and a Scyther, as we do see Qatar is going to go for a nice little invade. We saw this before. What way to stop Flareon's, then take away the buffs that make him so buff and big. But now Qatar is really taking it to Kratos.
That's the power of the Snorlax in these early stages, but it's so difficult to take it down, getting that HP recovery, having a quick nap. But it does mean that down in this basement lane, it's left Zero Aura by themselves. Sasaki has been able to defend against the stacks coming their way, but 11 already going in for Orange Juicers. We need to see Qatar pull in the rest of the Orange Juicers here. Qatar does try to steal away the blue aura, doesn't get it, got the red one though, and it looks like Roland's going to try and roll them over.
I mean, Roland wants to make sure that Snorlax doesn't get any kind of way, but look at it, it's going to run right into a Buzzswole, but being threatened by a Scyther. We've got the dual wing beat on the side of the Scyther. All of those Altarias come as quickly as they went, and now Snorlax is in a bit of problem, but look at here, it is Sazura going to try and help the Snorlax to survive just a little bit longer, and there is chaos reigning over there. Skyruin picking up a nice little big Citrus Berry.
All of this just to distract from Gabai, trying to get that farm and get themselves back to a good level on the Garchomp. We do have 20 seconds before these mid-birds spawn, but we're having quick rotations here from this Snorlax. They're going to have to go into the central area here, see if they can sneak out the Lapras. And Lapras is going to do similar to what the Snorlax does, just biz a nuisance in this central area, get those final KOs on those auras. Does manage to get something there. Looking to take out Yang here, but the execute damage is so much. That's the passive of Lapras, enabling it to survive that damage coming on Indo Lobo.
Yeah, but look at that. That was the bait in from Zogrug there and allowed Kratos to get the KO on it to the Scyther, low health, and just baited him into the bush. Made almost, insinuating, hey, dive over this bush. There's nothing here. You're safe. But now, inside this one part, Flareon's trying to get accurate with those snap shots.
Yeah, let's see if they can get those KOs as Buzzwole uses the Leech Life onto the Gabai here, looking to get the KO onto Nachos. Nachos pulls Buzzwole onto the pad, gets away from the Leech Life, utilizing the full heal, I believe, and then gets the KO onto the Swole. That's going to be huge for the levels that they were looking for as Qatar gets back to the T1 pad. We've got 10 seconds until these first objectives spawn in, and Bani have found a little bit of relief for the moment.
They need to find some scores though here, Tana, because they're still looking at donuts on their side, especially with an attack weight Garchomp coming through. You really want to make sure they go, as it seems like the juicy ones are going to get some ice in their orange juice. That's nice and cool for them. They secure Regice down the bottom, but the rest of the team turning their attention to the top side. Lapras going to do a great job sizing everybody out. Scyther manages to take Regieleki, and Banas might be able to push onto this. The 4v3 situation, but Roland is just hiding out in that little bush.
There's the Green Illusion dive coming on it in. Does get hit by the Leech Life. Doesn't do enough though. As Yang's looking for these KOs with the Execute. But the Yawn goes onto the side dog. Keeps them out of that fight. But it is the Buzzwole that comes out on top. Defends this Lecky against Banny. And now they can get the KO onto it. The Orange Juicers just doing what they did in the first time these teams matched up. And dominating in the points and the levels right now. As we see trying to get that hit on the side of Zero Aura. They just get bounced on out of there, Lobo.
It's such an interesting thing to see the Buzzwole go for Leech Life in this composition as opposed to what we saw with Superpower and a Slam in the previous runs with Buzzwole. Having the ability to latch onto any of these speedsters and suck the life out of them, you know, drain them of all that good juiciness is what they want to do. So a nice little switch in play from Buzzwole to really switch up that moveset, showing its utility and just how these pro players are able to utilize every moveset and every ability at their hand. But right now, Psyduck Rollins managed to pull in the Garchomp, has to pop that Livid Outrage Unite move.
Yeah, it doesn't get any KOs with it either as Flareon takes them down using the Azure Spy Vision, so that's going to be huge. They managed to poke into Garchomp, get that Unite move, and then also get the KO without sacrificing anything. It's all going Orange Juice's way at the moment. Plasma Gale does come out from that Cho Zone. They're going to take the KO onto the Buzzwole. Zero Aura looking for more. Doesn't get rolling, but we do have Banny looking to prepare to push this T1 pad. We know how they like to play, buddy, but the damage coming in from Flareon's, it's ridiculous. And Banny make the decision to retreat from that situation.
It's a smart choice here, but look, Kratos is just going to try and charge them down with this three-headed menace that is Dodrio, turning their attention to a Registeel inside the bottom path. But here we go. Who's it going to go to? It is going to go to Scyther, so nice job securing that little buff. Now Lapras is in a problem, but that's exactly what Lapras is able to do. Choo-choo, get out of my way. Lapras Express is on the track, and they're coming in with the Green Illusion Drive as well. But Dodrio is going to pop that triple trample into the power nap from Snorlax. And inside the top path, Juices are just showing people how it's done.
Finally, some 40 points goes in for Banny. They finally get some scores as we leave that on free. They're going to get the 30 over cap. Definitely cutting down this score lead at the moment. It was desperate. Good yawn from Qatar there just to make sure Buzzwole can't lock them in with the Leech Life. Snorlax has plenty of health for Buzzwole to suck away as we see Zugrug trying to fight it out here with the Garchomp. Gets pulled in with the Dragon Rush, and that's going to be a massive KO there for Sazora with Nachos providing that assistance. And Banny do have a bit of flash of life in this game as we get to the final stages of it here, Lobo.
Yeah, 1 minute till that 3-minute mark is there. That's usually when Unite moves are off the table. 255 to 125. 3 level 10s on the side of Orange Juices with that Lapras side up Buzzwole, as well as level 13 and Teleon. Those snapshots are going to hit like a truck. No 13s yet for the side of Banny, but here we go. They're trying to look for an engage inside this top part. They could... I thought they would try and isolate Roland out there, but no, that positioning is just too good as the snapshots go in. But Volt Switch is going to try and go in with the Zeraora. There's the Azure Spy Vision from popped off by Flareons as well, caught in the Bubble Beam into the Power Nap. They're going to have a nice little engage here, but they got pulled into the Plasma Gale, Tano.
Oh, they got put around like a ping pong ball, buddy. Pulled through by Zero Aura, sent back and then to the Pokemon Center. Buzzwole trying to do what they can here to defend this T1, as is Rollin. But Banny have a moment of brilliance before putting out the Rayquaza in and finally cut down this score lead by a humongous amount. We now have a ball game on our hands here, Lobo.
Oh, we definitely do, my friend. I do believe it's a 44-point game, as it seems like Zugra's going to try and steal this one away. And they do! with the bubble beam. What are you doing? Zogrog, my goodness. Boswell is here, just bounces off. Snipe shot hits Scyther, and Boswell just misses that due to the trick. 15 seconds left to go on the clock until this green dragon decides to show itself. 2 level 13s for the side of the Juices, 2 level 13s for the side of Banny, but a level 14 Garchomp and a Hooper with Unite. This one could go any which way between these two teams as the dragon spawns, but Zero caught out real quick.
Oh, the Psychic lands, and so does the Snipe Shot. This is the difficulty that Banny are gonna have as we see Qatar get so weak they have to pop the power nap. I'm gonna take a nap right here, says Qatar. The scores are going in, though, on the side of Banny. They need it whilst this Livid Outrage comes through. Nacho stuck in a difficult situation as they get KO'd down. Now the carry on the side of Banny is no longer in this fight. Orange Juicers just need to find the little bit more as we see Zero Aura dodging away, gets hit by a Snipe Shot and the Psychic to delete them out of that fight, buddy. They do take down the Dodrio, though, and now we have the interesting final moments of this battle as OG put the pressure on against the Buzzwole, and now we're trying to see what's going on. It's very laggy for me, buddy, but it looks like Sazero is going to be able to stay around while Zugra tries to hunt them down. OG looks for Qatar, and we still don't have a rip onto the Rayquaza just yet. Banny have got more points on the board, buddy. Buzzwole takes out this Cypher. The Yawn comes through, and Nachos cleans up the side up. If they can take down Nachos here, the rip on the Rayquaza is needed from Orange Juicers.
Yeah, that was a nice little combo play between the Buzzsaw and the Dodrio. We got the feedback looking nice and clear. We got Flareons ready for the secure. Zeora could go in with the discharge, but no, Buzzsaw decides that was the better play to take it out, but Hooper is here, Snorlax is here, Rayquaza is incredibly low. The Juices are in the lead at the moment, and Rayquaza is dangerously low. The Heavy Slam goes in, but Inteleon takes it out, and that is going to be a Rayquaza secure by the Juicy Ones.
Wow, Banny, we've got 18 seconds left. There's nothing we can do against that. So Orange Juicers out of the gate, buddy. Just continue where they left off and dominate this game. They were a final few moments at about that 3-minute 30 mark where Banny were doing enough to get themselves back into that game, but it felt like every single team fight, it was all about Orange Juicers. It's Flareons taking the MVP, completely well deserved. They had nothing that could try and heal up the damage coming in from that Inteleon Lobo.
I agree with you 100%. And I just also, as well, the amount of crowd control that Orange Juices had to really just allow Inteleon to get that damage off was kind of crazy, Tano. You've got Zogrog with the Bubble Beam, also managing to secure a Regirock with Bubble Beam, of all things. You've got Roland with the Surfs and the Psychic bringing it in. You've also got OG. You also got OG who's able to just punch anybody away and then bring them in for a nice big hug into a Leech Life. And then Kratos just doing what they had to do best, almost acting, I want to say, in not a support role, but anyone that engaged and tried to do anything. Kratos was there with the tri-attacks, the Dodrio just getting in and out. He was all over that map. So what a fantastic first game by Orange Juicers. And again, they go in a game in hand into this grand final. So they're already up 2-0 against Banny.
I mean, mate, we're kind of on match point, right? We're literally on match point here. If Orange Juicers win this next one, they take the Master Series. It'll be free in the best of 5 that they've taken there. So it's going to be an exciting game, this one, buddy. And I feel like we need some adjustment from Banny. They cannot allow Inteleon to be in this game without being touched. They can't allow Inteleon to be in this game without having an answer for the damage it drops. The healing that Banny had wasn't enough to deal with that at the Rayquaza fight. They were on the back foot as soon as that dragon spawned.
No, I agree with you 100%. And again, it was just the amount of... It seemed like the damage that was coming out from the Orange Juices was just not something that Banning could handle. Like, yes, they had the Garchomp. There was a few incredible moments of the Garchomp scoop. We thought it was there, but then getting hugged by the Buzzsaw problem. Also, Zeora getting caught out early is a big problem. Having to pop that Plasma Gale into the to allow it to get takedown. But just the boosted coming up from the side of OJ was a miss. But actually, we had to skip the drop because we wanted to get straight into this game. As we can see, we're 840 in. The Bees are already come and gone, Tana. Banny on your purple side, Orange Juices on your orange side, Umbreon, Dragonite, Snorlax, Metagross, Inteleon for Banny, Lapras, Blissey, Garchomp, Mew, and Armarouge for the Juices.
So interesting that we have a Dragonite here for Banny as well as the Metagross. Metagross is so good against all-rounders. Kratos is here on the Armarouge Fire Spin, and that is an all-rounder moveset for that attacker, and they dominate that central area, taking it away from Banny, who are usually the ones that go for the invade, Lobo.
I agree with you, man. It's just a turnabout as fair play, as Kratos is now here trying to stop Yang from getting any kind of evolution. But you know, Armarouge is so good with that Fire Spin moveset, just acts as like a pseudo all-rounder. The more damage that you try and to deal onto him, he's going to deal right back. And Banny, they're looking at donuts right now. They need to get some scores on the board.
Yeah, that they do. This is incredible play by Orange Juices. Banny are back on the back foot. We do have them a tank here, though, which means Gyro Ball is going to give some nice shields onto the side of Nachos. Does mean that they can try and go up against Kratos here. We see Yang coming in as well. If Qatar can hit them out, but no, the X-Speed is going to allow Armarouge to get back to that T1 pad. Banny looking for the farm here as it spawns on in. Does connect onto the Gabite. Kratos continues to sit in the middle of this fight with the Fire Spin up, and there's nothing Banny can do against it. Nearly hitting level 9 here on the side of the Armarouge. Kratos tries to rein in the 30 burger, but they do cut down the Inteleon in the meantime. They're going to have their Unite move ready for the 7-minute mark here, Lobo.
I mean, having your Unite move for that 7-minute mark is crazy. I believe Blissey is going eggs as well. So having that Armorer just be able to stay in and stay sustained with all of those heals is kind of crazy. The amount of sustain that Kratos is now going to have, but they're turning their attention to this bottom side. Umbreon cannot do much here against the power of Lapras, and Garchomp's going to try and go in. Has to pop anything it can, but here we go. Can we get a Unite move here to secure? But no, it's going to be Garchomp that secures that with the scoop.
Oh my god, buddy. Now they're trying to see if they can push this Lecky in. They've got an entire minute and 30 seconds before the Springboard is up on the home pad. They're going to get KOs left, right, and center because Banny have to run all that way. The Lecky's getting very weak, though. Looks like the defense is here with Qatar slamming them out of there and utilizing the Yawn, allowing Nachos to lock down the Lecky, but they get KO'd for it in return. Orange Juicers have got the pedal to the metal, and they are not letting it go right now. Qatar puts a Yawn onto Bliss, but this is going to be a 34 overcap in the T1 by OG.
That is almost 200 points to 0 right now for the side of Banny. They really need to find a way back into this with Metagross and Dragonite and Inteleon online. This could be a way back into it, but we're looking at 3 level 10s on the side of OJ right now. Tana with a level 10 Garchomp, 10 Mew, and a level 11 Armarouge. They need to get some KOs. They need to get some experience because right now, they're looking at a shutout completely by OJ.
Oh man, we're about to hit the 5-minute mark halfway through this game, and there's still a fat donut on the board for Banny. Now, they've managed to at least keep it under that 200 score mark, so when we do get to final stretch, they will still be a game that they can have, but they need levels, and they need them quick. We see Lapras here looking for that 30 dunk. Zugrug's going to try and do that. Inteleon does stop the score. That's going to save Banny for final moments here as they go to rotate down for this KO. Zugrug trying to see if they can get themselves out of that situation. Their snipe shot misses, and they do get out of there.
Zugrug's doing a fantastic job on this Lapras. I just have to say, every match that I've watched them play the Lapras, or that OJ have actually pulled out the Lapras, it's been such a great utilization to distract or to do anything that they need to do. There's Dragonite going to come in with its Unite move. It's going to be Dragon Big Dragon inside this top path. Limit Outrage is going to come in. Midnight Prance from the Umbreon, but it is the Hyper Beam that's going to secure it for the side of Banny, and that's exactly what they need. As Garchomp goes down, takes a visit to Nurse Joy. The Asur's 5 is going to be popped as well. Are Banny going to try and move on to this? Because Metagross has decided to go and pop the computer. But Banny are looking very low right. But that Regieleki has finally walked in. Donut Store is closed right now, Tano. They finally get some points in.
That they do, some really important ones as well. They only sacrificed about 2 KOs for it, so huge shout out to them. And I mean, it doesn't really matter when you're lower levels than Orange Juicers anyway if you do get KO'd. 82 points on the board now, and look at the way that Orange Juicers are going to respond to it, buddy. Registeel is going to get taken by Garchomp, and they come down here to take the farm away from Banny, and it would not surprise me if they show a bit of tension to the T2, but knowing so many Pokemon from Banny are there, they retreat now and look for more experience on the board.
I mean, Zugrug looks like they want to be sneaky here and try to get some points in a 40 dunk, but Zugrug is going to be targeted by the entirety of Banny's team, and I don't know if this is the smartest play because Lapras has that Unite move. He could pop the Lapras Express, but no, Zugrug just decides to take the KO like a man. The Psycho, boom, hits its mark, and Banny have to go in full retreat mode.
I've got to say, buddy, Qatar's Yawns are doing so much for Banny here. They're so aggressive on the side of Orange Juices. The Yawns are keeping these fights broken up at certain moments, and it's allowing Banny to either get some good connections on their final KOs or at least get out of the situation that they're in. So they're going to have to continue to put that up as we have 20 seconds before this Lecky spawns on in. Does look like Banny are going to rotate to it or at least show face so that it doesn't get ripped by Orange Juices. 45 seconds before Rayquaza's on the field here, Lobo.
What I do like that Banny have done, they have managed to get back some levels for this team, but level 12 Inteleon, they wanted to be at level 13. We got level 12 Metagross and a level 12 Dragonite. It looks like Banny might just go for the rip with Dragonite here. I could see we were a little bit surprised about the Dragonite pick to originally start off, but to ensure that secure comes through is a great thing when you come to that Rayquaza fight. But if you're completely team white, having a surefire secure like Dragonite, it's not going to really matter as we head our way towards this Rayquaza fight. 17 seconds on the clock. Both teams positioning aggressively here, Tano.
Yeah, and look, buddy, we're in an all-rounder meta at the moment, so, you know, the Dragonite is a very decent Pokemon. I feel like the Hyper Beam is so strong for their team here. Great amount of damage, great rip as well. So good shout-out for bringing that in, as here we go. The fight spin rains on down. We do see the X-Speed utilized by the Umbreon to get out of there. It's a power nap coming in from Qatar, but the rest of the team has retreated, looking for those quick KOs in the top side. Lapras has managed to disrupt Banny here. There's the Azure Spy Vision coming out from Azaki, but can they get away from the Mew? The Mystical Mirage chasing them down. Moonlight Prance here by Kratos as well, trying to put the pressure on against OG. Sazero has to retreat from that situation, and Banny just can't lock in a single moment KO here in this fight. Again, Nachos dives on in onto Roland, looking for the KOs, but they just can't do enough right now as the rest of Orange Juice circles around them. The Compute and Crush got disrupted there, and they're not able to use it here. Oh my god, Lobo, Orange Juices are doing what they need to do, but can Qatar dive in? No, they can! It was so close, but it's Mew who locks in the big green dragon, and it looks like that's going to be it. Orange Juicers rein in the Hundo Burgers. They get the ace. They're going to take this competition without losing a single game.
Unbelievable. The rest of the world be on notice. The Juicers are cooking up something special right now. What a performance. That Rayquaza fight was all over the place, Tano, from top side to basement side to into the center. I could see what the ploy was there to attack Roland on the Blissey, make sure that that Garchomp doesn't have any healing, does OJ, but it did not matter when you have a Pokemon like Mew that can secure that with that Electro Ball. The Hunderburgers reign in for the final game. Do they want to make it 1,000 points into the home base? I think they're just going to be a little bit shy, but that is going to be a 3-0 in your grand finals for the INGAGE Master Series 2025. Orange Juices, take a bow.
I gotta say, the fact that Orange Juicers, yeah, I said it, the fact that Orange Juicers have won the Master Series without dropping a single game, buddy. Not just a set, single game. And they were crazy. The invited NA team. They've come in every single game they've won. They have been an absolute powerhouse here in the INGAGE Master Series 2025. And if any teams that are going to Worlds are watching this, they've just put everybody on notice.
I mean, 100%. You put everybody on notice there. You see, Orange Juices are your West winners. Congratulations to them. You're right, Tano. They put the world on notice right now. Again, the INGAGE Master Series has been one of the biggest grassroots tournaments that we've got, an international event around the world. That we had the EU, the NA, LATAM South, LATAM North. We had Brazil participating, but it was the Juices from NA that came out on top. Statement made with NAIC right around the corner. Statement made with Worlds not too far off in the distant future. They are here to play, my guy.
Wow. I mean, let's have a look at this MVP. I don't think we're going to be surprised. Inteleon again? No, it's Kratos
Nope,
here
it's
with
Kratos.
the Cypher. Of course, the Inteleon was on the other side, but Kratos here with the 77k damage dealt, 223 points scored. What a fantastic team Orange Juicers have been every time we've watched them. They have been amazing to see. And I cannot wait to see how NAAC develops here, to be honest, buddy.
I mean, it's just so interesting to see the way the game develops throughout the bans, throughout the drafts, throughout the buffs, throughout the nerfs, the new items that are coming in, the new Pokemon that are coming in. The game is evolving in a way that you just have to keep keeping up. And let's just have a look at these stat screens. I mean, Kratos on that Armor Rouge was an interesting one to me because look at the 81k that Rollins managed to heal. Usually when we see a Blissey, it's a safeguard helping hand Blissey, but to keep OJ and Kratos in those fights alongside the Fire Spin, the Psychic, and the Psycho, boom, that just landed perfectly. It was probably one of the most hectic Rayquaza fights that I've ever seen. We had Lapras isolate up top. We had Inteleon chasing down. We had Metagross trying to 2v1 a Garchomp and a Blissey. It was complete craziness. But guys, we're not done yet. From what I have been told from production, we are actually going to get an interview with Flareons from OJ. But to set that up, we have to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Grab yourself a little bit of a snack, grab a water, grab something, because you're going to want to hear what Flareons has to say about this tournament. I'm so excited to get to interview the winner of our INGAGE Master Series.
Hey, yeah, let's see how you do under pressure. Oh, yeah, I've been wanting this forever. I've been in the field with whatever they throw at me. Brush it off, pick myself up, moving on to the better. Okay, hey, yeah, ain't no errors, baby, it's a new era. I wake up early, feeling rich like I'm Kesha. I get to the paper, boy. Extra, extra. Work with me, you know that I got it. Come with me, let's take a trip to the islands. We up on the jet, we'll do more than just fly on it. Stand on that hill, you gon' die on it. Boom, boom. Baby, I'm not one of them, you should try on it. Miss me with all that, I'm on it and next. Whip this up, I send you back to your ex. But good luck with that, this is big as it gets. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Yeah, oh shoot. They don't let me shoot a whole clip. Firepower in this coalition. We just turned the field into a demolition. It was desolate, but I had premonition. I was training for war, every exhibition, every extra mission, every enemy listening. Get off my dick, I got bad intentions. Make it right every wrong, and I'm back with a vengeance. I show you the ropes. Peace in my town, I can show you the coast. Up in the shots if they wanted to smoke. If you know, then you know. Suited up, my whole team do the same. Don't you forget who created the game. Ready for war, I was born with grenades. The trenches where soldiers are made. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Hey, yeah, let's see how you do under pressure. Oh, yeah, I've been wanting this forever. I've been in the field with whatever they throw at me. Brush it off, pick myself up, moving on to the better. Okay, hey, yeah, ain't no errors, baby, it's a new era. I wake up early, feeling rich like I'm Kesha. I get to the paper, boy. Extra, extra. Work with me, you know that I got it. Come with me, let's take a trip to the islands. We up on the jet, we'll do more than just fly on it. Stand on that hill, you gon' die on it. Boom, boom. Baby, I'm not one of them, you should try on it. Miss me with all that, I'm on it and next. Whip this up, I send you back to your ex. But good luck with that, this is big as it gets. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. They don't let me shoot a whole clip. Firepower in this coalition. We just turned the field into a demolition. It was desolate, but I had premonition. I was training for war, every exhibition, every extra mission, every enemy listening. Get off my dick, I got bad intentions. Make it right every wrong, and I'm back with a vengeance. I show you the ropes. Peace in my town, I can show you the coast. Up in the shots if they wanted to smoke. If you know, then you know. Suited up, my whole team do the same. Don't you forget who created the game. Ready for war, I was born with grenades. The trenches where soldiers are made. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure.
Hello trainers, welcome back. We have none other than the champion Flareons here with us. How are you feeling after that dominating show there, Flareons?
You know, I'm feeling pretty good. I thought we played pretty well. I don't know. You know, it feels good to win, you know.
I said this before. He came into voice chat. He just won a major tournament. It's like, it's fine. It's cool. it's. I guess it's the kind of aura you want to see from players that are taking these tournaments without dropping a single game. Tano, I know you have questions. I have questions of my own. I want to talk to you about composition before we do anything else, friends, because you guys seem to favor that Lapras quite a lot. Can you talk to me about that? I made a prediction that it was sort of just a less effective Suicune, the way you guys were using it, especially with the Bubble Beam and the Ice Beam. Can you talk to me about it? Because you guys seem to be one of the only teams that I see right now that are making full utilization of Lapras.
Yeah, I think like what we've been doing a lot of recently is just I feel like we've been really playing for early game, and Lapras is a super good early game mon, and it's really good at taking control of the map. Just because Zugorg's able to be on one side of the map, cap or do whatever, get a big point lead, and then ult up immediately. It also works well with countering some of the mons that are really good right now, like Inteleon, and it's very important, I think, if I could the counter character like that does like no damage against him. So. Just the early game presence, I think bot lane, it makes bot lane super easy to win, and then just counters and other stuff and point lead. It's super fun.
How so obviously you won this tournament without dropping a single game, Flareons, which in itself is a massive achievement. But coming into those final few games there, how important is it? Does that play in your mind where you're like, we can't lose a single game coming into this final set? We need to get that record and keep it held up.
Yeah, we really wanted the undefeated record. I think definitely played a big part. We were up like it was the very last game. Like we have 3 maps to give, but I really do not want to lose this game. I really want that undefeated record. So when we got that final win, it was very relieving. I think let's go. Very hyped.
Now, I guess you kind of had it's a pseudo international stage that you were playing on the Engage Master Series. How important is this kind of prep going into the future tournaments that we've got coming up?
Yeah, we got NAIC and Worlds soon. I think playing, learning international metas is very important, and it's probably a good reason why we came here to do this event. Just learning the Western metas, and eventually, obviously, there's no Eastern teams here, but we'll do our research on that. But just getting a feel of the other Western regions, I think, is very important when going into NAIC and eventually Worlds.
You have to keep an eye on the eastern side of the Master Series, mate, and see what's been going on over there.
You might have to.
That's why we run these. That's why we run these, eh?
But I mean, as we talk about that prep though, Flareons, of course, you guys have qualified for the World Championships. You're going to be going on over there. How do you prep for coming up against that many teams in such a high stakes kind of tournament going on at Worlds?
Yeah, I think what we first do, we're kind of waiting for the group stage to get announced, and then we're going to definitely hard prep for the teams we're facing in our group stage. So right now we're not doing too much prep, I would say, until we eventually see what teams we're going to go against. We're definitely going to be all the recent stuff, but most of them is like get out of our group stage, right, and then make it day tools, and then go from there.
Absolutely. And now I got to ask, just from all the other regions that we've seen, you've just taken down Banny from EU. Are there any other teams from the regions that we saw from LATAM South, LATAM North, Brazil, even in your own NA, as well as EU, and then possibly heading on over to the East? Are there any teams that you're actually really looking to go up against that you can actually test your mental against? Are there any other teams that Maybe worry is not the best word, considering you just breezed through the INGAGE Master Series without dropping a game. But any teams that really are the first in your mind when it comes to we want to take them on?
Yeah, I'm going to say Revelation from North America. Obviously, we just saw them do pretty well in this tournament here. But they were a team that gave us some trouble in a few of the UCS tournaments. And I think they've been putting a lot of hard work in recently. And I mean, it really shows, man. They're doing really good right now. And I'm pretty sure they're going to NAIC. And I think they really are a team to watch out for, possibly making it the Worlds.
Game recognized game, mate. I mean,
game recognizing game.
Coming into this,
NA team.
I did feel like Revelation were my team to watch, buddy. I felt like they were very impressive in this Master Series. But, you know, the Orange Juicers, they keep on rolling. They're too difficult to take down. So a huge shout out to you and your team for dominating this Master Series, buddy. You've put on an absolute show for us, and all of us have really enjoyed being able to see the action that you guys have brought.
Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for having me. Thanks for inviting us.
Thank you. No, thank you for accepting the invite. Thank you for putting on a fantastic show for us. INGAGE is able to do these tournaments because we are able to have such amazing invited teams and players join us on this stage. So thank you once again to everybody watching. This is Flareons from Orange Juicers, your INGAGE 2025 Master Series West winners. Thank you, Flareons.
Yeah, thank you. Peace.
Peace.
Peace indeed, or until NAIC and they go on another mad run to take that one away, buddy. But that is it. That is the Master Series 2025 for INGAGE. And it was bigger than last year, better than last year. Where can we possibly go from here, buddy?
I don't know, because, buddy, we started all of this with the EU Weeklies. We started it with the EU Weeklies with the Underdunk partnership from NA. We came through so many weeks of either one till we had our top 4 from the NA and then top 4 from EU. Then we had our invited teams as well as the open qualifiers. Any team had a chance to go through those open qualifiers. LATAM South, LATAM North, Brazil, EU, NA, 5 regions represented here, but this was just the West. We had our East stream as well. It was just such a global phenomenon. But I guess we have to go through our thank yous. I'm going to take our incredible casters for our English side. We had Draku, Zero and Alex, Killosaurus, Professor Malice, Mistress Doom, Husky, and it's me, Fu, as well as my brilliant boy sitting next to me, Mr. Spartan Tano. Those were our English casters. What an incredible talent pool that we had for our English side, Tano. Incredible. I'm always in such awe of the casters that we get to do. Hanging out behind the scenes whilst we're waiting to cast is such a fun time. And then once we finally get on the cast, it's such amazing. Do you want to give us our Spanish casters and observers today? Because without them, we ain't really anything.
Oh, 100%. I mean, the fact that we've had 12 different casters here has just shown how amazing this production has been, especially the fact that they're all from different regions. I think earlier today we had NA, we had India, we had Australia, we had EU all covered on one screen, buddy, which is just incredible. Our Spanish casters have been covering this all the way as well, so a huge thank you to them, Pem Alex and Kuto Unite. Go check them out on their Twitches, because this has been incredible to bring that to that community as well. Our observers working the cameras, we wouldn't be able to do this without them. The amazing Bina, Mermaid, Bemco, Nats, and Rosanda. And our whole production team, Dragon and Patel. Thank you so much for all the hard work that you put in for this. Not to mention the incredible graphics. We've heard people say it. The production, the graphics has been on point here and incredible. Justin is the one that was capable of bringing us that action. And we can't forget our tournament head here, Zen. Just an amazing way for them to put on a huge production here. Wouldn't be possible without Zen. And we've got to say, a huge thank you to Red Bull. We were live in the Red Bull gaming sphere, buddy, in London. How incredible is that?
It's absolutely massive to have someone like Red Bull really have a look at us, and we've had scenes from the Red Bull sphere. We've had a chance to have a look at it live. It's been absolutely amazing to see our ridiculous faces on those screens. But also, one of the biggest thank yous that we have to give out is to the big boss himself, Zenith, who has come in and helped with all of the production, helped the smooth running of this, contacting teams, contacting casters, getting everything smooth. So between him and Zen, our tournament head, it was fantastic. Now, Tano, we've been here for 9.5 hours.
Bruh.
We've watched a lot of Pokemon Unite. I think it's time to get ourselves out of here. But one final word from myself, one final word from you, and we shall head out from here. I'm going to go first because I'll let you say goodbye to everybody. From me personally, it has been such a fantastic event. I'm so honored that INGAGE has picked us to be one of their representatives as casters, and I'm ever so glad that you and I get to cast these amazing events. It's almost the end of the season. NAIC Worlds is just around the corner, and now INGAGE have set the bar. So, we have no choice but to keep following on and getting better and better. Personally, getting to cast with you and all of our wonderful casters, as well as getting to see these players, getting to know these players, it warms my little Lobo heart, and I'm so excited. So thank you to everyone that watched. Thank you to everyone that participated. Thank you to all the casters that made this event possible. Thank you to our production, our tournament leads and heads, our graphic designers, and the big boss himself. And to you, Tani, you have a special place in my little Lobo heart.
Oh, buddy, I'm not sure I can top that, to be honest. Oh, it's been an absolute pleasure being here with you as well. And thank you so much to all the viewers that have tuned in. Wouldn't be possible without you guys. We hope you have a good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are in this wonderful world. There'll be some more Pokemon Unite action coming, so keep a close eye on the socials. But NAIC is just around the corner. The World Championships is just around the corner. Let the games begin. We will catch you next time. Bye.
Take a